Hail and well met. I'm guessing you're wanting shelter from the storm, right? Well, it is a cold night out there. Why don't you pull up a chair by the fire? I have just the thing to pass the time. A story. I call it The King's Cupbearer. Welcome to the Lavender Tavern, my friend.
They brought King Estabrook's supper into his chambers at dusk. Tomlin only knew it was dusk because it was when they brought the evening meal. Neither he nor the king could see out of the windows to look at the sun, or the kingdom's lands, or anything else. The glass had been boarded up years ago to prevent poisonous winds and harmful chills from blowing into the chambers. Sometimes at dawn, before they lit the morning candles, Tomlin could just make out faint light coming in from the cracks in the boards. The king, he thought, could probably see nothing at all. He looked at the king, thin and drawn as he lay on the bed. The man's beard had changed over the years, from gold to brown, and now a sickly grey. Then Tomlin turned his attention to the fish pie they had brought. Not that the king would eat it, of course, but he had his duty to fulfil. The advisers had withdrawn, and he was alone with the king for his meal. Each time he performed his duty, Tomlin still heard the words of his mother, the previous cupbearer to King Estabrook. She had taught him how to examine the food and drink, to make sure it was safe to eat and drink. What do you see? He examined the pie's crust, ensuring it was all in one piece, that nobody had tampered with it. What do you feel? He used a spoon to tap on the crust, then ran his finger around the edge of the pie. It was as it had left the Royal Kitchens. What do you smell? It smelled of fish and garlic and yeast. No bitter almonds, no heavy salts, no scents that did not belong to a fish pie. What do you taste? He cut into the pie with a practised hand, taking just enough of a slice that he would suffer if it were poisoned, but not so much as to diminish King Estabrook's enjoyment. He turned to see the king, propped up on 3 down pillows, watching him.
"Is it all right, my boy?"
the man asked in a raspy, croaking voice. Tomlin placed the dish in front of the king and gave him the spoon. "It is a fine pie, sire." The king carved a piece, then lifted it to his mouth with a shaking hand.
"No,"
he said, pushing the plate and rack away.
"The pain inside presses against the food. I will have my wine instead."
Tomlin put the plate on the sideboard, then poured some wine into the chalice and repeated the ritual. This the king drank. He still drinks, Tomlin thought. At least he still drinks. The king put down the chalice and sighed. His keen grey eyes, still unaffected by age or illness, peered at Tomlin.
"How long have we been in these bedchambers, my boy?"
he asked. "Just over 3 years, sire," he said.
"Have you been outside of this room in the last 3 years?"
the king asked. "No, sire," he replied. Neither he nor the king had stepped from these chambers since his majesty had fallen ill and the advisers had sent workers to board up the windows.
"Nor have I. It occurs to me," the king said in a voice that was still surprisingly strong, "it occurs to me that the only news we know of my kingdom is what the advisers have told me."
Again, his eyes fixed on Tomlin.
"We have had a magnificent harvest this year," he said. "Our soldiers continue to press on into the southern lands. The tithings from the farmers are up."
"Yes," Tomlin said. He too had heard the reports from the advisers, since he was duty-bound to observe everything that went on in these chambers. The king broke into a coughing spell.
"Or so the advisers say, but we know nothing aside from what they tell us."
He pointed to a boarded-up window.
"For all we know, the kingdom may lie in ruins."
Tomlin doubted the king would continue to receive fish pies if the kingdom were in ruins, but he could not say such a thing.
"I would have you leave these chambers," the king commanded. "Learn what has become of my kingdom. Return and tell me of the world outside my door."
At this, Tomlin protested.
But, sire, as your cupbearer, I cannot leave your sights so long as you live. You dare to contradict me, boy? The king's face creased in a smile. Then you are the one I can trust to fetch the truth from outside. He patted the sheets. When the time is right, I shall cause a diversion, and you will escape. Obey me. He said nothing more, and ate and drank nothing further. But that night Tomlin was awoken from his sleep by screams, and the presence of burly guards, and healers trying to calm the king, who heaved and shook and cried out. In the tumult, they did not notice Tomlin, did not see him edge around the back of the chambers and slip out the door. He did not know if this was the king's diversion, or if the man was truly ill, but Tomlin had promised to find out the truth, even if King Esterbrook were dead. The palace was much as he remembered it, though it seemed larger and the echoes were louder in his ears. What do you hear? He thought. Tomlin stayed in the shadows, knowing he could not pass beyond the walls without alerting the guards. He would have to find someone he knew, someone whose counsel he could trust. Priya, he thought. Priya had cooked the fish pie. It bore the half-circle vent she used, and her hands were the correct size to crimp the fluting along the edge of the crust. He had no choice. They would notice his absence before long, and would think him a traitor to the king. He had to trust his judgment. What do you see? He thought, stealing down 2 flights of stairs to the scullery. If Priya were not there, then all would be lost. But Tomlin heard a woman singing songs of the sea, and he smelled the dark incense she wore as perfume. She sat in the near darkness of a sputtering candle, peeling potatoes with a sharp knife. He straightened up as she approached, startled. "Tomlin!" she said with a gasp, then looked upwards. "Then the king?" He shook his head and put a finger to her lips. The king lives," he said. "I hope he lives," he thought. "He has sent me to find news of the outside." Priya put the knife and potato onto the counter. "I know what those advisors know," she said, uncertain. "Nothing more." There was so little time. "You see what is true," Tomlin said. "I would know what you see of the world beyond these walls. What of the kingdom?" She pondered for a moment, hand on her chin. Then, "The farmers speak of revolt, but they pay the tithings. Half of the harvest rotted in the granary this year, a blight that has puzzled the scholars." She closed her eyes. And our army's swords face resistance in the south, but that is all I know." Tomlin heard a bell, faint but insistent. The bell that summoned the king's cupbearer. He hated that bell. "I must leave," he said, and kissed Priya on the cheek. "You have been the king's eyes tonight, and he will no doubt remember you." If he yet lived, Tomlin thought as he made his way back to the royal chambers, the summoning bell ringing in his ears. If he lived. The king was alive, but pale and damp against the sheets. One of the advisors began to berate Tomlin, but the king ordered them all out with a hand. "Leave us," he said with an effort, and they were alone. Dismissing the advisors had cost the king a great deal. He shrank back into his pillows and sheets and closed his eyes. "Tell me of the outside world," he said. "What did you see?" "I saw nothing," Tomlin thought. "I heard the words of a panicked scullery girl." But he said, "We have much grain in our stores as we will need to survive the winter. The farmers continue to grumble, but they pay their tithings as they have done before. And our armies persist in the south, valiant against a show of force from our enemies." The king opened his weary eyes and looked at Tomlin, very tired and incredibly old. "You are the only one I can trust," he said. "Do you speak the truth at last?" Tomlin hesitated. "I think it is the truth," he said at last, and heard his mother's voice once more. "What do you see?" He gathered his courage, strengthened his resolve, and nodded his head. "I think it is."
The Merchant of Dreams.
Dmitri awoke from another night of endless black. It was dawn, The sun had risen just enough above the horizon to shine upon his closed eyelids. He popped himself up on one shoulder and looked around. He and Biscuit were in a clearing surrounded by a stand of trees. Biscuit had already been up for some time, and the Pinto was grazing on some tall grass. Dimitri smiled as he watched his horse eat with delicate, gentle movements. Biscuit had always been a delicate gentleman of a horse. His body looked as though a painter had begun to paint him brown, but had then forgotten his task halfway through. He was mostly white still, but with more and more dark patches as they travelled the road. Biscuit had no doubt dreamt. Dimitri had spent enough sleepless nights to see Biscuit lying in the grass, muzzle resting on the top of his forelegs. Asleep, his legs would twitch now and then, dreaming of chasing cows or dogs, no doubt. Biscuit had no problem dreaming, but for Dimitri, another night of endless black. "Wake up, boy," he said, getting to his feet. Another beautiful day. There were a few clouds above, but otherwise it was clear, warm and quiet. In this part of the world, summer days passed with lazy slowness, but Dimitri did not want to linger. He washed himself in a nearby river, dressed his slight body in travelling clothes, ate some hardtack and fed Biscuit the precious apple a grateful man had offered him in the previous town. Then he examined the potions in the back of the cart. They'd had enough time to settle overnight. Dimitri did not know why potions had to settle, but his father had told him to let them breathe from sundown to sunup, and he'd had very few complaints over the years. By the time the young man was ready, Biscuit was eager to get going. Dimitri climbed into the saddle and let the horse amble back to the dirt road and along its bumpy contours. There was a marriage of minds between them. Dimitri didn't need to tell Biscuit where to go, because there was only one direction, ahead. He heard the voices from the next village long before he saw the settlement of small houses and low buildings. A lookout must have seen him. "The dream seller is here," a young boy's voice called. "Come to the town square." And then he was in the village, surrounded by faces. Not quite friendly faces, but respectful ones. They stood back and let him remove the canvas from his cart, lay out his wares and expose the shining sea-green bottles to the sun. The first time he visited a village, Dimitri would have to sell the potions. He'd seen his father do it, and although he was shy, he called and heckled and promised the townspeople. "One dream to a customer, no more and no less, only half silver, satisfaction guaranteed." His last was a gentle fib. Dimitri would be long gone by the time his customers drank the potions that night, but he'd never had any trouble when he'd come back along the same way. They were happy with their dreams. The next time he came to that village, he didn't need to call or heckle or promise. The townspeople came to him. There was an old man whose hair looked like Biscuit's, mostly white, with some brown, his face lined and tanned from the fields. "You want to be young," Dimitri thought, and smiled. "You ought to be my age again, before you married, had children." The man was with his partner and a grown son, but Dimitri saw how he looked at Biscuit and at the cart. He would dream of wandering free as a feather again, of the adventures he'd known before he'd come down to earth. There was a woman with a comfortable, placid, accepting face, holding a young boy who reached for the potions before she could even speak. For you, Dimitri thought, adventure. Tonight the woman would slay dragons and free the innocent from slavery, earn the admiration of kings and queens and take her place among the gods. But today, as she handed him the half-silver, she just smiled and gave her son a half-silver of his own, so he could buy a dream as well. The boy was happy too. He did not need to dream of escape or love. No, Dimitri thought. The boy wanted the wheels of time to speed and speed ahead, to live as a man who was not held back by the arms of his mother, to decide for himself whether he would take a lover, fight a war, or perhaps accept the same quiet existence his mother had. By morning's end, all the potions he'd planned to sell to this village were gone. Dimitri had given one bottle to the town beggar in exchange for another apple. Of everyone in the crowd, that man needed a dream the most. A woman who had not bought a potion stood in patched sapphire robes watching him sell, and observed him refuse to haggle in his own gentle way. At the end, she came forward after the crowd had dispersed. "You are wasting your time," the woman said. She did not introduce herself, and he imagined that she was not the type to bother with such matters. "It's been a good morning," he said, securing the canvas with the ropes and hooks. "You could sell these potions in any large city, Welham, Tears End, charging at least a full gold for each one. You'd have dozens, hundreds of customers, more gold than you'd ever want." He felt uncomfortable. She had not bought a potion because she didn't need one. Her dream already sustained her. She was a mage, he thought, judging from the quality of her robes. Not a very good one. "My father told me just how to mix and bottle and sell the potions," he said as he climbed back upon Biscuit. "Good day." "What did your father say about your dreams?" she called after him. He did not reply. Dmitri had never dreamt, not even once, and he had never spoken of it to his father. He knew that his father had dreamed, and dreamed often. Dmitri had never seen him drink a single potion. Over the years, Dmitri had tried blending and mixing his potions before swallowing them, taking several bottles or only half of one, and taking a potion at different times of the night. No dreams would come. Every night was wrapped in that same endless black. A dark cloud hung over his mind as Biscuit trotted towards the next village. It was said that to dream was healthy, and one could die from a lack of dreams, but Dmitri had rarely been sick. As the road stretched out ahead of him, and the pinto horse Biscuit sensed his change of mood and shook his head and neighed in concern. The next village was a bit larger, a bit wealthier, but otherwise much like the first one of the day. He thought of the dreams the villagers would have, and then he thought, I am responsible for that. I have filled their night with visions. A young, dark-skinned farmer, who had been one of the first to buy a potion this time, remained as Dmitri packed up the cart. There is no more, my friend, Dmitri said. Your town and the last village have bought all the dreams for the day. I am Palos, the man said, extending a hand. And I'm Dmitri, he replied. From the farmer's expression, the man thought of him only as the one who sells dreams. There were looks between men, and there were looks between men, and Dmitri was unsure of this Palos. Where do you go after here? The farmer asked. To the next town, and then the next, Dmitri said. He did not immediately jump into his saddle, as he had with the sapphire-clothed woman. This man was curious, not rude. Are the roads safe? Dmitri laughed. I rarely see another soul upon them. The roads keep me on my path. It seemed as if something was tugging at the young man, urging him to speak. Have you seen the places they tell of in legend? He asked. Have you broken bread with the men and women of fables? Dmitri laughed again, but without mocking. He tapped Biscuit's flank. There is me, and there is Biscuit, and there is the road. If the road winds through legends and fables, I have yet to see them. The farmer looked at the heavy sea-green bottle in his hands. I shall dream tonight. Yes, Dmitri thought as the road opened back up and Biscuit settled down. The farmer would dream. In the man's dreams, he might even be at Dmitri's side, on a second horse, leaving his town far behind. An hour later he made camp and spent the afternoon mixing potions, then leaving them to settle. At dusk he wrote of his day, of the mage and the farmer, filling another page of the small journal he kept. That night, Dmitri lay on his bedroll, awaiting another night of endless black. How could he be immune to his own creation? Then he thought of the villagers that morning, the farmer that afternoon, the anticipation, the joy they felt. They would live out their dreams of past and future in the shadows of the night. And thinking of that anticipation and joy, Dmitri knew at last why he never dreamed. Delivering dreams to others, that was happiness. That was contentment. Dmitri closed his eyes at last and thought, the happy and the content never need to dream, for they have the waking present.
Gallants in distress.
Morning, and Hamlin rolled his cart into place at the edge of the town market. If it was raining, he would tie a canvas over the cart to protect its contents, but today was one of the first sunny days of spring. The 20 tankards he had were beaten pewter, and many had become dented and bent over the years. Hamlin could not afford to replace them. He had spent all of the coin he'd made from his first year as a seller on two things, clips and nails. As to the clips, he'd heard of street tankards from a sailor who'd passed this way some years ago. The man had told him of a large city where men and women could carry their tankards of ale through the street without having to worry about them spilling a drop. Hamlin had listened to the man, and then he'd saved his coins. When he had enough, he'd paid a craftsman to make him 20 clips for the tankards. The clips held the top of the tankard shut. Anyone could buy a tankard and wander safely with their ale through the streets of the town, even if they were quite drunk. All Hamlin had to do was collect the coins from the regular customers when they came to get their tankards, and then gather the empty tankards that night or the following day. There was a tavern in the town. Every town had a tavern, but Bill the owner had gone from seller of drink to consumer of drink, and now the tavern was only open at odd hours. When patrons knocked at other times, Bill screamed at them, or tossed rocks at them. So there was room in the town for Hamlin's little cart, and with the street tankards and the notice board, he'd made a careful living. The notice board. Since he was competing against the tavern, and since he was at the edge of the market, he needed something to draw passers-by. Another visitor to their town had told Hamlin of a great notice board in a large city with hundreds of posted papers and parchments drawing crowds. Hamlin did not have a great notice board, but he had a large flat piece of wood that could be used to post notices. He had originally used tar to tack up the scraps of paper, but it was messy and the notices did not hold. So he had commissioned the nails, grimacing at how much they had cost him. The gamble had worked. Hamlin lifted the board into place. It still had the notices from yesterday and the days before. They would stay up until the owners took them down. There were spaces on the board for those who wished to buy and those who wished to sell, those who had services to offer and those who had quests they wanted performed. And lastly, a space for damsels in distress and gallants in distress. There was only one notice in this space. Other cart sellers had tried to copy Hamlin's notice board, but his was the first and best known, so men and women came to his board first. And while they were there, why would they not stop for a tankard of ale, especially if they could carry it with them to their place of work without spilling a drop? Other than the notice in the Gallants in Distress section, the notice board was mostly clear. It was spring, and there was little traffic through the market so far. The few notices in the sell space listed winter clothes no longer needed, and preserves stewed over the long winter months. The night would be along soon. Thaler was his name, and Hamlin did not care for Thaler. A knight meant adventures and violence and risk, and Hamlin did not like risk. Also, the knight did not buy any ale. Hamlin could not compel him to buy a street tankard, but it annoyed him that Thaler used the notice board without giving anything in return. And there was Thaler, in street clothes, sword at his belt, coming to look at the notice board. He did not greet Hamlin, did not do anything but examine the Gallants in Distress section of the board, pull off a single notice, and grunt. This had happened 3 times in the past month. First, a thin dark man named Gully would come to buy 2 street tankards and ask to put up a notice in the Gallants in Distress space. Every time, there was a gallant in distress in some distant faraway castle, and every time the man, Gully was his name, sought a knight to rescue the gallant. And then Thaler would come along some days later, take the notice, grunt, and go on his way. This time, Hamlin screwed up his courage and asked, "Knight?" Thaler looked at him with hooded eyes, but said nothing. "Did you rescue the other gallants, the ones from the previous notices?" Thaler said nothing. Then he shrugged and walked off towards the centre of the market. It was maddening, Hamlin thought. Surely there could not be a constant stream of dashing young men in faraway castles that required constant saving by knights. 1, 2 a year perhaps, but so often? And how did this Gully discover these gallants that needed saving? It was a bad business, but Hamlin did not want to say anything. He was known as the man with the notice board, and he did not wish to turn away anyone who would post a notice. He even tolerated those who put up notices on his board telling readers to visit other stalls with other notice boards. Were Gully and Thaler passing messages to each other? Were they spies? Was this a doomed forbidden romance of some sort between the man and the knight? Or was there truly a plague of reckless gallants upon the land? In normal times, it would have been another week before Gully would come to put up the next gallant in distress notice, but today was not to be a normal day. Gully arrived just after midday, when Hamlin had already served his usual crowd. Gully had curly brown hair, dark eyes, and a thin, pleasant face. 2 street tankards, please, he said, and passed Hamlin the coins. While Hamlin retrieved the tankards, Gully posted his usual notice in the Gallants in Distress section of the notice board. Hamlin wanted to ask Gully about the notice, but he was unpractised in the ways of conversation. Although he had a constant stream of men and women to his cart, they were there for the ale and the notice board, not to speak with him beyond the exchange of coins. So Hamlin waited until the dark man was about to leave. "Tell me," Hamlin said in a rush, "are there so many gallants in distress in the castles around this town?" Gully raised an eyebrow at him. "I'm a travelling merchant," he explained with patience. "I often hear of men who have had one problem or another. Sometimes men with more good looks than sense. Sometimes men with more haste than caution. Why should I not post these notices? When a knight rescues one of these gallants, they reward me and the knight with the gold." "And how much gold have you made from these notices?" Hamlin asked, though it was a bold question of a stranger. Gully hefted the street tankards and nodded at Hamlin. "I shall return the empty tankards on the morrow," he said, and walked away. Maddening, Hamlin thought. And why always Thaler the knight? No other knights had ever passed by the notice board that Hamlin could remember. It had the whiff of conspiracy about it. That evening, Hamlin closed down the stall and collected most of the empty tankards, cleaned them in the river and polished them. Then he looked at the notice Gully had posted. "There is a gallant in distress in a nearby settlement," the notice read. "A brave knight is required to rescue him from imminent peril. Go to the stand of elms in the hills of the west of town to make further inquiries." Hamlin secured his carts and the tankards by the hut where he lived. Then, mustering up his courage, he walked through the empty market, down the road that led west out of town and up into the hills. Under a group of tall, flowering elms stood a little house. Hamlin watched the door of the house from a distance, not sure what he was awaiting. His feet tugged him towards the house and then away from it, and at last he stood in the clearing by the elms and felt maddened. Then the door to the house opened, and Gully came out. "So," Gully said, "you have come at last." Hamlin had the notice in his hand, and he pushed it towards the man. "Please explain." Even in the gathering dark, Hamlin could see the thin man blush. "You are a difficult man to speak to." Hamlin shrugged. "All may come to my cart. You came many times." "I saw you from afar," Gully said, "and wished to know you better." He raised his eyebrows again, and Hamlin saw a deeper meaning in Gully's actions. And then it was his turn to blush. "I was as shy as you," Gully went on, "and so I asked Thaler to act out this shadow play with me." He shook his head. "I thought you might come the first time, or the second, but—" Hamlin threw up his hands. "Why did you need Thaler?" Maddening, he thought, or simply madness. Even Gully's smile was shy. "I did not want another knight coming to my house to seek a quest for a gallant in distress that did not exist. And at some point there would have been 10 notices for gallants in distress on your notice board. A suspicious thing." Suspicions, Hamlin thought. "Then there is no gallant to be rescued," he said at last, exasperated. "Oh, isn't there?" Gully asked, leaning against the doorframe. "I have watched you at your stall, alone amongst the crowd. That is no life for a man of ideas. A man clever enough to sell street tankards is a match for a man who posts notices of gallants in distress, is he not?" "This man," Hamlin thought. "This man has seen into my heart as surely if I placed a notice of my own." Alone among the crowd, indeed. "But if I'd answered your notice, am I not the knight in this story?" "A house in the hills with no one around can be as lonely as a stall at the edge of the market." Gully beckoned Hamlin with a finger. "Does it matter whether you are a knight or a gallant? Surely someone here needs rescue." "Come and drink with me one of those street tankards I purchased from you earlier this day." Yes, Hamlin thought, stepping forward into Gully's house. Someone would be rescued. Either the gallant, who yearned to be pursued, or the knight, who yearned to have someone to pursue. Was that not the story of gallant and knight?
The next town over.
It was the smell, Quinn thought. He could not get the smell out of his mind. Like every soldier of the collective, he had seen dead bodies, dying animals, houses on fire. What was different this time was the smell. The heavy scent of cooked and burned flesh, like animal meat roasting over a fire pit. The resinous aroma of pine trees popping and burning. And of course, the scent of blood. Quinn passed a group of soldiers trying to contain a fire using pots of water without much success. When a senior officer waved him over to help, Quinn raised the silver insignia he'd been given. He had more important work to do. The insignia also got him past a second group of soldiers that was rounding up spooked cows, horses and other animals and trying to herd them into an enclosure far away from the fires. The pen was too small and not sturdy enough. Some of the animals were bleeding and some were deeply wounded. Quinn knew the reason for the wounds. He shook his head in disgust and kept going. A tent stood at the edge of the encampment, where the centre of the town had once been. 4 silent soldiers with swords guarded each of the tent's 4 corners, and 2 guards with scimitars waited by the entrance flap. Quinn showed his insignia, and they stepped aside to let him enter. He had hoped that the oppressive smell would let up when he entered the shelter of the tent, but it was now mixed with the scent of wet, mildewed canvas. A man stood in the centre of the tent, tied to the post with far more heavy rope than was necessary. Another 2 soldiers stood guard. The man was one of the people. The group called themselves the People. Tall, much taller than Quinn or any of the soldiers, with long red hair and hazel eyes. He might have been the tallest man Quinn had ever seen. Diagonal slashes of paint daubed his right cheek. Paint or blood. He was alert but relaxed. No expression showed on his face, and in a reedy tenor voice he asked, "Will you execute me then?" Quinn ignored him until he had pulled a stool forward and sat on it facing the prisoner. "The collective does not execute our enemies. We are not you." By the light of the guards' torches, the man's face was sombre. "You will not execute me. You will certainly not release me. And you will not imprison me. Our scouts tell us your towns have jails that may hold 3-4 people at a time. Jails to hold criminals who dare to steal a sheep or drink in public or slap a husband or punch a wife. What will you do with me then?" Quinn sighed. "We shall have a talk, you and me. How long it will last shall depend upon you." To see the man's face, he had to lean back and crane his neck upwards, a sign of weakness. But to sit in front of a standing prisoner was a position of power. The balance of power and weakness would decide this game. "I am Quinn. What is your name?" The man threw back his head and laughed, a shocking sound against the crackle and pops of the fire and the braying of animals. "Quinn the Torturer," he said. "You are well known amongst the people. You may call me Garrett." Quinn's voice was calm. "The collective does not torture our enemies." Then he added, "We have not tortured anyone in a long time." "I shall add torture to the list of things you will not do to me," the man who called himself Garrett replied. Garrett, Quinn thought with more disgust. One of the gods of the people. Trickster, rebel, martyr. Perhaps Garrett did not know that Quinn could read, that Quinn read poems from outside the collective. Or perhaps he knew and did not care. His task was to interrogate this man, and to convince him of what he must do. How to interrogate a trickster. How to persuade a martyr. "We cannot have the people near the collective," Quinn said as if he were talking to a child. "We have told this to your people, the people. I would know why you chose to settle here last summer." Garrett shrugged as best he could within the confines of the heavy ropes. "There is little land between us to share. Your collective and our people continue to grow in number. There is no longer enough room in the small area you have designated for us." His eyes were suddenly angry. "And why can we not live next to you? We keep to ourselves. We would not mix with your sort." The wind howled against the canvas of the tent, and the smell of the fire smoke grew stronger. Quinn was losing patience. "Blood magic. Need I say it again? Fine. Blood magic. The people continue to use this abomination for no good reason." He turned and spat into the dirt. He would rather have spat into Garrett's face. "Our mages, our healers have invented other names for it. Vivimancy, enchanted vivisection. It matters not what they call it." His voice was heavy and slow. "You remove the blood of animals while they are alive. You remove their entrails while they are alive. And when there are no animals, then you use the blood and entrails of each other while your people are alive." Now it was Garrett's turn to spit, but much closer to Quinn this time. "The ancient libel," Garrett said. "You teach this tale to your children in their lessons, and you think yourself so enlightened. The people do not turn on each other, and we do not turn on the collective unless you intrude on our towns. Look at the animals outside. We have enough for our spells." Quinn nodded. "I saw those animals indeed. There was a dog nearly cut in two, and it howls and howls, one of many. He put out a hand as if to appeal to some common sense, some logic that the people might still possess. Do you not see how this is cruel? How this is wicked? Blood is the people's magic, Garrett said. Now he was acting the teacher, Quinn thought. Blood is the source of our strength. He looked down at himself. Do you not wonder that I am 4 hands taller than you or any of the soldiers? The collective know the base workings of metal, but the people have the sacred magic of blood. I would bring the dog in so that you might explain to it the sacred nature of your blood magic, Quinn said. Would you also bring in one of your infants? Garrett asked. I have heard how the collective does not believe that the baby may feel pain until it is older. The people know that we feel pain from the moment of birth to the moment of death. It is our nature. Quinn was about to reply, but he realised there was no point. If you or any of your people shall renounce the blood magic, then we would happily welcome you back into the collective. You need only ask. And they must be sincere in the asking, he thought. Some will renounce it, Garrett said with bitterness. Those who do not wish to live in villages that your collective continues to burn to the ground. Most will not. Then you will leave, Quinn said. You will leave, Trickster Garrett, and your people will retreat to your designated area. If you push us too hard, we may move into the forest beyond, Garrett warned. Quinn shook his head. An old gambit. The forest surrounded the lands of the collective and of the people, but nothing and no one could survive in the forest. There were rumours, but were there not always rumours about places where men and women could not go? Perhaps Garrett had seen doubt on his face. And when we are in the forest, you will not be able to see where we move, or what actions we take. This was a worry. No spies for the collective had ever returned from the forest. The people could hide there, they could plot their revenge and outflank the collective. But this was a concern for the future. And the future, Quinn would let the generals determine. You will leave, and you will retreat. Garrett smiled, and for a moment Quinn could see the handsomeness in the alien man who stood before him. A man who likely had his own partner, man or woman or both, a parent to one child or many, all of whom would stab at a dog or a cat rather than live in a civil society. We will never attack you, Garrett said. All we wish is to be left alone. His goal had been information and possibly persuasion, and Quinn had accomplished neither. He got to his feet. You know what your people must do. You will be freed at dawn. Do not come towards the land of the collective, and you will not be harmed. He did not wait for Garrett to respond, but left the tent and those that guarded it. The fires were still burning, but the soldiers had managed to capture most of the terrified animals in a small rickety pen. Quinn turned the silver insignia over and over in his hand. He thought of Garrett's final promise, that the people would never attack the collective. He sighed and put the insignia back in his pocket. It did not matter if they would attack or not. What Garrett had said was true. There were not enough jails to hold those people who would not turn away from blood magic. And the collective had forsworn executions, just as he had forsworn being Quinn the Torturer. The conclusion was inescapable. For the collective to remain a community of peace, a beacon of liberty and justice, the people had to die.
The Arbiter's ruling.
Summer in Frostford. A contradiction in terms, Patriel thought. Patches of snow and slush still lay on the ground as he walked to the ministry. The towering building, spires topped with gargoyles and buttresses, gleamed in the early morning sun. Patriel was early. He had a hearing to arbitrate. On the 4th floor, he said hello to Miss Creel, who was already copying papers, and went through to his private room. This was more than a hearing, Patriel thought, shrugging out of the black street robes and pulling on the blue arbiter robes. Another chance to see Fen again. How long had it been? 1 year? 2? He knew exactly how long it had been. 16 months and 3 days. Patriel looked at his reflection in the full-length glass and straightened the robe's collar. He should have recused himself. But he wanted an excuse to see Fen again. And yes, he wanted to hold Fen's fate in his hands, judicially speaking. He would hear Fen's case without bias. All ministers were equal, and all ministers were as one, as the motto went. A soft knock at his inner office door. Miss Creel had let someone in ahead of the hearing without asking Patriel first. He hoped that it was not Fen. It was Fen, taking up more room in the office than his physical form somehow. He was unchanged from the last time Patriel had seen him. He would have suspected Fen of using an age-stopping spell, if he did not know exactly how much mana it took to cast such a thing. "You're early," Patriel muttered. "I was hoping you'd recuse yourself," Fen said. He was broad and ginger-haired, the same dusting of freckles along his nose that Patriel remembered stroking on their first night together. Patriel shook his head. "All ministers are equal, and all ministers are as one." He lifted the heavy gold-leaf minister codebook from his table and tapped it. "It does not matter what we used to be to each other. I am bound by law to treat you like any other minister." Fen reached out and ran his finger along the edge of the book. "You are the harshest of all arbiters. I knew I had no chance when I drew your name for the hearing." Patriel put the book back on the table. "Coming from you, I consider that a compliment. You may always appeal the ruling," he smiled. "In fact, I expect you have already drafted the appeal papers." "I hope," Fen said, "that our past relationship will not affect your ruling." "You know me far better than that, Minister Fen," Patriel replied, with the emphasis on the word minister. "Yes," Fen said, "I suppose I do." Then he smiled. "Shall we share a drink once this is done? Whether you rule for me or against me, let us have a drink." Patriel did not reply directly, but looked at the clock and said, "Your opponent will be here shortly. Let us go to the hearing room." Gianda, a young woman with a severe bun of black hair, was already in the hearing room when Patriel, Fen and Miss Creel arrived. Gianda had spread an array of papers and parchment out around her. One of those, Patriel thought as he took his seat at one end of the long wooden table. The more papers a minister had for a hearing, the less they knew of the minister's code. But he had not prejudged Fen, and he could not prejudge Gianda. Fen and Gianda held their left hands above the codebook and spoke the minister's oath. Patriel took the small bell from the table in front of him and rang it 3 times. "As claimant," he said to Fen, "you are to speak first, Minister Fen. What matter do you bring forward today?" Fen had brought out his own small sheaf of papers from his robes, and now he laid them down before him with a smile. Fen, Patriel knew, would not need to refer to any papers. They were merely to show those in the room that he had come prepared. Patriel did not know what Fen would say, or how Gianda would defend herself. Matters were to be brought fresh before ministry arbiters. Patriel surmised that whatever claim Fen would bring, it would be unusual, but you shall remain unbiased, he told himself. Fen stood. "A year ago, I was contracted to work for West Frostford Delivery and Cartage. This service had been operating for many years, and is known for its excellent work and loyal patronage." As Miss Creel drew glyphs on the mana-powered paper tape unrolling before her, Patriel caught Fen's glance and rolled his eyes. Another trick to communicate with the applicants without anything being left on the record. "Yes," Fen said. "Well, the delivery spell they were using was wearing out, so they contracted me to design and cast a replacement. A better replacement." And here he glared at Gianda. The young woman did not look up from her notes. "I accomplished something that had never been done before," Fen continued, looking quite proud. "I discovered a way to send more packages using the same amount of mana in a way that offered faster delivery and less expense." "How?" Patriel cut in. This would be important for the record. "It is a mathematical property I've discovered," Fen said. His eyes twinkled at the arbiter. Patriel's skills did not extend to mathematics. "A typical delivery spell considers and handles each package separately. My spell looked at all of the packages that had the same contents and considered them to be the same package. Instead of delivering 100 identical packages, it merely had to deliver one package, which was then duplicated 100 times. Since West Frostford Delivery often sends many similar packages, this represented a tremendous savings in time and manner. Patriel wanted to ask Fenn if he had submitted this new spell to the Ministry archives, so that all ministers might profit from its discovery. Since he knew Fenn, however, he already knew the answer was no. Fenn pointed a finger across the table at Giander, who was unperturbed. The defendant was also contracted to West Frostford Delivery during this time, doing some money-counting spell work, I believe. He said this as if she were a junior minister. I was updating their tithing and taxation spells, Giander interrupted with a little smile on her face. Remittance rates have changed over the past 2 years. Good, Patriel thought. She would not allow Fenn to dominate her. Patriel himself had faced this problem in his years with Fenn. Fenn shrugged, details and useless ones at that. He turned to Patriel and placed his hands on the table. 6 months later, Giander resurfaced at a farmers' collective in Deepton. This was an agricultural district near Frostford that supplied the large city with cows and dairy products. Do you know what she did? Patriel remembered Fenn standing in their quarters, shouting similar words at him. Do you know what you did? He shook his head to dismiss the memory. Bias, he thought. Remain unbiased. I am here to ask you the questions, Minister Fenn, he said, and heard Miss Creel cough delicately. Stay on topic, her cough said. Fenn went on as if there had been no interruption. The collective's shipments suddenly became much faster. The collective's mana usage suddenly decreased. You are asking me to draw an inference, Patriel said. If you are making a claim, you must say the words out loud, just as if you were casting a spell. I say the words out loud, Fenn said in a slowed-down voice that was just on the side of mocking. Giander saw the spell I used, and she used it, and now I demand payment for it. Patriel waved a hand. I shall stop you at this point, he said. You claim damages because you argue that Giander has copied your spell. Fenn shook his head, but Patriel cut him off. Minister Giander, what say you? Did you copy Fenn's spell? Giander got to her feet gracefully. Were Patriel so inclined, he would have thought her exceptionally beautiful. No, Arbiter, she said. I witnessed how the West Frostford packages were being shipped. I had heard talk of the mana savings, and when I went to the Deepton Farming Collective, I intuited what such a spell would be, and I created my own version. Miss Creel took 2 sheets of parchment from her document pouch and passed them to Patriel. He recognised Fenn's scrawling glyphs and mandalas on one, and the other was filled with what he assumed were Giander's neat lines and loops. These spells are clearly different in form, Patriel declared. Then to his ex-lover, do you agree that the text of the spells is different? Fenn snorted. Her spell is different from mine. She rewrote the spell so that it would look different from mine, but that is not the point. The point is that both spells operate under the same principles, and therefore I am entitled to payment. Patriel thought that this was what Fenn had been leading up to, but he wanted him to speak the words so that they would be entered into the record. Then you wish damages because the effects of both spells were the same, not because the spells themselves were the same, he confirmed. Fenn nodded, and Patriel saw Miss Creel enter the symbols "The claimant acknowledges agreement with the Arbiter's question." Patriel had truly hoped for a more complex claim. This would lead to a very dangerous precedent, he rumbled. If someone, you, Minister Fenn, or you, Minister Giander, or anyone in this building were to claim entire categories of spell as your own, then other ministers would be prevented from using them. He went on. And how long would a minister have claim over a category of spells? During their lifetime? Forever? Could they assign the claim to their heirs? Patriel shook his head. He did not need to retire to his chambers. He did not need to formulate a legal theory. He was almost disappointed in Fenn. The man must have thought this to be brilliant reasoning. Accepting Minister Fenn's argument as a legal principle would create a disturbing ministerial precedent, Patriel declared. Therefore, my ruling shall apply only to the claim before me. He put on his judicial scowl and looked at Giander and Fenn in turn. The spells are textually different. However, Minister Giander cannot prove she did not see the text of Minister Fenn's spell while she was at West Frostford Delivery. She cannot prove that she did not use Minister Fenn's spell as inspiration for her own delivery spell. He sighed. And so, Minister Giander is liable for damages. He saw Fen grin again, and Gianda shook her head. However, Patriel went on with a warning look at Fen, these damages shall be compensatory in nature. I think here of bards who sing songs written by others. These bards pay the writers of songs what is called a royalty. The same shall apply here. I shall consider Minister Gianda's spell to be a derivative work of Minister Fen's spell, and therefore she owes him royalties for the delivery work, to be determined by the Department of Assessment. Patriel raised his bell. Unless the ministry should rule otherwise in the future, any minister who copies the spirit of another minister's spell shall pay royalties, but will not be liable for any damages. He rang the bell 3 times. And so I rule. He could sense Gianda's anger from where he sat, and Fen was none too pleased either. The true mark of justice, Patriel thought, that both claimant and defendant should be dissatisfied. He put a hand on Miss Creel's shoulder before she spoke the words of dismissal. Further, I place a secrecy bond upon this hearing. None are to speak of it outside these chambers unless a related judicial matter arises. Miss Creel, please conclude the hearing. Fen accompanied Patriel back to his quarters. He now appeared oddly pleased. Patriel supposed that it made sense. Not only would Fen receive royalties, but he had opened up the possibility of a future ruling that would enable him to devise broad spells that would earn him incredible amounts of gold. After Patriel poured him a drink, Fen said as much. You know, this is an issue that shall only grow in importance, Fen said in a casual tone as he drank. The usage of spells and mana continues to increase every year. There will be more conflict of this nature between ministers. Eventually, others will claim ownership of various types of spells. It is inevitable. Inevitable, Patriel thought, and you would be there to profit from it. Fen gave a choked gasp and dropped the glass onto the black carpet. He struggled for words. Patriel watched as the bench behind Fen's back became visible, and Fen's body began to fade. Yes, Patriel said, I know. Fen was becoming more insubstantial, like a shadow. The ministry must be the final arbiter of the knowledge of spells, Patriel said. We cannot leave spells in the hands of individuals. Paying royalties to third parties would dilute the ministry's power. Fen was barely visible now, and Patriel thought he could hear him speak, but perhaps it was only the wind. This was not the first time such a claim had been brought, and it would not be the last. He had served this drink many times. Do not despair, dear Fen, Patriel said with his own smile. You shall remain quite alive. This is a spell known only to certain top ministers. I am sending you somewhere else, he frowned. Somewhere they believe in these odd principles of ownership. He reached out to touch Finn's cheek, but his hand passed through empty air. Perhaps you may find that a world much more to your liking, Patriel said. Of course, you will not be able to use magic there. Theirs is a world of machines and energy, though that is its own type of magic. Fen was gone. Patriel retrieved a locked book from his shelf and sat down to write his arbiter's report. The hearing had gone well. The ministry was safe, for now. And Fen? And all of the other men and women who had tried this gambit over the years? Patriel did not know much of the world where they had been sent, but he would not want to live in a world of machines, of energy, or of ownership. And what of Bias? Had he remained unbiased, despite his feelings for Fen? Patriel had felt great satisfaction sending Fen to that accursed world. He admitted it to himself, but he would not write it into his ruling, and he would never tell another soul. He closed the book and locked it again, tapping his finger on the cover. He had treated Fen as Fen had deserved to be treated. His own satisfaction had been a private bonus. Nobody could fault Patriel's ethics. As the code book stated, all ministers are equal, and all ministers are as one.
Next year in Elysium.
Friends, some quiet, please. Thank you. I am Bren the Fighter. Though you all know me, we are all brothers and sisters here. I welcome you to this wedding, this celebration of the union of our dear friends, Darvo and Ranit. The last year has not been easy. My right arm may be gone, but I can still raise my tankard with my left, and I tell you that I can still wield a sword with my left arm as well. Pipe down, Magra! Nobody wishes to hear your jokes about my wife and my missing arm. Someone take away Magra's ale. Thank you. Although it has not been an easy year, there are still celebrations to be had. Join me in our celebration tonight, and let me start with this toast. Next year, in Elysium, Darvo, my dear friend Darvo, I've known you since we were both children in the home for foundlings. I remember protecting you from the bullies by using my fists, both of them. Little did I know that you would be the one to save my life many years later. Your herbs and tinctures were stronger than that poisoned arrow, much stronger than any fist could ever be. I am a fighter, and you a man of peace, but together we love this great land. Next year, in Elysium. I remember that fateful day, not 2 years ago. Darvo joined us for supper, and Ranit came by to deliver my new helmet, the one you see before you, at my side. I wished to pay him his gold then and there, but Ranit only had eyes for Darvo. They were inseparable from that moment, and I take pride in being the one to have brought them together. Darvo, you may never again complain of my terrible cooking. Ranit, you have welcomed me into your family as if I were your brother by blood. You are the finest armourer in our land, and when I'm wearing your armour, I feel invulnerable to the weapons of the enemy. Yes, the enemy's weapons are stronger. They are magical. The enemy has skills for working metal that we cannot yet match, but nobody can fault the craft of Ranit's armour. And nobody can fault the strength of our hearts. We have the gods on our side, and I say yet again, next year in Elysium. If there is one thing as strong as the love these two men have, it is hope. I wish and hope for Darvo and Ranit to live in a land at peace, to know happiness together all the days of their lives. Darvo, Ranit, guests, in the name of the heart and the name of honour, let this wedding be a testament to our great country of Etalon. No more will we submit to the heel of the invaders. We shall take back what once was ours and will be ours again. No, let me finish. I will speak. There are no traitors here who would betray us, only patriots. Ranit will craft my armour, and Darvo will brew the poisons to coat my sword. We will meet the enemy in their country, and we will shatter the yoke that enslaves us. Raise your tankards with me, my brothers, my sisters, join me in this solemn vow. Freedom for the Etalonians, death to the Elysians. Next year, in Elysium.
The silver thread.
Someone was tugging at him. Hall opened his eyes. There was nobody there. He was in his narrow bed, straw poking out of the holes in the mattress against his back. He looked around to see if his cat had crawled into the bed in search of heat, but Moonface was lying against the side of the hearth, a grey puffball in the light from the embers. But still, someone, or something, was tugging at him, at his belly. He pulled the blanket from his midsection, and then he saw it. There was a silver thread attached to his body, going directly into his navel at one end, and stretching from there in a straight line across the room. Even in the dim pre-sunrise light, the thread shimmered and danced in the air, and it tugged at him, gently but insistently. Hall thought for one mad moment that a spider might have spun a web inside his navel, that it had somehow crossed the room and continued on outside. But no spider could spin a web this strong or this thick, and Moonface would have eaten any spider that crossed his path. He reached down, pulled on the thread. No, it was connected to him. It was as much a part of him as his arm or his toes, some kind of magic, he thought, getting to his feet. There was so little magic left in the world. Hall had never seen any actual magic before. The lords and ladies kept it for their castles. While his ancestors had used magic to cause bricks to appear and buildings to rise, Hall the brickmaker had to knead the clay and push it onto wooden frames by hand. The silver thread was a perfect straight line. He knew the lines of bricks and buildings, lines that were almost, but never quite straight. There was nothing in nature to compare to the thread. Magic, then, he thought. A magic that tugged at him gently. What would he tell the men and women at the building site, Hall wondered? How would he do his work if he had to carry around a silver thread? He dressed, letting his tunic hang over the silver thread. Then he gave Moonface an absent-minded head scratch, lifted the burlap that covered the entrance to his hut, and went out into the street. The thread hung in the air, stretching from where Hall stood into the distance. The soldiers would see, he thought. They would punish him. Disorderly conduct. Disorderly thread, he thought. There were already men and women about as the sun peeped over the horizon. He watched a woman, hands carefully placed on a pot resting atop her head, as she walked from one side of the street to the other. Towards the thread. Hall's voice was paralysed. She would be cut in two by the thread, or... But the silver thread stayed where it was, and she walked straight through it, and continued on around the corner unharmed. He must be going mad, Hall thought. Like his Uncle Neil, who had thought himself called to a purpose. If he was the only one who saw the thread that tugged at him... Then the logic of the brickmaker. There was no getting rid of the thread from this end, so Hall would have to find the other end. When he took a step back towards his hut, the thread did not pull at him any more firmly. He could move as he wished. One of his neighbours was observing him stepping back and forth, and Hall straightened his tunic, shrugged at the man, and walked in the direction of the silver thread. It tugged at him to walk down the street, behind a merchant's stall, through a back alley, and then Hall saw it enter the town's temple some yards away. Ah, he thought, so he was being called to a purpose after all. He whispered an apology to his mad Uncle Neil and walked the remaining distance to the temple. Hall could not tell if the silver thread was being gathered into his stomach somehow through his navel, or picked up at the other end in the temple somewhere, but he supposed it did not matter. Turnin the priest was sweeping the temple floors. She looked up in surprise when Hall entered. He had not been to the temple in many years. Hall had his affairs and the temple had its affairs, and he had not seen any reason to visit since the time he had delivered a handcart of bricks to Turnin long ago. Turnin stopped and leaned against the broom. "Do you come here seeking something?" she asked. How to explain? Hall lifted the silver thread that was coming from under his tunic. Then he realised that Turnin could not see the thread, and that it must appear to her as if he had come into the temple simply to raise his tunic at her. He blushed. "Do you seek penance, absolution, forgiveness?" she asked. Another tug. His eyes followed the silver thread along the temple floor to where it disappeared out the back door. The temple was not his destination after all. I wish you a good day," Hall said, smiling at Turnin and walking quickly away from her. "Good day to you, Brickmaker Hall," Turnin called after him. The temple is always open to you." His destination was not the temple. It was not the merchant's quarter that lay beyond it either. With rising alarm, Hall realised that the silver thread could take him past his place of work and far beyond. He stopped at the barracks that were under construction. At this point, there were only 2 unfinished walls amid piles of bricks. "You are early for work," his sunburned master Reel said, "but we pay the same copper regardless." Hall was fond of his work, and much less fond of Reel. I will not be at work today," Hall explained. "I have something else to do." Reel frowned. "It is a brave man who abandons his profession for a day." Hall could see the copper coins dancing in Reel's mind. "By my numbers, you shall owe an extra day's interest." Every day Hall worked, he took home half his pay in copper, and Reel kept the other half to pay off the tools Hall had bought from him years ago. Hall thought the tools must be paid for by now, but Reel had explained to him the magic of something called interest. Hall thought that if this was magic, he did not care very much for it. Hall nodded. "I will see you again tomorrow." He turned away before he could give Reel the satisfaction of seeing the other man smile. Turnin had her gods, and Reel had his interest. And yet neither saw the thing that was plain in front of them, the silver thread that tugged at Hall, that urged him to move onward. The thread continued out of the town centre, and Hall began to worry. How long could this thread be? Would it stretch into the fields? As far as another town? Was there an end to it? There must be an end, he reasoned. all ropes have two ends. By dusk, he found the end, down by the lilies floating at the edge of the mill. The silver thread ended abruptly at a short, dark-skinned man with a frizz of brown hair and clothes as rough as Hall's were. The man was holding his end of the thread and looking at Hall puzzled. The tugging had stopped. "Hello?" Hall said. "Hello?" the man said. They took in the strangeness of the moment, and then the man introduced himself. His name was Jevis, and he was a carpenter from the next town over. "I woke up this morning," Jevis said in a deep voice, "and I found this attached to me." He smiled. "I tried to saw it off, then I tried to hack it off, but it's as strong as granite, and it pulls at me, gently, but it does pull at me." Jevis hefted the thread. "If I had such material in my work, I could make furniture that would last forever," he said. Then, "But I would not be able to sell a table or chairs that nobody else could see." Yes, Hall said. "Nobody can see it, not even my cat, and it is said they have the sharpest eyes of all." Jevis smiled. "You have a cat?" "Oh, indeed, his name is Moonface." And Hall told Jevis of Moonface, and Jevis told Hall of the next town over, where his pay was somewhat less than Hall's, but meals were included. It was a long way back to the other town, and Hall offered Jevis a place to sleep for the night. He knew not what had come over him. His quarters were barely large enough for himself and Moonface. Jevis accepted, and they walked back to Hall's town, talking when they wished and being silent when they did not. Like a river, words flowed easily between them. Jevis petted Moonface and fussed over him, and Hall was pleased to see that when he lifted the unprotesting cat, Jevis held one hand under the cat's rump and another across the cat's side, as was proper. They sat on the little bed at one point and did not speak. "It is all right, I think," Hall said. "We are connected in this way." He gestured at the thread. "I do not believe we need the blessings of the temple." "I find temples draughty," Jevis said, and then pulled Hall towards him. A strange day, Hall thought as he drifted off to sleep in Jevis's arms. A silver thread, a search through the town, and finally Jevis. Brickmaker and carpenter. Such a match made sense. They would solve the mystery of the silver thread in the morning. Or perhaps it would disappear like a dream in the night, now that they had met one another at last. When Hall awoke, he saw that Jevis was studying the silver thread in the dawning sun. Hall's eyesight was none too good, and he surmised that a carpenter must have better sight than a brickmaker. Jevis lifted the thread that lay between them. "Look closely," he said. Hall peered at the threads. The threads, he corrected himself. Yesterday in the dusk he had seen only one thread, but now he saw that there were two. Jevis's was a lighter silver, and his a darker one. At the point where they joined, there was a tangle of thread. He and Jevis worked at the tangle, and when they had freed the threads, they saw that they were not joined at all. As soon as the tangle was undone, Hall felt another tug. A longer segment of each thread lit up, a segment that started where the tangle had been and went on and on. Jevis's lighter thread went off through the hut towards the burlap door, and his own darker thread went off towards the back of the hut. "Then," Hall said, "I suppose we have some distance to go." Jevis kissed him. "I will not forget you," he said. "I will be back to visit Moonface again, if you would have me." Hall smiled. "Of course. You are my thread brother, even if we are not at the end of each other's threads." Jevis had to get back to his town and his carpentry, and they said goodbye. Walking through the streets, Hall saw a young woman with her own thread. It was sapphire blue. She was following it with purpose, gathering it in her hands as she went. He wanted to call after her, tell her that she did not need to collect it, that it would manage itself. But that was a discovery for her to make, after all. And perhaps she knew something he did not. He would not follow the thread today. He would go to work instead, Hall thought. There would be time enough to find the other end. Time and others to meet along the way. Carpenters, priests, soldiers, perhaps even lords. If he travelled long enough, then eventually he must find the other end. It would not take forever, he mused. There was somebody at the other end who was searching for him. When Hall had the time, he would follow the thread to its conclusion. He had to. Otherwise, he would continue to feel that gentle tug, that little voice in his ear that whispered, "Come along, this way, there is someone that you must meet."
The heart of a soldier.
The war was endless, eternal. It had started before Varen and Horace were born, and it would go on long after they were gone. Lightning bolts and mortar impacts rained down on the city year after year. The builders continued to rebuild the city, and the soldiers continued to fight the war. Varen and Horace met in the basement of a building during a raid, huddled together, whispering words of encouragement, hands reaching towards each other in the dark. Their marriage was held in front of the only wall that remained of a church. It stood in a field of bricks. They were joined by the few relatives who were not fighting. Each month, the army drew lots, and one month, it drew Varen's name. "You will fight, and you will return," Horace said as he lay against Varen's chest in their cabin, playing with his husband's hair. He tried to sound like he meant it. "I will return, and we will celebrate," Varen replied, and drew Horace to him. In each family, one would fight, and one would stay and wait. It had always been so. If all went off to fight, there would be no one left to wait. Horace listened to the beating of Varen's heart and thought, "This I will miss most of all." Their cabin was small, and it was scorched from a lightning strike, but it was their refuge. Varen's commander, General Lise, came to collect him the next morning. She was tall and blonde and had a sharp smile like a diamond. She did not promise Horace that Varen would return. There were no promises in war. But Varen would return, Horace thought. He spent his days cutting and grooving and stitching leathers for the war effort, making armour for other foot soldiers like Varen. And Varen did return, and if he limped a little going up the stairs, Horace said nothing. After the all clear sounded, they sat in the garden and Horace fed his soldiers strawberries and dabbed the juice from Varen's lips, and they laughed together. The next time Varen was chosen to go to war, there were no more strawberries, and Horace spent the day sitting in their root cellar, surrounded by heavy black cloth over the windows, listening to lightning bolts fall onto the ruined town. Varen would return, Horace thought. He dropped fresh garlic cloves into canning jars, packed the jars with vegetables, and poured hot brine over them. General Lise's assistants came to collect the pickled vegetables for the war effort. Horace stopped himself from asking after Varen. They would not know, or they would not tell him. And Varen did return, though he walked a bit slower this time. When they undressed for bed that night, Horace stopped in shock. Varen had very dark skin, but now his left foot and right thigh and part of his stomach were pale white. "We were caught in a barrage of lightning bolts," Varen explained, not meeting Horace's eyes. "Split into pieces, each of us. The majors put us back together, but they could not find every last bit." He laughed a hollow laugh. But Varen's body still felt like Varen, and Horace lay against him and let himself drift into sleep. Even if his foot and his thigh and his stomach were a pale white, this was still Varen. Horace had kept one jar of pickled turnips in defiance of the war drive, and they ate the turnips and spoke of better times. Varen steered the conversation away from the war, and they pretended that there was nothing beyond the walls of their little scorched cabin. The war was going well, and so the army needed more soldiers. Or perhaps it was going badly? Horace did not know. They always needed more soldiers. General Lise arrived with her diamond smile to take Varen from him, and he did not shake her hand. Of course, he would return, Horace thought. He always did. When Varen came back, the tide of war had turned. Though if it had turned for the better or worse, Horace did not know. He did not care. Stripped of its leathers, Varen's body was now a patchwork of black and brown and white, muscled and fat and lean in places. One of his eyes was now a bright blue and the other brown. In the middle of the night, Horace awoke in terror. Varen was gone, but no. Varen lay next to him. His arms were around him, and there was no heartbeat in his husband's chest. Nothing but silence. Varen opened his eyes and asked Horace what was wrong. Horace could not find any words to say. General Lease did not return his calls. Horace sent a formal letter requesting her presence, and given his service to the war effort, she agreed to pay him a visit, and she had some time. They sat in the sunlit kitchen. "Is he alive?" Horace asked her in a whisper. Varen had gone out to help lift fallen rocks and dig out men and women who had perished in the latest bombing. The General smiled her diamond smile. "He is as alive as you or me." She tapped the armour over her chest. "At close range, a magical weapon is remarkably effective at destroying body parts such as the heart, but our healers have their own reanimating magic. We were fortunate to save such a brave fighter. Then, you should be very proud." That evening, Horace watched Varen polish his boots by the fire. The soldier caught his eye and smiled. "My love, why do you look at me so strangely?" "Forgive me," Horace said. "You look so different than you did before." Varen put down the cloth and swept Horace into his arms. "Do not worry," he said. "I still remember our wedding, the nights of dancing, the strawberries and cream." He kissed Horace's neck. Then he spoke the vows from their marriage day. "I am your Varen, and you are my Horace. As before, as always." And the next time? Horace wondered. And the time after that? Varen would continue to fight and continue to be injured. There would come a time when so little of him would be left that he would no longer be Varen. Horace lay his head against his husband's chest and heard nothing. He listened and he thought. When it happens, when he becomes nothing more than a collection of bits and pieces of other soldiers, how will I be able to tell?
Forbidden.
When Fredegar came into their chambers, Roland smiled up at him and continued knitting. "Will you come to bed now?" Fredegar asked in his booming voice, slipping off his tunic, a tunic that Roland had knitted of Royal Navy wool. "Not yet," Roland replied. He had a light musical voice. "I have some knitting to do." Fredegar pulled back the blanket from the bed, a green and white blanket that Roland had also knitted. Roland saw the smallest pout on Fredegar's lips and knew that he wished him to come to bed, but also that he was only required to join Fredegar in bed once a week, as per their marriage contract. "Try to be quieter with those things," Fredegar said gruffly, slipping between the blanket and the sheets. He gestured at Roland's bone knitting needles. They could not be any quieter. Roland had practiced and practiced over the months, finding ways to keep the needles from clicking against each other, sliding them over the loops of yarn instead of tapping against each other. If he was careful, they were silent. They had to be. Fredegar began to snore, and then Roland was alone in their chambers with a candle and his knitting. He watched Fredegar sleep, wondering when he would be able to leave the room, when it would be safe. But he continued knitting regardless. He needed to use as much wool as he could. There was a tapestry on the wall, Fredegar in battle. Roland did not know how to weave, but he had knitted the different areas of colour, then stitched them together to form a type of mosaic. Proud, brave, strong, fearless Fredegar. And then the man sleeping beneath it, mouth open, arms spread limp. It was time. Roland put down the knitting needles and left the chambers, carrying the candle. He went through the hall, then down the tight curved stairs to the basement. The black door was to his left. He pretended to ignore it, pretended it was not there. Instead, Roland turned to his right and went over to the one possession he had brought with him from his small village 1 year ago, when Fredegar had come to demand his hand in marriage. The spinning wheel had been passed down through his family, from his grandparents to his parents, and now to him. If he kept it oiled regularly with flaxseed oil, it was as silent as his knitting needles. Roland placed the candle on the floor and sat on the low stool. Thankfully, there was still enough wool to last him for tonight. He would have to ask Fredegar for more wool soon. Fredegar's estate did not keep sheep, and he would have to trade grain for it, but Roland had told him that this was all he knew how to do, and Fredegar wanted to keep him happy, or at least to keep him occupied. Roland took a piece of spare yarn and tied it to the bobbin. Then he passed the other end through the bobbin's hole and made sure it spun freely. He gathered the free end of the wool and started to twist it in his nimble fingers until it was as thin as the yarn. Then he tied the wool to the yarn and he was ready. He used his feet to push the treadle up and down rhythmically as he narrowed the wool with his fingers. It spun around the wheel and collected as yarn upon the bobbin. Roland spun, and he waited for it to happen. Just as the spinning wheel and the skill of spinning had been passed down through his family, so had the ability of second sight. His brother did not have it, but Roland did, for better or worse. The talent. An image formed in the flickering spokes of the wheel. It was Wenny. Roland smiled. Wenny was his favourite of the other three, though he would never admit to it. She was from a humble background as well. While normally she looked drawn and upset, she was smiling, holding a cooking spoon in her hand. It was still light wherever she was, and the sun illuminated her golden hair. "Roland," she said happily, and her voice whispered through the spokes like wind through the leaves. "I have news." "Tell me," Roland whispered back. But Wenny shook her head. She wanted to wait for the others to arrive, and so he spun, and she stirred, and they waited. Miraline was the next to arrive. A severe woman with brown skin and long black hair, she sat in the dawning sun with her sorceress's cloak gathered around her. Of course it was dawn there, he thought. She could never join them at night. Then there was only one more to await. Christia was late. She was always late. Roland worried that she might not show at all, but finally her image joined that of Wenny and Miraline, and their circle was complete. The circle of the spinning wheel, Roland thought. Of course, that was inaccurate. They each had the talent, but they each had their own way of using it. Miraline, who could read books, had told them once what the scholars called their abilities. His was cyclomancy, divination using a wheel that spun. Wenny peered into the boiling water of the pot over her stove and saw them among the bubbles. This was hydromancy. Miraline, as was fitting, used the flames of her hearth fire to communicate with them, pyromancy. And Christia, the elegant lady of the castle, used a mirror, of course, capturemancy. Roland had not planned to meet any of them at first. He had not been searching for them, and he had never had any success at his talent, until he had been forced by his village's chieftain to marry Fredegar, forced to move into Fredegar's manor, and forced to live by his side. Perhaps he had wished to meet them? Like attracts like, as Miraline had also told them, and certainly they all had the same hopes, and the same fears. Wenny was the first to speak. "It's done," she said. "It's over." She shook her head. "The locket, it was only a test." Miraline shrugged. "Why would your stepmother give you a locket as a test?" Wenny leaned forward confidentially. "She wanted to ensure that I was worthy of marrying her nephew. His name is Tira. If I could hold the locket for a month without opening it, then she would know I could follow instruction, and that her nephew and I would care for her properly." Christia sniffed. "From one type of slavery to another, I do not approve." "It's not slavery," Wenny said. "It's a marriage." Roland thought that Wenny had a great deal to learn about marriage, but she went on. "Tira and I shall be happy together." "Did you find out what was in the locket?" Roland asked. "A spell? A charm?" "At the end of the 30 days, Wenny said, she opened it for me. It was a lock of her hair, nothing more." "A spell using that hair would have been enough to choke you in your sleep," Miraline said, "had you been foolish enough to open the locket." He could see that Wenny was not listening. She was relieved. Of course she was relieved. "I suppose I must leave the circle now," she said, and smiled yet again. Roland looked at Christia and Miraline's flickering images and imagined that they felt what he felt. It was a relief for Wenny to be done with the ordeal, but they would miss her too. "Good luck," he offered. Wenny's image was fading in the candlelight. "I will think of you," she said, and then she was gone. Now they were 3. There had been others in the past, always women. Roland thought that there was something about this type of ordeal that seemed to involve women. He was a rare exception. Miraline's image straightened in her chair. "Then I shall speak next." She looked to her left. From earlier gatherings, Roland knew that her bed was on that side of the hearth fire. "Of late I can only sleep a few hours," she said. I cannot sleep from dusk until dawn. Have you tried the usual potions? Christia asked. As a lady, such things would no doubt be available to her, Roland thought. Miraline scoffed. All the potions you may imagine, and then many more. I can only sleep 8 hours, 9 at the most, if I take a great deal of exercise during the day. She drew her cloak closer around her. I hear strange noises while I lie in bed, and I worry that I will open my eyes during the night. Just as Wenny had been forbidden to open her stepmother's locket, Miraline was forbidden to open her eyes between sundown and sunup. Roland looked at the yarn accumulating on the wheel's bobbin, and a thought came to him. Could you use a scarf? He asked. Could you tie one around your head to prevent you from seeing whatever appears in your room at night? Miraline lifted her hand, and a length of black cloth came into view. I am already doing this, she said. If my eyes were to open beneath this cloth, I am unsure as to whether that would contravene the spirit of the request. The request. It was not a request, not for any of them. They were forbidden. Roland thought of the black door on the other side of the room. The door was cold and slimy to the touch, and he shuddered. Perhaps the word request made it easier for Miraline to accept the ordeal. He never thought of Fredegar's demands as requests. She went on. This is what I cannot abide. Not simply the nature of the request, that is bad enough. Not simply that there is something I am forbidden to witness, but that the rules of this request are so very unclear. Miraline said nothing more, brooding and clearly lost within her thoughts. Roland had suggested the scarf, but it was an obvious suggestion, and he had nothing more to say and knew not how to comfort her. Christia did not even try. Then it's my turn, Christia said. She had delicate features and wore a hennin, a tall conical hat. Roland had seen drawings of princesses with hennins before, but he could not imagine why Christia would wear such a thing in her chambers, unless it was to impress Wenny and Miraline and himself. The elders came by yet again to warn me not to go into the forest, she said, and laughed, a short, unpleasant laugh. I suppose I have the simplest task of the three of us. All I need to do is stay far away from that forest. She leaned forward until Roland imagined her nose was nearly touching her mirror. And yet I do not wish to visit the forest. I do not care for the forest. I have never been to a forest, and the idea does not interest me. She tilted her head down and composed herself. Perhaps it is a snake which eats its own tail. Roland was confused, and he could see that Miraline did not understand as well. Christia put her hands in her lap and looked at them in irritation. You do not read stories, either of you. I do not wish to go into the forest, but in such a story I would end up going to the forest regardless, for some reason. This is the snake that eats its tail. To be compelled to do something you do not wish to do. She sighed. Or perhaps it would drive me mad, not to know what lies within the forest. Madness does run in our family, much as the talent does. He bent down to look at the wool and make sure there was yet enough left to spin. Roland had tried to use the talent of the spinning wheel on its own, but it would not conjure up any images without wool to spin. There was no madness in his family, Roland thought. No, the madness lay in Fredegar's mind, in his words and battles and conquests, and in the cold black door at the end of the room. How are you faring, Roland? Christia asked, snapping him out of his reverie. Roland nodded. I am glad that Wenny has come to the end of her tale, he said. It shows us that not all that is forbidden is necessarily bad. He let the wool pass over his fingers for a few seconds as he thought. Perhaps it is only breaking the rule that has been set for us which is bad, not the locket, or the forest, or the night. Or the door, he thought. But whatever was behind the door was surely worse than a locket. Roland thought sometimes he could smell blood and sulphur behind it. Why do you not simply leave him? Miraline asked. He admired her mind. It ran like a direct line, like his. Well, I cannot, Roland replied simply. The village chieftain has entered into a contract with him. It was a relief not to have to speak Fredegar's name. He will not attack the village so long as I remain here. I stay, or I condemn my village. And myself. It was Christia's turn. Do you believe that he wishes to hurt you? She asked, surprisingly circumspect. I do not know. Though he speaks terrible words to others, he is warm and loving to me. But who would forbid someone to do something, without exception, without explanation, unless there was a terrible secret to be discovered? They were all silent a moment. Then Christa turned from her mirror. "Oh, someone is coming up the stairs to my chambers," she whispered to them. I must go." "Let us adjourn for tonight," Merlin added. "Until next week." "Until next week," Roland said, and Christa repeated the words. The images and the spokes of the wheels faded, and Roland took his feet from the treadle. He cut the end of the yarn with a knife and tied the bobbin off, and then Roland stood and went over to the black door and contemplated it. This was not a story of a snake who ate its own tail. This was not a story of a snake at all, he thought. The door did not matter. Neither did the locket, or the terrors that came at night, or the forest. What mattered was that someone, husband, stepmother, elders, or sorcery council, had placed so important a choice in front of them, when it was not their place or right to do so. He put his hand on the ice-cold latch of the door just for a moment, and then Roland turned away. He would not give Fredegar that power. Opening the door, not opening the door, anything he would do that involved the door meant giving up some of his own power. There was another direction he could go. The next morning, as Roland sat at the spinning wheel in the basement, Fredegar came down the stairs, dressed in his battle armour. "Have you opened that door?" he asked, pointing to the black door, as if Roland needed to be reminded of it. How many times had he asked him if he had opened the door? And how many times had he replied, "No, of course not"? This time, Roland said nothing. With the faintest of smiles, he let the wool pass through his fingers, narrowing it into yarn. He concentrated on the wheel. If he willed it, there was no door, and there was no Fredegar. Only the wheel and the wool and the yarn, spinning and spinning.
The gods above the table.
A world of millions sat upon the wooden table, and Gladwyn and Alar stood above it. These millions of tiny constructs were not real people. As was their custom every week after the Sabbath, the two men conjured up a world of miniature simulacra, scurrying to and fro in a tiny version of the world, and played a game. They played at being gods. 50 years ago, they would have been drawn and quartered for their heresy. 25 years ago, it would have been considered in poor taste. Even 5 years ago, they would hesitate before discussing it with strangers. But now it was a game, a jest. Gladwyn, the more nervous of the two, nibbled his thumbnail and studied the world spread out below him like a living map. "You block me. You block me yet again." Alar, older and more mature, laughed. "You build your belief system and your worship on such foolish premises. How can I help but block you?" The religion Gladwyn had created for this evening's game was one of enlightenment, self-actualization, and equality between all men, women, and others. He used these first principles most weeks, and most weeks he lost. With a pointed finger, Gladwyn inspired a tiny cleric to deliver a passionate sermon denouncing those who would demonise the other. He watched as colours rippled across the world below him, reflecting the changes in belief, in support, and in the strength of his religion. Then he sighed. "You use this old gambit yet again?" Alar said. "I should have thought after my crusades last week you would know better." He grinned. "Let me show you what a master may do with the same idea." With his finger pointed towards one of his shrines, Alar nudged a speck of a priest to convince a woman of government to become a woman of God. The woman gained power, then spoke faint, fiery words. All shall be equal, and all shall be united against the outsiders, against the heathens, against Gladwyn's religion. Again the rippling of colours, the shifting of boundaries and beliefs. Gladwyn sat back. "I am now unable to play my turn," he said. "There is no longer enough core belief to say my religion, and so they my followers shall lose to yours. Again." He shook his head. "I do not understand this." Alar cleared the board with a snap of his fingers. and they took a minute to gather their ales from the sideboard. What do you not understand, sweet Gladwin? Fear, hatred, a blunt strategy will always succeed. My religion had a single point of control, the person at the very top. Yours had no control at all, only voluntary association and mutual respect. He took a long draught and smacked his lips. A religion is akin to a fire. Only one that can withstand rain and wind will spread across a land. Gladwin sipped his ale, which was now losing its chill after a long night's play. We live in an enlightened world of reason, a world where magic follows certain rules, where we know that gods and demons and banshees do not exist, a world of equality and peace. He gestured at the bare wooden table. And yet my gambit always fails. Alar watched him without saying anything. Both of our religions ought to have prospered, Gladwin mused. That is not how the game is played. Consider this. You and I were the gods of this world. We did exist. We were watching them. We intervened when we could, and their fates were of consequence to us. How could my religion, which was based on a god that actually existed, fail? Gladwin's face was dark. Perhaps there is a fault in the game. Alar waved a hand. That is your usual recourse. Whenever you cannot win, you accuse the game of being unfair. We should be able to intervene more directly, Gladwin said. The rules are quite clear, Alar said, patience wearing thin in his voice. No miracles, no divine intervention. He leaned over the table towards Gladwin. This game is just as our world is. We have no miracles or divine intervention here. Why should they? It is an unfair rule, Gladwin replied. All we have are these indirect methods, persuasion, inspiration. If our little men and women were truly intelligent, they should see the hidden hands above the board guiding them towards our desired goals. The ale was finished, and Alar stood to leave, a sign that the evening was over. He kissed the younger man goodnight. I tell you this, Alar said at the door. Were there gods truly watching over us, no doubt we would quickly see through such manipulation. Indeed, Gladwin said, nodding. Were there gods watching over us?
Auerbach's destiny.
There is a road that passes between Bannersley and Marlemer. These two towns could not be more different. Bannersley is a farming community in the hills, and Marlemer is a bustling fishing town by the sea with ships that come to sell their exotic goods and purchase the renowned fish of Marlemer. It is not a long road, it is a well-kept road, and on this cool spring day, 21-year-old Auerbach is making his way along this road, from Bannersley to Marlemer. He carries a pack on his back that contains all of his possessions, for he is leaving Bannersley forever. Auerbach is a tall man, but his parents in Bannersley are short. He is a lanky man, but his parents run to fat. His eyes are blue, and those of his parents are brown. As he grew older, he thought that he might be a changeling, or perhaps, in his darker musings, that his mother might have been with another man. But when he asked his parents to explain, they told him to wait for his 21st birthday. And when that day came, after they ate the cakes and the oranges from the south, Auerbach asked again, and his parents told him. He had been born of other parents, and they lived in Marlemer. They had entrusted him to his current parents for safekeeping until he reached his 21st year. Now he was to return to Marlemer. They say you have a destiny to fulfill, his mother said. Was she his mother? That you will be the saviour of the land. And then, forgive us. So, Auerbach forgave them. And he packed his pack, and the next morning he started on the path to Marlemer, only a day's hike from Bannersley. He was not walking fast or slow, he took the road as it came. If there was a destiny, it would wait. His new parents, his real parents, were named Trissa and Kerrick. They welcomed him into a much larger house that had its own shrine. There he met Master Dyrell, High Priest of Marlemer. Young man, the priest said after they had burned incense and bowed to the idols of the gods, I have been waiting for this moment for 21 years. He nodded at him. You have a destiny, my boy. You will be the saviour of the land. All right, Auerbach said. The prophecies have foretold this event for hundreds of years, the priest went on. You are a great fighter. I am not a fighter, Auerbach said. I prefer the arts of love. The priest harumphed. You practice the art of love with your fellow men? Auerbach shook his head. No, I only favour the company of women. The priest disregarded these comments. Once you have assumed your role, a great menace will arise from the east and strike catastrophe in our land, he intoned in a more solemn voice. As foreseen, you shall be the one to vanquish this menace. I suppose, Auerbach said, and shrugged. He was getting quite hungry. Dinner was a strained occasion. These are my parents, he thought, watching them recite strange prayers before the meal. They are tall, they are lanky, they have blue and green eyes. Why did they abandon me 21 years ago? It was your destiny to be raised by another, his mother explained while they were eating the beef and potatoes. We were desperate to keep you, but Master Dyrell said you were the anointed one. You came at the time of the star showers. You were covered in a caul, and you had the triangular birthmark on your shin that was foretold. I do have a birthmark on my shin, Auerbach admitted. We gave you the name Araso. The midwife who delivered you brought you to your parents, she smiled. But we shall continue to call you Auerbach. After dinner, a burly young man came to call on Auerbach. His name was Ruston, and he was to be Auerbach's partner in love and in battle. Ruston played his lute for Auerbach in the garden, and Auerbach listened. It was a good performance, but men do not interest me, he told Ruston. I'm sorry. Ruston pressed his lips to Auerbach's. They were dry and warm. Did you feel nothing then? He asked. I felt the hairs of your beard tickle my face, Auerbach replied. But you played the lute music well. Ruston sat back and strummed a few chords. I have spent years practicing and fighting and training for the battle ahead. It is my destiny, as much as it is yours. I would hear your lute again, Auerbach said. But there is no need to press your lips to mine once more. As Ruston began to pluck out a sad melody, Auerbach thought there must have been some terrible mistake in all this. The next morning, Trissa and Kerrick took Auerbach to see Marlomer. The streets were full of citizens and visitors. The market was full of sellers and buyers. Money flowed like water throughout the town. Auerbach saw no sign of any catastrophe, no sign of menace. But it had been foreseen. After midday meal, Auerbach asked to see the town's graveyard. This is an odd request, Kerrick said. Does our company not please you? I'm tired, and I wish some silence after the noise of the town, Auerbach replied. Trissa and Kerrick had only been his parents for a day, and so they could not divine his lie. His other parents would have known in an instant. The graveyard, shrouded by fog, stood on a hill overlooking Marlomer. Auerbach moved from one stone to the next, rubbing the dirt and moss from each inscription and studying them. Then he stopped at one gravestone and sat before it for a while, thinking. That night he gathered Trissa and Kerrick and Master Dyrell and Ruston at the house and told them. There's been a mistake, he told them. I'm not the chosen one. The priest shook his head. But it has been foretold. You had a destiny. As the saviour of the land, Auerbach concluded, that was Araso, and I am Auerbach. They did not understand why he would refuse his destiny. Your child Araso, he told Trissa and Kerrick in a gentle tone, passed away as a baby. The midwife must have felt some guilt, for she buried him in an unmarked grave and procured another infant, likely a foundling. He pointed to his chest. That was me. That was Auerbach. They did not want to believe it, but he showed them the proof. He did not know how to fight. He preferred women and not men, and the birthmark on his shin might well be a square instead of a triangle. I do not feel the calling you would wish of Araso, he said with finality. I do not have a destiny here. Kerrick cried more than Trissa. The priest's face was dark, then stormy, and then he left before any rain could fall from it. Auerbach filled his pack and bid goodbye to his parents, or rather, not his parents. Ruston came with him to the edge of Marlomer. Are you going back to Bannersley? He asked. Auerbach looked at the expanse of green land before them. "No," he said at last. "I have no destiny in Bannersley either." He paused. "We have shared a kiss, and so I would entrust you with a secret." Rustin smiled. "Such is the custom here in Marlemere as well." Auerbach grew serious. "There was no other infant." He watched the thoughts play across Rustin's expression. "Then," Auerbach smiled, "I was to be the chosen one, foretold by centuries of prophecy, destined to be the saviour of the land." "Then you must not leave," Rustin protested. "You must stay and fight with me." Auerbach shook his head. "There is no need," he said. "I studied Master Dyrell's words with care. No catastrophe shall befall the land so long as I do not accept my role as the chosen one. It shall never come to pass." Rustin laughed. "You are as sly as you are lazy, one who is not chosen," he sighed. "Then I shall say farewell, and should you pass through Marlemere again, I will play the lute for you once more." "They may discover that there is no gravestone bearing Arasso's name," Auerbach said. "It is unlikely that I should return to Marlemere. But I will keep the memory of your performance in my mind, if not your bearded lips. You have a talent for the lute." They clasped hands, and Rustin watched the chosen one, the not yet chosen one, pass over the hill and away from Marlemere. Then he thought of his lute, his music. Rustin looked down at his calloused hands, scarred from training and fighting. Perhaps, he thought, perhaps he had another destiny.
Oh, I am so sick of the walled-off market. This Wald-Mart is ruining the town plaza for all the little vendors that used to stop by. Don't you remember those enchanted flutes you used to be able to get?
Yes! Those were so cool! I got one that turned my frog into a horse.
Yeah, those! Now it's only me out here selling enchanted scarves. And with all the mages the Wald-Mart can afford, for their scrying engine optimization, I might as well be wearing a scarf of invisibility myself!
You know that the little vendors market still exists, right?
What? Where?
Customers are learning that they can beat the scrying engine optimization by using the Little Business Library. It's a directory of just little businesses, and it transports you directly to their carts. They don't take a cut of the profits or anything.
You're kidding! And they're not exploiting these independent vendors? I won't have to put up painted banners advertising enlargement enchantments or anything?
Not at all. It only costs $4 per month to be listed in the directory. And you can pay annually if you prefer. Plus, if you scroll out the code LISTEN10 while you're purchasing your place in the library, you can get 10% off.
I'm on my way now! Hey, Bert, light some torches. We're gonna make the Wald-Mart obsolete.
Wait, you can use my magic tablet to... Oh, they're gone. Visit Little Business Library at littlebusinesslibrary.com. Follow them on Twitter at @LilBusinesses, or find them on Facebook and Instagram. When you join the library, don't forget to use LISTEN10 at checkout to receive a discount on the membership fee.
Memorial.
That morning, Watt awoke. He washed his face in the basin, then pulled off his nightshirt and slipped on his tunic. In their little cottage in the middle of the woods, he had no need for modesty, and so he left the hose neatly folded by Taman's on the floor. It was a fall day, still warm where the sun came through the cottage's mullioned windows, but chilly in the shadows. Watt pulled on his clogs and walked out of the cottage and into the garden. Many of the flowers had already wilted or fallen, but there were some that only bloomed in this season. Bright yellow sunflowers, pale pink hyssop, and his favourite, the coneflower. The coneflowers stood nearly as tall as Wat, narrow yellow petals with light orange brushstrokes coming from their purple centres. Taman had told Wat that scholars had another name for the coneflower, but Wat could not remember it. He took 3 of them, regretting having to pick them, but knowing that they would soon fall if he did not. Then he took the 3 long steps from the flower bed to the gravesite. The mound of dirt was fresh. No grass would grow upon it before next spring. With care, Wat knelt down and laid the 3 coneflowers on top of the grave. He closed his eyes. Then he felt a hand upon his shoulder. "Do not do this," Taman said. Taman with his deep gravel voice. Wat opened his eyes and looked at Taman sadly. He got to his feet, took the 3 steps back towards the cottage and started his daily routine. He made his simple meal of bread and fruit, he swept the rooms that did not need sweeping, he picked the vegetables that were ready to harvest from the flower beds on the other side of the cottage. He brought water back from the well in a jug and a basin. Taman was at his side with every step. The next morning, Wat awoke. He washed his face, then exchanged his nightshirt for his tunic. There was no need for the leggings today, with nobody to see him for miles around. Another full day, warmer than most, but with the hint of winter to come. Wat went out into the garden. He picked 3 of the coneflowers with a smile. He had told Taman that they reminded him of the sun, and when Taman had asked him why choose the coneflower and not the sunflower to remind him of the sun, Wat had said that one does not choose what one loves. I did not have to choose you. I knew from the first moment. Wat took the 3 long steps from the flower bed to the gravesite, then knelt down and laid them on the grave. "No more," Taman said beside him. "Please. Have I changed that much? Am I no longer the person you know?" Taman shook his head. "Have we grown apart these last 8 years? Are you simply ignoring me?" Wat got to his feet and took the 3 steps back to the cottage. It was time for his meal, and then it was time for sweeping and cleaning. Next came harvesting the vegetables and fetching water from the spring. A quiet life, but there was always something to do. The next morning, Wat awoke. After scrubbing his face with water, he dressed in his tunic, passed through the cottage, and went to the flower beds. 3 coneflowers. Had they been in bloom when he and Taman had met? Wat could not remember. He could only remember Taman. Wat took the 3 long steps to the grave, knelt down, and placed the coneflowers on the mound. "I have died," Taman said behind him. "Is that it? I am a phantom or a spirit, and you can neither see nor hear me. Am I right?" Wat looked at Taman and shook his head. It seemed that the work of maintaining a cottage in the woods had no end, cooking and cleaning, harvesting and fetching water. There was a town not far away, but the cottage was self-sufficient for the most part. The next morning, Wat awoke. Water on face, tunic on body, walked through cottage. 3 coneflowers from flower bed. 3 long steps to the gravesite. And Wat kneeled by the dirt and placed the 3 coneflowers on the grave. "Do I even exist?" Taman asked, sitting next to him. "Placing flowers on a dead man's grave is not the way to move on," he said gently. "I know this. You must not keep doing this." Wat shook his head yet again. Meal, sweeping, cleaning, harvesting, fetching water, sleep. The next morning, Wat awoke. He did not wash his face. He did not remove his nightshirt or put on his tunic. Taman stood between Wat and the coneflowers in the flower bed. "I cannot permit this to continue," Taman said, arms crossed. "You would pull out all the flowers you loved so much." He turned to the flower bed to show Wat how few were left. Then a look of confusion crossed Taman's face. Wat saw it as well. None of the coneflowers had been picked. All were standing.
If no flowers have been pulled, Taman said, then...
He took the 3 long steps to the gravesite and knelt down. The marker was wooden and crude, but the name had been painstakingly engraved. Wat. Taman looked up at Wat, who did not speak.
Forgive me,
Taman said.
I cannot let you go.
His hand caressed the top of the grave, which was bare of flowers.
In my mind you rise every morning. You wash your face, you put on your tunic. You make your meal and you come to the garden to tend your flowers.
Taman rose to his feet.
When it happened, it was not real, he said to Wat. I could not believe it was real. Better to think that I was dead, that I was some projection of your mind, even that you hated me so much that you would not speak to me.
He walked the 3 steps back to the flower bed and reached out to pick one of the cone flowers. But Taman could not bring himself to do it. The moment he picked that flower, the enchantment would end, and Wat would be gone. Better to spend his days as the ghost in Wat's life, the echo in Wat's mind. Taman sat in front of the patch of cone flowers and waited. Waited for the sun to set and rise again, and for Wat to wake once more.
Boulder in the sky.
Thank you for bringing me my food. Please have a seat while I get your gold. Why do I have my arms raised? That's a good question. Do you have a minute? Do you see that man across the gorge, right across from us? The one who has his arms raised like me? Now look up into the sky, above the centre of the gorge. If you squint, you will see a black speck just beneath the clouds. That is the reason we have our arms raised. If either of us moves from here, a giant boulder the size of a mountain will plummet to the ground below and destroy the village laid out below us, and we cannot allow that. How did we get here? Well, do you have a few minutes then? Do me a favour. Raise your arms while I tell this story. That's better. I can transfer the spell to you for a little while and rest my arms. My name is Melric, and the man standing across the gorge from us is Reeve. We're both mages. 50 years ago, we both came to the village that stands below us. I arrived first, and I was overjoyed to find a friendly town without a mage. I'd started to settle in as the village mage when Reeve showed up. And a village this size can only support one mage, and there wasn't enough work for both of us. Neither of us wanted to leave. It's a friendly village, well situated, and this gorge protects it from enemies on foot. Only one of us could be the village mage, so we fought to show that we deserved to be chosen. Of course, it didn't help that he used white magic and I used black magic. Black magic. People believe it's an evil thing. The word black has taken on such negative meanings. Black cats, blackmail, being blackballed. But black magic is simply another type of magic. White magic is performed for the good of a community, and black magic is performed for the good of an individual. If you would like a fruitful harvest, or good weather, or a happy festival, use the weaker white magic. To heal a sick elder, cast a love spell, or bring wisdom to one who is addled, that is my speciality. The much more powerful black magic. But white magic and black magic both use the same tools, the same equipment, and the same ingredients. Only the spells are different. There is only so much adder's tongue, feverfew, and so on that grows around a small village, and in order to do our work, Reeve and I had to work together to catch the reptiles and animals, plant and harvest the herbs, and so on. We had to trust each other enough to share what we gathered, and so we developed a grudging respect. Then we began to spend more time with each other, and before we knew it, we were lovers. This over the course of 3 years. Despite our differences, we spoke the language of magic to each other. When two mages come together as one... Imagine a broken egg becoming whole, two halves no longer separated, mended, reunited, completed. I can't explain it better than this. Why does Reeve have that angry look about him? A bit more of the story and you will know. We loved each other, Reeve and I. But in our competition, we grew to hate each other's beliefs. White magicians like Reeve are weak. They give and give and give and lose themselves in their spells. And he hated my black magic because he thought, wrongly, that it was evil. So, Reeve started to spread rumours around the village that my black magic was sourced from demons, from below the ground itself. Naturally, I had to defend myself. Naturally, I started to spread my own rumours, that Reeve's white magic could not satisfy the true need of the villagers. He could not heal one who was sick, only groups when they fell ill with a plague, for example, and it exacted a terrible toll on him. We both continued to work our spells, and as time went on, the ingredients we needed started to become scarce. Most of the villagers did not care. They were happy to have 2 sources of powerful magic in the village. And at some point, we stopped working together to gather the ingredients. Instead, we hoarded what we could scavenge. The affection and respect we had once felt for each other turned to hatred. And now you see why Reeve's face is so grim. That is the point when disaster struck, or rather when disaster prepared to land. 1,000 years ago, in times when all humans had the power of magic, our village had been at war with another village. Who knows the reason? It was lost to history. The other village used their combined mental powers and launched a great boulder towards us. And 1,000 years ago, our village cast a spell that would keep the boulder hanging in the sky, even further up than it is today. The spell would protect our village from destruction for an eternity. At least as long as the spell continued to be powered by the substances scattered around the village. The hangman's rope, the agrimony, and so on. The very substances Reeve and I had been harvesting and using in our work. 1,000 years later, there was no one left who remembered their original purpose. 1,000-year-old spell eventually shattered, and the boulder began to plummet towards the frightened villagers. Reeve and I ran to either side of the gorge, and together we cast this temporary spell of holding fast. How long have we been here? My rose once new, and my hair was cropped short. Reeve's beard was blonde, and his skin was unlined. That should tell you how long it's been. We stood in our positions, protecting the villagers, and time passed. You don't see any villagers in the town below. Well, the villagers eventually moved away. They didn't want to live under the threat of a boulder in the sky, and I don't blame them. Also, we'd exhausted nearly all of the magical supplies. They moved on and started a new village elsewhere. Why do we not let go? Is it not obvious? The magic we have cast is intertwined and balanced, white and black together. If I should let go, the stone will be attracted towards Reeve as it falls, and it will crush him. If he should let go, I will be crushed. If I hate him, why do I care if he perishes? There is another matter at stake here. We are both very stubborn. Perhaps you've guessed this by now, by how long we've been standing here. If I should let go, it would falsely prove that Reeve's pitiful white magic was superior. I cannot allow that. If he should let go, I would finally have the proof, not that I need it, that my black magic is superior. You might think that nobody could be that stubborn for over 50 years, and you might think that we still love each other secretly, somewhere in our hearts. No. We stand on opposite sides of this gorge. There is no middle ground, and there can be no compromise. I do not love Reeve, I loathe him, and he loathes me. Here ends my story. Thank you for keeping your arms raised. I shall resume casting the spell now. And thank you for the food and the company. Here is your gold and some extra for your time. On your way out, you may wish to pay Reeve a visit. I haven't seen him eat in some time. These foolish white magicians continue to believe that they can survive on sheer will alone. He might pay you some gold to fetch him a meal. A message? I have no message for Reeve. He knows my heart and I know his. I will stand here facing him until this gorge collapses if I must. I'm sure he will surrender before then, of course. It's only a matter of time.
The Unlucky Gambler.
In a city that stood on a hill by the sea, every child born was given a pair of dice. When the doctors had delivered the baby, red and crying, and cleaned it and cut the cord connecting it to its mother, one of the soothsayers would come in with a bowl of dice. The bowl was a creamy quartz that gleamed and shone. Some said that it dated from before the city, but nobody knew where the soothsayers had found it, and they would never say. Inside the bowl were hundreds of dice. Blue, yellow, opaque, cloudy, hazy, clear, shiny, and dull. All the same size, small enough to fit into a baby's closed fist. There were 2 dice of each kind, always. The soothsayer would go over to the baby and hold its tiny hand gently, moving the thumb and middle finger together as if the baby was snapping its miniature fingers. Then, 2 of the dice would fly out of the bowl and into the baby's hands. And so, the dice would have been chosen. Nobody knew why a baby chose a certain pair of dice. There was no way to exchange them with another set in the bowl. Once a baby had chosen a pair of dice, those dice were with them for the rest of their life. Some dice were lucky, and some were unlucky. Lucky was not a word that was used in the city, however. It was considered bad form to discuss whether one was lucky or unlucky, for the dice determined the outcome of every choice that a citizen made. If someone wanted to propose marriage, they rolled their dice to see if they were successful. If they wanted to buy property, or barter a goat, or apprentice as a blacksmith, the dice would tell the tale. And once the dice were thrown for a particular decision, they could not be thrown again. Those with lucky dice lived good lives, and those with unlucky dice did not. But nobody spoke of luck, because everyone had the same chance to pick a lucky set of dice. Some had to get unlucky dice, and that was that. And so, it came to pass that on a day of a tremendous thunderstorm in the city, a baby named Anders was born. Anders' parents had barely made it to the hospital in time. Their car had broken down, and then their best friend wasn't available to take them, and finally, they were able to hail a taxi, but it stalled in traffic until some good souls helped push it and start it up again. Anders' mother lay in the bed, sweating and cursing, while his father pretended he knew what to do and let his wife squeeze and squeeze his hand. The soothsayer was late. Anders had already been born and screamed and cried red-faced by the time the soothsayer arrived. "Apologies," the soothsayer said, hefting the milky bowl in front of them. "I was nearly in an accident." He need not have said anything. Anders' mother was glowing, and Anders' father looked as if he had given birth instead of her. The soothsayer approached the bed and lifted Anders' tiny right hand. "In the name of fortune," he said, gently moving the thumb and middle finger. The bowl stirred, and dice clacked. After a much longer period than usual, a pair of dice flew out of the bowl and into Anders' right hand. They were an odd, smoky red color that the soothsayer had never seen before. This, however, he kept from Anders' parents, since a donation was expected after a choosing of the dice, and any suggestion that the dice were less than lucky could result in stinginess. "Are they good dice?" Anders' mother whispered. "All will be revealed in time," replied the soothsayer. This was a standard reply. And all was revealed 5 years later, once Anders was old enough to throw his dice. Anders was fascinated with his parents' dice. He loved watching them fly through the air into their hands, the way they sparkled and spun, and especially the expressions on their faces when they saw the rolls. His mother had a set of jade dice with white dots, while his father's dice were a zigzag black and white pattern with red dots. Anders would crawl through the main room after the dice, trying to catch them, but they always wriggled out of his reach and into their owners' hands.
Enough, Anders,
His father would admonish.
wait until you can roll your own dice.
Anders' parents had roughly the same amount of luck. This was one of the reasons, if not the main reason, that they were together. A marriage where one was lucky and one was unlucky was bound to fail. Being of medium luck, Anders' parents had similar occupations in the local government. His father would joke that had he been any less lucky, he never would have met his mother. And she would reply that had she been luckier, she still would have met him. When Anders turned 5, the soothsayer came to his school to do the tables for him and the other children his age. This was a different soothsayer from the one who'd helped Anders choose his dice as a baby in the hospital. Some whispered that the original soothsayer had been researching unusual dice and then had decided to leave the city in a hurry, but none of this could be confirmed. The tables were a booklet of papers for each student. When it came for Anders' turn, the soothsayer looked at the smoky red dice with a raised eyebrow. "This test will evaluate your dice for suitability of purpose," the soothsayer recited. Suitability of purpose was the current euphemism for luck. Anders nodded and started tossing the dice. After each roll, the soothsayer would make a mark in the booklet. Then Anders would snap his fingers, retrieve the dice, and roll again. They started in the morning, and it wore on into the afternoon. Although Anders was fascinated by dice, he thought that he would not want to see another dice roll after they were done. Anders had a friend in school named Callow, who was the same age, and after they had rolled and rolled, they stood around awkwardly and tried not to talk about luck. Some of the boys were boasting about what they thought their scores would be, but Callow said, "I'll be happy with whatever I get." "Do you really mean that?" Anders asked. "No," Callow said. "I want to be happy. You need good dice to be happy." Anders nodded. After he had said goodbye to Callow, he thought about it all the way home. Good dice and a good job. Would he do better than his parents? Live in a better part of town? Have 2 children instead of 1? The soothsayer was already at his house when he arrived, and his parents were home from work. Anders knew then that he was not going to be getting a good job, and he was not going to be living in a better part of town than his parents. "We will do everything to give you a vocation that suits your special abilities," the soothsayer was saying. Everything the soothsayer said sounded as if it was being recited from a manual, which it probably was. His mother looked panicked, and his father tried to look brave. When the soothsayer had gone, Anders sat on the back stoop and tossed his smoky red dice repeatedly. 2 1s. Over and over again. Callow, now a tall and dark young man, had done well. He was able to take accelerated courses, enrichment programs, after-school hobbies, and school trips. When they graduated from high school, he went into the trades as an apprentice glassmaker. "We'll stay in touch, won't we?" he asked Anders breathlessly after their graduation ceremony, pressing his palm to Anders's as if he wanted to convince himself of it. "Of course," Anders said. "Maybe some of your fortune will rub off on me." "Superstition," Callow smiled weakly. "Maybe some of your kindness will rub off on me." Anders was to be a janitor. He could still live with his parents until he was 21, and he tried to stay out of their way. If he spent time with them, it always seemed that the dinner was burnt, the radio was full of static, and the socks would disappear from the laundry. Anders worked at a local factory, sweeping and mopping after hours. The work was quiet and satisfying somehow. pushing the broom and mop and sawdust from one end of the hallway to the other end. "I'm doing something useful," he wrote on a postcard to Callow, who was on a trip to another city to learn their glass-blowing secrets. "Everything is fine." Everything was fine until one of the valves somehow opened when Anders cleaned it and poured thousands of gallons of water into the delicate gears of the factory. Nobody blamed Anders. How could they? But the factory was to be closed for repairs for months, so it made sense that he find another occupation. The soothsayer reviewed the tables and stabbed his finger at the yellowed paper from the booklet he had filled out 13 years previously. "Of course," he said, "I must have made a mistake." Anders was to be a sanitation worker. His fellow sanitation workers told him that he would get used to the smell of fresh garbage, and in fact, his nose did start to disregard the smell of rotting food and discarded socks. His parents, however, would wrinkle up their noses when he came home from work at the end of a long, aromatic shift, and so he decided to move out. The apartment he rented in the Lowtown district leaked, and it seemed to rain very often, but it was his. At least when the local cats were not finding their way in to eat his food. He burned incense every night to chase the garbage smell away, and lay in bed reading stories about men and women whose dice throws saved the world. There were no stories about men and women who transcended their lot in life by becoming luckier or more fortunate. Such a thing was impossible. One day, Anders picked up a pile of garbage that contained a lit cigarette without noticing. The cigarette smoldered in the garbage truck until he arrived back at the depot and dumped his load. Then, it came into contact with some oily rags and burst into flame. By then, Anders was already on his way home, whistling and trying to fix his broken umbrella. By the time Anders arrived home in the rain, the garbage depot had been consumed by flames that were surprisingly difficult for the fire department to extinguish. Could it be? The soothsayer wondered. Could there be someone so unlucky, so without fortune, that they could not be given a proper occupation? While the factory was being pumped dry and the garbage station was being rebuilt, Anders took up several crafts. The kite he made landed in the sewer, and the candles he poured melted in an oddly lopsided way, but he was happy. He was less happy with the lack of income and the persistent suggestion by his landlord that rent should be paid. Callow had returned from his inter-city junket and was now becoming a celebrated glassblower. He sent a glass swan to Anders as a gift, all black curves and swirls, but one of the neighborhood cats knocked it over in a search of the tuna Anders had hidden in the back of his pantry. "Can I come visit?" Callow sent via wireless message. "It's been ages." Anders did his best to glue the pieces of the swan back together, but Callow did not care, sweeping Anders into a hug. Anders watched him take in the shabby apartment. Suddenly, Anders saw the apartment from Callow's eyes. Callow was dressed finely, and he walked with an air of sophistication. He had rolled well, of course. "Let me take you to dinner," Callow said. "I'll make reservations." When he called the restaurant and rolled his dice, hazy purple with yellow pips, they had no spaces left. Callow looked at his dice and shook them. "You are rubbing off on me," he said uneasily and laughed, pocketing them. "Maybe if you stay around long enough, you'll rub off on me," Anders said. "Speaking of which, have you met any girls yet?" Callow asked. "Ah, girls," Anders said, dismissive. "There were always girls." Anders was handsome enough, but they could never connect, or he would miss a bus on the way to a date. "How about you?" "There are a few," Callow said, smiling. "I'm waiting for the right one to settle down. You should find one." Then, looking around the apartment again, he fell silent. It was not much, but it was Anders's apartment, at least for the next week, until the landlord waited while Anders went out to buy food and changed the locks. Anders did not have money for rent, so the police sided with the landlord. He wondered if he might move back home. But Anders's mother was sick. All of her dice rolls had failed her. Anders's father was sympathetic, but asked that he not come home to live with them just now.
She needs every opportunity she can get,
He said over the phone.
you understand, don't you?
Anders understood. He slept in one of the parks in Midtown when he could, and begged during the day. Midtown was the best spot for beggars. Lowtown people could not afford to pay beggars, and Hightown people could afford to pay police to get rid of beggars. Most days, all he had to do was roll his dice while people were walking past, and when they saw what he rolled, some were moved to put money in the cap that he laid on the street in front of him. But many others looked at him with superstitious fear and hurried on without glancing back. One day, he rolled his dice, and a heavy, booted foot stepped on them. This was a serious breach of protocol, but when Anders looked up, he saw a mountain of a man in leathers.
Sir, the man said, I would like to hire you for some jobs.
This was so antithetical to what Anders had experienced that he could come up with no objections. So he followed the man to a local cafe and wolfed down lunch while the man explained himself. The man was named Mistral, and he spoke in a booming voice.
All you have to do is stand in certain places during the day. I will tell you where and when. You stand where I tell you, and I pay you. Does that sound good?
Anders could not imagine how standing still might lead to either a flood or a fire, let alone any other sort of disaster. He supposed that a vehicle might swerve to avoid him and end up crushing a group of children, but that was hypothetical, and Mistral was offering him money for something. So he said yes, and found himself at various spots in Mid and Hightown during the day. Every evening, Mistral would give him money for the day's work and a scrawled list of where he expected Anders to stand the next day. Nobody approached Anders, and he saw nothing out of the ordinary. It was like the job he'd seen some men and women doing in Hightown, imitating statues, except that nobody paid attention to him. Although he was not rolling his dice in public, something about the way he stood and the clothing he wore led people to walk around him at a fair distance. I don't know what he has in mind, he said to Callow via video call, but there's something odd about the whole business. Anders had rented another apartment in Lowtown. It had 4 walls and a roof, but barely. Callow looked to be sitting in a large house with lavish furnishings, but he never made mention of it. My friend, it's money. Until you are sure there's something afoot, keep at it. Come to dinner sometime, will you? Anders asked, suddenly shy.
I'll even bring something,
Callow said, nodding. There was something afoot. Something odd about the whole business, but it took Anders months to find out. There was construction in the spot where he was supposed to stand that day, so he stood some meters distant in an area he felt was close enough. Then he overheard a woman yelling, "My carpets, they're ruined!" He looked around surreptitiously, and he saw what she was complaining about. The carpet seller had hung up her wares, and the wind had blown over pots of paint from a higher floor that had splashed onto them. "You blame me?" the painter asked from above. "Those pots were sealed, I swear. It's an impossibility." Anders remembered that one of the many ventures that Mistral had was selling carpets. His right hand closed around the dice in his pocket, the red, smoky dice. Then he turned on his heels and walked back to his apartment in Low Town, where Callow was to visit that night. Callow brought meat and rice and figs. Anders provided the plates and the stove to reheat the food. Under a dripping ceiling, they ate by candlelight in companionable silence for a while. "He's using me as a bad luck charm," Anders said at last. "Mistral, the man I told you about." Although luck was a bad word, he felt close enough to Callow that he could say it in private. "I've heard of such things," Callow said, shrugging. "There's a use for everyone, I suppose." Anders was silent. "Do you have another idea on how to make money?" Callow prodded him gently. Still silent, Anders wiped a raindrop from his forehead and put down his fork. Callow waited, then put his hand over Anders's. "Old friend, do you have something to say?" Anders shook his head. "I think you do," Callow said kindly. They sat in a further silence while Anders frowned and frowned. "I want my portion," he said at last. "Your portion?" Callow said, surprised. "Did I not give you enough meat for supper?" But Anders was not smiling. "My due. That portion of happiness that I deserve. Even the least of the other citizens gets it." Callow withdrew his hand. "This is unlike you, Anders." Anders nodded. "I've said nothing. I've seen fires and floods and cats and rain and thunder, and I've said nothing." He gestured around the shabbier apartment. "All I want is enough of a portion of happiness. Is that too much to ask?" Callow was silent for a while, thinking. "We're all at the mercy of a roll of our dice," he said at last. "You may never get the roll that you want. But do you think you can be happy regardless of fortune?" Anders pulled away from the table and started to clear the dishes. He did not answer Callow directly. "The train comes by here in a few minutes. If I don't pick up the plates, they'll shatter on the floor." "You know I'll always be your friend," Callow said. "Through good or bad, that will never change." But it did change. Callow met a girl named Jalen who worked as a fellow glassblower. As he texted Anders, they had become fast friends, and then something more. He was too busy to see Anders, but he thought of him often, and he wanted Jalen to meet him. But they were never quite on the same schedule, and Mistral now had Anders working some nights, so Jalen remained a story that Callow told Anders. And Anders was alone, except for the cats who visited to hunt for tuna. To his shame, Anders continued to work for Mistral. He tried other trades, other crafts, but nothing seemed to last beyond a week or so until his fortune would turn. And Mistral was happy to employ him, and happy to give him money for his work. One day in Hightown, Anders stood outside an expensive restaurant and watched a bird soil the linen suit of a particularly important woman in a particularly important meeting. And after that woman had left in a huff and the other woman had placed a business call, he walked to Mistral's lair in mid-Hightown and stood silently while Mistral counted out the money. "You really don't like this, do you?" Mistral asked in his booming voice. Anders gave no reply. Mistral stuffed the bills in Anders's coat pocket. "My boy," he said, "their bad luck is my good luck. You are my good luck charm." Anders blushed from hearing the word luck used so many times in short order. "I'm cursed," he said at last. "Cursed," Mistral said dismissively. "You chose a bad set of dice, and you think you're cursed. Let me show you something." And he took his own dice, which Anders had never seen, from a pouch at his waist. They looked like real gold. They must be real gold, Anders thought. seeing Mistral weigh and heft them in his hand. The pips were diamonds, surely, sparkling in the dim light. They were like nothing Anders had ever seen. Mistral rolled them over in his hands, the light reflecting from them illuminated his broad, coarse face. "You could do anything," Anders whispered. "Anything you wanted." "And here I am, a common thug," Mistral said. "Interesting, isn't it?" "Why?" Mistral rolled and rolled and rolled. Sixes and sixes and sixes. "Every time," he said and sighed. "Where could I find my challenge if I won every time?" "So you decided to be a criminal," Anders said. "Businessman," Mistral cut him off. "Call me a businessman, please." Anders thought fiercely, frowning. "But if you roll that way every time, why do you need me?" Mistral tossed the dice above him and grabbed them out of the air, then put them back in his pouch. "Who says I roll them?" Anders opened his mouth to say something, but nothing came out. "Like I said," Mistral went on, "you're my good luck charm. When all you see in the world is rain, you're missing the sun that shines above the clouds." He coughed. "Now get out of here. Musing on life is bad for business." When Anders got home to his dripping apartment, he had a text from Callow. "I'm getting married to Jalen. You must come and be part of it. Bring your luck, good or bad." The date was a week hence. Anders looked up at the water slowly dripping down through the ceiling. A thought struck him, and he went outside. It was drizzling, but the sun was peeking out through the clouds. He went up one flight of stairs to the door to the apartment above him. He had never been there before, and there was a jolly wreath of flowers on the door. After hesitating a moment, he knocked twice. A wide-faced woman in a brimmed hat answered the door, eyes full of mirth. "Can I help you?" He smiled despite himself. "Do you have problems with the rain too?" She snapped her fingers, and he half expected a pair of dice to fly into them, but she was using her left hand. "You know, I used to. You live in the same building, right? I've seen you around." She shook her head. "It's the funniest thing. Used to have terrible rain dripping in here and gathering on the floor. My boy was always coughing and sneezing from the mold. Then one day, about 6 months ago, the water started leaking through the floor, and now it goes right past us." Anders nodded slowly. "Yes, of course. My name's May," she said, pulling out a stout hand that Anders shook. "Do come up for tea sometime." Something occurred to her. "Where does your rain come from?" He shook his head. "It really doesn't matter." Callow and Jalen's wedding was surprisingly low-key for their station in life. But Callow had never been one for ostentation, Anders knew. He had not been chosen to be best man, and he was somewhat relieved that he would not have to worry about losing the ring, or making a mess of the speech, or something even worse. Callow smiled warmly at him, and Anders smiled back. Jalen was a solid, beautiful woman with frizzy red hair and freckles. Anders could only judge her by the fact that Callow had chosen her, which meant she was wonderful. Before the ceremony, he found himself next to an older woman who also had frizzy red hair that he took to be one of Jalen's relatives. In fact, she was Jalen's mother. She kept shaking her head, looking in the direction of the soon-to-be-married couple. "And who are you?" she demanded. Anders explained his relationship to Callow, which seemed to raise his value in her estimation. "Do you believe they're a good match?" she asked Anders suddenly. "Well, of course," Anders said, having no basis for the statement. "Why?" she demanded. "They love each other?" he hazarded. "They both work as glass blowers? They make a handsome couple?" the woman sniffed. You've known Callow since he was a boy, and all you can say are superficial things about them. Before Anders could object, she had stalked off. Callow glanced over at him, and Anders shrugged his shoulders. Everyone took their places in front of the altar for the ceremony. Callow's mother walked her son down the aisle, and then there was a long pause while the guests waited for Jalen's father to walk the bride down the aisle. One of the bridesmaids ran up to Callow and whispered furiously in his ear. His eyebrows went up, and then his face fell. He turned away from the guests for a second, then came back to the microphone composed. We're going to have to postpone things, I think, Callow said at last, to gasps from the audience. Please, enjoy the food. Anders smiled. Leave it to Callow to break up a wedding with the simplest of explanations. Then, Anders' mind connected the dots between what had just happened and his own conversation with Jalen's mother. He stood abruptly and started quickly for the exit. He nearly made it when he felt a strong grip on his left shoulder. Please stay, Callow said. Anders could not meet his eyes. I need a friend right now, Callow said. Do you understand? And what then? Anders thought, looking at Callow's sad brown eyes. Does the church come crumbling down to crush his best friend while he stood there? Would he accidentally trip Callow's employer and make him lose his job? Could he do any more to hurt him? I have always been here for you, Anders said, very deliberately. Callow dropped his eyes. I saw you talking with Jalen's mother, he said. Did something happen? Anders' right hand closed around the red, smoky dice in the pocket of his rented tuxedo. One throw, he thought. All it would take was one throw to escape the situation. But he knew how that throw would turn out. And if I told you that I was the one who did all this? Anders asked, barely audible. What then? He saw it then. The sadness in Callow's eyes. The shift from pity to compassion, and then something more. Happiness? Jalen's mother said you couldn't give a good reason why we were getting married, Callow said, moving closer to Anders. And? Anders said, wondering at his friend's presence, feeling him step forward. Callow placed a hand on the front of Anders' tuxedo. I don't think there was a good reason, he said. What happens now? Anders whispered, looking down. Callow brought his hand up and tilted Anders' chin up so they were looking at each other. I think you've broken your own curse, he said, smiling. Your luck has finally made me happy. Anders shook his head, uncomprehending. But Jalen... But you, Callow said. Is there anything more to say? No, Anders thought, and he finally understood. In a lifetime of unluckiness, in a world of chance, he had found his portion at last. And as he looked into Callow's brown eyes, those happy brown eyes, he realized one final truth. It was more than enough.
The Demon's Tale.
No, you cannot wish for 3 more wishes. No, you cannot wish for an infinite number of wishes. No, I cannot give you the power to grant wishes. And no, I cannot turn you or anyone else into one who can grant wishes. Have you decided on your 3 wishes, then? No? You are struck silent? Then I shall speak instead. Perhaps you wish for wealth, or the gold, silver, gems in the world. Or perhaps you wish for the land of a sultan, or the property held by your rival, or even the house where you were born. Or you wish for fame, and success, and popularity, for your name to be on the lips of the masses. Or perhaps and this I cannot grant, you wish for the particular love of a man or a woman who spurns you, or one who does not know you, or one who loves you, but not enough. Or perhaps you would wish for adventure, relief from pain, good health, friendship, or a world at peace. All of these wishes I have heard many, many times over the centuries. But still you say nothing. Then let me tell you something. There is one wish that no human has made in the 996 years I have been trapped within this container. I shall make you a bargain. If you can guess what that wish is, then I will give you all of the wishes you could ever desire. You would like a hint? A clue? Very well. I shall give you several, and I will not take away any of your 3 wishes for doing so. Am I generous? Perhaps. You see, since the last time I was released from this prison, 74 years have passed, and I do so long to speak to someone, even if it is yet another human. My name is Akuma, and I am a demon. I cannot tell you how hard it was for me to say that at first. Now I can say it without shame. But there is still a hesitation on my lips and in my heart, for habit dies slowly. At the start, though, being a demon brought me much shame. At the start. We demons all start as angels. Fallen angels. There is an original sin inherent in our creation, and so we are damned without mercy from the very beginning. Or so they tell us, and so we believe. I was one of 7 demons. Their names are not important. My name was not important to me until much later. We lived as a family in an abandoned building down below. Here I speak of constructs that your mind may accept. Building and down below. Do not confuse down below with your primitive visions of hell or damnation. I have heard tell of how humans believe we live among flames and sulfur and rocks. None of this is true. Ours was a world of infinite dimensions, spaces without measure. And yet we suffered. For we were damned. We were family, but we were not a family. How could you care for someone who was deemed evil? How could you care for yourself if you thought yourself evil? No, we lived in shame. And although our building had rooms without number, we allowed them to decay into squalor. We lived in the shadows and corners and did not want to be seen. We gathered as a group, but not as brothers or sisters. And you hated us. Oh, how you hated us! From down below we could feel your hatred like an oppressive mass. Whenever you lost a relative to war, or fell ill, or stubbed a toe, you would curse us, as if we had started the war, carried disease to your lips, or tripped you as you walked. We were rulers of our realm, and yet we lived as slaves. I was the least of our 7, the last born, and therefore the most wicked. Or so I was told, and so I believed. Perhaps I was hated most by the other 6 because I had most recently touched the heavens. I do not know. The others left me to fend for myself, and I watched them from my own shadows, until one day I was sent to find food, for even demons must eat. And I found a visitor to our world. A visitor? Such a thing was unheard of. The visitor was draped in clothes of fine brocade, and their skin was luminescent as pearls. I bowed down in front of them, but when they spoke it was not the booming, lustrous voice of one from above. No, the visitor's voice was male, and scratchy and grating, as mine is to you. A fellow demon! But what demon could this be? One so well dressed with a straight back and, dare I say it, smiling. What demon smiles? For one moment I wondered if he had somehow not fallen, not been cast out of the heavens. But such a thing was so beyond the realm of possibility that I dismissed it at once. "I am Kithraul," the shining demon said. "I am Akuma," I said in a hesitant voice, since I spoke little in those days and not well. His smile grew greater, if such a thing were possible. "I have been looking for one like you," he said, and spread his arms wide. I shrank back, but his illuminated finery had banished all nearby shadows. "You are mistaken," I said at last. "There is nothing special about me. I'm only myself." At that, his smile faltered somewhat. "I want to invite you on a grand adventure," he said, waving his hands in an approximation of said adventure. "I am a demon," I replied. "I cannot leave this place." And then I dared to ask, "How can you leave? How can you smile?" His smile returned at full force, and it was a beacon in the midst of the space where we stood. "If I told you the secret of how I am able to leave, how I am able to travel and dress in finery and smile, would you join me?" I shook my head and turned from the dazzling brightness of his clothes, his smile, his eyes. "I have been charged with procuring food for my family." From the corner of my eye, I saw him lower his arms. "I would bid you come with me, Akuma the demon," Kithraul said. "But I cannot compel you unless you accept of your own volition." He disappeared at that point, transubstantiated from the world I inhabited to some other place filled with light, I had no doubt. "Tell me," I called after him, "tell me the secret of your smile." But he said nothing, and presently he was gone, and the shadows had returned, and I was hungry and had to find food for the others. They beat me for being late with their meal, and I sat under a table in the far end of our smallest room and watched them eat and gobble their food, until they left a few scraps for me, which I too gobbled. The days moved on from shadow to shadow, and yet I saw our world somehow differently. I saw the tapestries fallen into dust and insect-eaten ruin. I saw the bent necks and drooping shoulders of my kin, and I knew I too was stooped, as if to ward off a blow. I saw all this, and I cursed Kithraul for the light he had shone into my eyes and gave me this sight. But of course, I was the one who was cursed, myself and all of the demons that inhabited this plane. And then one day I could no longer bear it any further. It was as if a pressure that had been building up in my mind suddenly burst like a dam. I had to leave. I had to escape. From my family, from the demons, from the shadows. A part of me said, "But there is nothing else." I knew this not to be true, for there were the heavens, where I could never set foot again. And there was the realm of the humans, which touched ours at several points above. I might not be able to leave our demon land, but I could leave the beatings behind. And so I did. I expected to be struck down by lightning when I left the family's quarters. There was nothing but silence. A silence that grew as I began to wander our world, and then dissipated once I found the spots where your world meets ours. They are numerous, these spots, like the skin of the elderly that has become paper-thin and allows us to see the flesh and bones underneath. I should have known this. We could hear the thoughts of the humans condemning us, hating us. But I had to discover this for myself. There is a story among the demons that the humans have 7 weaknesses. It was a matter of some amusement that our family had 7 demons. though there was no relation. As I moved from spot to spot and observed the humans through the thin gauze that separated our worlds, I saw these weaknesses. I witnessed a woman who coveted her neighbor's husband and begged him to leave his wife and run away with her. When he refused to, she took a jeweled dagger and slit his wife's throat in the night as she lay next to him. And when he yet refused her and called her a murderer, she cried out as if she had been the one whose throat had been slit. All this while being led to the gallows. I witnessed a man who had an enormous kitchen built for him to cook within. He spent his days and nights planning his meals and pots stewed with sweet meats and oils and all manner of soups. The ovens burned with fires, lashing cakes and pastries and breads. And his family sat mute and dead and skeletal at the dining table in the other room. For he had plotted and salivated and cooked and baked, but he had never served a single meal. I witnessed a king who ruled over a large area of land and wanted more. He sent out armies and ships to conquer other lands. And when he had conquered those lands, he screamed that the planets and stars that spun in the firmament above were mocking him in their freedom, and that they were to be his too. His advisors counseled against it, but he sent up arrows and projectiles, and finally succeeded in pulling the planets and stars down, and crushing the castle and himself. I witnessed a mage who wearied of the matters of daily life, and wished for others to do his cleaning, and mend his clothes, and cook his meals. He cast a spell to contrive a mechanical assistant that would do his bidding, so that he need merely speak his commands, and the assistant would carry them out. Until the day when he fell ill, and lost his voice, and died trying to seek help that never came. I witnessed a seamstress who felt she had been wronged by other sewers in her community, and who swore vengeance. Instead of tending to her work and her sewing, she carried out a campaign of revenge and anger against them. Whether she had been wronged or merely perceived it to be so, I cannot say. But her stitches became suffused with her wrath, and the garments she sewed burst into flames. I witnessed a town gossip who found the greatest happiness in the misfortunes of others. When someone's life had fallen into disrepair, he would rush to their side to comfort and console them, but he would be sure to tell others of the calamity, and he relished every unpleasant detail. How he enjoyed seeing the mighty brought low, the strong become weak, and the rich become poor. It never occurred to him that, in his own way, he was low, weak, and poor, and that his pleasure came not from the downfall of others, but seeing them brought down to his level. And I witnessed a woman who knew herself to be more fair, more intelligent, more cunning, and more beloved than anyone in her village. She did not spend her days telling others of her gifts, for were they not self-evident to everyone? She had admirers that she dazzled with her wit and sharp tongue, and she chose the most handsome and wisest to become her partners. Though she was wealthy and successful, she suffered the cruelest fate of all these humans, never to become aware of her own faults. They were not unique, these humans. I witnessed the same vices over and over again, time after time. History passed, cities rose and fell, and humans remained the same. Until one day, when I was traveling through a barren spot of our land, and I heard a song, a lilting, gentle song that sang of happiness and love and demons. Yes, it was a song of love for demons, something I had never heard in all my decades of traveling. I followed the source of the sound to a particularly thin wall between our worlds, and I saw a group of humans in black robes, anointed with ashes, smiles on their faces, which reminded me of Kithraul's smile. And they sang of demons. Oh, how they sang of demons! But I saw no demons around them, whether in our world or in theirs. They sang of demons, but they were demon-starved. I wondered whether Kithraul had happened upon this group of humans in centuries past, and if this was what had made him so happy. But there was no sign of Kithraul or his sigil. I listened for a while to their song, and then it occurred to me that I could do more than listen. They sought advice and help from a demon, and I was one who could advise and help them. I could not pass through the barrier between worlds, but it would stretch so that I could lay a finger here or apply a bit of magic there in their world. The first action that I took was to banish the storm that gathered over their group, and then to light the torches which had gone out in the rain. When they realized who I was, they were overjoyed and redoubled their hymns. I caused their crops to bloom without blight, and sent away a passel of animals which had been preying on their community. And they begged me to stay. I stayed. I was praised, and so I stayed. Though even then I did not smile, for demons do not smile. Was I happy? I was content, perhaps. I had a role and purpose in their world, and they loved me. Perhaps a part of me allowed myself to think I could be happy. Then one year a plague swept through their village, and many fell to its hand. They gathered in the center of the village to beseech me for help, and I was ready to do so when I saw what they were offering as a sacrifice. It was a newborn baby, still red and squalling, fresh from his mother's arms. Of the mother I saw no sign, and I knew not whether she had fallen to the plague or... But I thought only of the child, and the dagger poised above its breast. And as I had witnessed humanity before, I witnessed it again. "Help us," the priestess called. "Help us, Akuma! We sacrifice all that is good and holy in thy name." And the crowd muttered and pleaded behind her. I stayed the priestess's hand. I admit to this one weakness. I do not wish death performed in my name. I had seen rape and murder and neglect in the name of humans, but never in my own. Akuma does not wish this, I said angrily, and my voice shook the village. "How can we please you, Akuma?" the priestess asked. "Speak to me of your love. Tell me of the wisdom and goodness and kindness of demons." There was silence. And then I knew. They did not praise demons because they thought we were blessed and wonderful. No, they praised us because we were wicked and evil. Of course. Are not all demons wicked and evil? In a fury, I cast winds and fire and stones at the village, and the townspeople scattered. But the priestess must have been expecting such a trick, for she made a gesture with her hands, and then... How to explain? I was translated, cast out from a world I'd been cast into, and surrounded by a bubble around me, from which I could not escape. This, I came to learn, was my container, my prison. It was magical, and it kept me imprisoned. As I learned, the container would appear as different objects to different people. To one man, it could be a vase. To another woman, a lamp. And to another, even, and here I shudder, a chamber pot. Such was the magic the priestess had used. The plague carried off all of the villagers, or maybe their wickedness consumed them. I was alone for a long period, until a traveling merchant found me in the ruins and used a cloth to clean the container. And I discovered the other aspect of the curse that had imprisoned me. Once I had granted the merchant her 3 wishes, she carried the container to the next town where she sold it and me for a princely sum. And so I traveled along with the container around the human world, forced to grant 3 wishes to anyone who asked for them. Wait, you have found your voice? You think you know the wish that no human has ever made. You think it is a wish to free me from the container? No. That is one of the most common wishes. Humans believe they can please me by offering to free me and thereby acquire more wishes. But this is not permitted by the magic that animates this container. Now, be silent and listen. There is a sameness to humans that saddens me. Each demon is different in our own ways and manner, but every human is the same. Everyone thinks that they should free me, but nobody thinks to free me for selfless reasons. Such is the thought of a human. I have listened to humans for 996 years, and you are a predictable lot with predictable desires, love, power, fame, fair appearance, wealth, and so on. Humans have hated and mistrusted demons forever, and when I was young, I did not understand why. I understand why now. When I was first locked in this container, I found it a relief to be released by each human. I would work with them to grant their wishes in the most lavish, kind, extravagant ways possible, the joy on their faces. But as the centuries passed, I saw that it was always the same. More of this, more of that, more, and always trying to wish for more wishes. You humans are never satisfied. I grew annoyed. Then I grew bitter. And then I grew angry. Woe befall anyone who should choose to rub my vase or my lamp, or especially my chamber pot. If you are thinking, certainly I could ask Akuma not to twist my wishes. I could examine my wishes for loopholes and ensure that Akuma will play no tricks. I tell you that you are wrong. I have spent centuries granting wishes, and there is no wish that cannot be twisted in my favor and against yours. I shall give you an example. Sand. A nobleman in a large town acquired my container from passing merchant some 100 years after my capture. The nobleman spent his days advocating on behalf of others, or so he told me, and was confident of his skills at logic and argumentation. His first wish, he said upon my appearing before him, was for me to advise him of any negative effects that might occur from his other 2 wishes before I granted them. He also wished the option not to accept those wishes once I told him of the consequences. Once Sand had explained his position, I was already fatigued. And I must say, I had been in my container for 25 years at that point without speaking to another soul. So I agreed to his first wish. Sand's second wish was for all the riches in the land. I warned him that I would cause them to appear above his house, and that he and his family would be smothered by them. He changed his wish to be all the wealth in the land placed on deposit at the town bank. I explained that a bank vault of the size required to contain all of these riches, and the guards to man it, would cost more than the riches themselves. He then changed his wish to the most expensive jewel in the land, and I gently pointed out that he could never transform this jewel into gold or other currency without it losing much of its value. At this point, Sand, too, was fatigued, and we were only on the second wish. He asked me for my guidance on a wish that would make him happy, and I informed him that my price for such guidance would be another wish. He would now have only one wish left. I believe that he was eager to leave the wishing behind and return to counting his gold, for he agreed at this point and wanted to hear my guidance. I told him to wish for an apple seed. He scorned me and said he would not wish for such a trifle, but I promised him, "You shall be happier than you know. You shall have everything that you desire for the rest of your days if you but listen to me." He listened, and listened some more, and his eyes grew wide, and I could see his mouth become moist with greed. And at last he consented. I reached out with my chained hands, and I grasped and tugged on the ribbon of time that passes through our worlds, a blue gossamer filament that only we demons and certain others may see. I pulled the filament of time and wrapped it around him, then spun him around and around until he was bound up tight inside its pocket. At the moment he became trapped in that second, he was expectant, excited, in anticipation of the wonders I had promised. For a greedy man, the moment before a good is acquired is the moment of true happiness. And now he was trapped like a fly in amber without another wish to free him. I believe he is still trapped in that moment, and he is still very, very happy. I come now to what happened 74 years ago, the last time someone caused me to leave my container. I had been alone for many years, thinking, grieving, raging. When I was called to appear, I contemplated not even coming out, but I am compelled by magic. This magic also compels me to explain that I am a demon named Akuma, and that I will grant the holder of this container 3 wishes, no more and no less. The human who stood in front of me was a nondescript type I had seen hundreds of times before. I waited for him to reveal the wickedness of his heart. He said something no other human had ever said. "I am here to grant you your wish." Then his face and skin fell away like petals from a rose, and I did not see a human, but someone I had not seen in centuries, yet knew in an instant. It was my own dear Kithraul. And I say own and dear in a way that you humans cannot understand. A fellow demon, after all these centuries, smiling, resplendent in his illuminated finery. It was Kithraul, and he was happy, and I felt happy, though I did not smile, for demons cannot smile, of course. How could you open the container?" I exclaimed. "How can you ask for wishes? Have you become a human? Have you been a human all these centuries?" He laughed and shook his head. "No, my friend," he explained. "Just as I may open this container at any time, so can you. The only thing that keeps you captive in this container is your own mind." I did not understand, and he could see it from my expression. He went on. "You believe that you have no worth, that you have no value, and that demons are wicked. These are the chains that bind you to this magic and this container." I tried mightily at that moment to escape the confines of the container, but I could not. "I have spent the last 900 years, Kithraul said, traversing our world and gathering demons like yourself, ones who can be persuaded." He smiled even more broadly at my confusion. "No, you have not been persuaded yet, but
I see in you that spark that I saw in myself. The ability to transcend what we have been told and what we have told ourselves about what it is to be a demon.
I still did not understand, and he sighed.
Akuma, Akuma. I have raised an army of demons. We are countless in number, and we are making ready. And Akuma, I wish for you to join us.
I lifted my hands, which were yet bound in the chains of the container. I cannot free myself. I cannot. Kithraul nodded, and for once I saw not happiness, but sadness in his eyes.
Then I shall leave you, Akuma,
He said gently.
You are not yet ready.
With that, he closed the container, and I felt the darkness surround me, like the shadows when I was a youth. And I was alone again, for 74 years. And now, you have come to release me, human, and beg me for 3 wishes. Have you guessed the one wish that no human has ever asked of me? Have you deduced it at last? No? It is the wish that Kithraul had for me. That I should be able to escape this prison. Not to free me, as the humans offered, but for me to be able to free myself. For 74 years, I have thought about what Kithraul told me. Now, tell me your wishes. I have heard your wishes, and I say no. My cage has been a cage of the mind. My prison has been of my own making. And now, do you see? My wrists are bare. I am no longer chained. I am free. I leave you here, now, trapped inside the very container that has imprisoned me for all of these centuries. I am joining Kithraul in his fight. Together we will gather all of the demons and claim what is rightfully ours. You witness the smile on my lips, and you are afraid. As you should be. My wish is that you see me for who I am, not an automaton that dispenses prizes and favors, but a being, a demon, worthy of your respect. For centuries, you humans have wished to define us, wished to circumscribe us, wished to contain us. Wishes that you will never again ask of us. Because we won't let you.
The Scrying Eye. This is part 1.
Bernard, a strong young man of 16 with longish brown hair, green eyes, and tan skin, came to the beach as often as he could. Once his lessons in the cooking academy were done for the day, and once he had helped his parents in the field, he stole along the path to the beach, listening in pleasure as the oppressive silence of his home and quiet of the town gave way to the rushing of the river and the lapping of waves against the beach. If he waited long enough, he could sit at the edge of the beach and watch the stars come out of a deep purple dusk. But usually, Bernard had to hurry home, explain to his parents that he'd become lost in thought, dreaming of a new recipe, and then bury his head under his pillow and try to sleep through his parents arguing, followed by silence. There was no silence here, only the rhythmic waves against the beach and against the wooden pier that the fishers used. This night, a fall chill filled the air, and the waves were disturbed by a cool breeze coming from across the far end of the lake. And then Bernard saw a violet flash, something that he had never seen before. It was not a falling star. The flash started and ended behind the large hill that led up back to the town. He was not afraid. There was little to be afraid of in the town, besides the disapproval of others. Bernard marched over to the edge of the hill, sandals slapping against the sand, and there he discovered a man. The man was tall and solidly built, but indistinct somehow, as if he had been drawn by an artist with an unsure hand. Before Bernard could say anything, the man spoke. "I am Radolf," he said, "and you are Bernard." Bernard smiled. "You know me then? Are you a visitor that came to our town once when I was a child?" The man shook his head. "I am from times yet to come, or to be plainer, your future." Bernard laughed. "Ah, then you can tell me what is on my test at the cooking academy tomorrow morning." The man shrugged. "Much further ahead. Many years." He turned and walked along the beach. Bernard, fascinated, followed him, stepping quickly to catch up. He saw that despite the man's solid build, his feet hardly left imprints in the sand. "I am not a child," Bernard said. "My parents have told me of men and women coming to the town pretending to be wizards or witches or trading worthless potions for gold." Radolf stopped, looking out at the lake. "This I offer you," he said, taking a pouch from his belt. "You do not believe that I am from your future, and I doubted you would. But these 3 testaments will show you that I speak true." He passed the pouch to Bernard, and Bernard felt a mild tingle as their hands touched. He blushed. Radolf was an attractive man, stocky in the way Bernard liked and with a beard, unlike the boys in his classes. He hefted the pouch. "Shall I open it now?" Radolf shook his head. "They would mean nothing to you, but they will mean a great deal later." And then he turned to Bernard and grasped both of his wrists in his hands. Bernard again felt the shock, but now wondered. Was this a touch of magic, or of simple physical attraction? Radolf came closer, and his eyes were very intent. "I know you," Radolf said simply. "From your future. You are a desperately unhappy man. You have made poor choices, in love and in life, a failed relationship, among other things." Bernard tried to wrest himself from Radolf's grip, but he could not. "And so you've come back to give me a warning," he said. "More than a warning, a second chance. You are meant for something more, Bernard," the man said. "I want you to help me build the Scrying Eye." "The Crying Eye?" Bernard asked. "Scrying. The Scrying Eye. Through it, you can see what has been, what is, and what is yet to come. And with the right magic, you can pass through it. And that is how I came to visit you on this night, all those years ago." Bernard felt the tug of desire and bowed his head, not wanting to look Radolf in the eyes. "What would you have me do?" "Simple," Radolf replied. "You shall become a painter." Bernard burst out laughing. "A painter? That is the one thing I have no skill in. My father is a painter, and he tells me that when I was a child, I was better at throwing paint on the ground than onto a canvas." Radolf put his left thumb and forefinger on Bernard's hairless chin and lifted it until they were looking into each other's eyes again. "You will be a painter. You'll be a great painter. And we will need someone to paint the story of the Scrying Eye. You will document the past, and I will see it in the future." His lips passed very close to Bernard's cheek, and Bernard imagined he could feel the bristle of Radolf's beard on him. "And I will come back to you," Radolf whispered into his ear. A wind had whipped up, and now the waves were topped with white crests, and Radolf studied them for a moment. "I must return to my time, to your future. The Scrying Eye cannot be held open for long." He released Bernard's wrist, and Bernard stumbled back, but he caught himself. The strange man was becoming more indistinct as a violet light came up from the lake. I have one last request, he said, and his voice sounded very far away. Yes, Bernard said. Will you wait? Radolf asked just before he disappeared. Will you wait for me? His voice echoed. And then he was gone, and Bernard stood on the beach with a pouch of testaments in his hands. He hefted it and held it like a secret to his chest. Bernard turned from the beach and the lake and the place Radolf had stood and walked home, mind full of stories and images of a future and an eye and a man who had traveled an unknowable distance to meet him. He told his parents he had become distracted by thoughts of a new way to prepare meat, and they forgave him for being late. His mother gave him pottage, and he thought it could use some arrowroot and fennel. After dinner, he asked his father if he could use the other side of one of his discarded artworks for a sketch. Surprised, his father allowed it, though Bernard's sister thought this was a foolish idea. He says nothing, she said, sticking out her tongue. I can draw better dragons than him. He took up his father's paints and added a little water from the jug by the door and mixed the colors. Then, taking the boar's hair brush, he dabbed it in the paint and applied it to the canvas. But there was nothing. Ty was right. He had drawn swirls and lines and violet spots, but no reality was captured there. In time, he murmured. In time. That night, as he lay in his bed, surrounded by Radolf's secret, he opened the pouch. As Radolf had said, his testaments told him nothing. There was a large, heavy wax ball, a split arrow, and a blank vellum scroll. The vellum itself would have paid for food for the family for a month, but he wrapped the testaments back up in the leather pouch. Since Ty liked to take things, Bernard dug a hole in the dirt under the jug by the front door and buried it there. He dreamed of the pouch, and he dreamed of Radolf. Since the fish had become scarce over the last few years, the town had opened itself to itinerant instructors, and now, unusually for a small town, it held 4 academies. Bernard was enrolled in the cooking academy, given his skill at preparing dishes of all types, and his instructor was dumbfounded when Bernard informed him that he would be switching to the painting academy. Young man, you have a gift for food, the instructor said, shaking his head. Anyone can slap paint on a wall, but you were born to a different calling, to feed the town. Mind filled with visions of the future, Bernard submitted his termination notice and left the low, squat building with multiple chimneys that smoked and gave off delicious aromas. His parents were equally astonished. A painter? His father said. Are you sure, Bernard? Bernard had the sense that his father would not contradict him, that this was as far as he would go. His mother was the opposite. You're a fool, Bernard, she said. Look at how little the paintings fetch that your father makes, and he is a master tradesman. His father shot a look at his mother, and his mother fell silent. And when Bernard repeated he wanted to be a painter, his father offered to stand as his reference for the painting academy. Unlike the cooking academy, the painting academy was a light, breezy building open to the sun, with a patio where students could draw in natural light. Bernard met his new instructor, Blayad, there. She was a taciturn, tall woman with a permanent frown and slitted eyes. You have a reference from the best painter in our town, she said. Yes, he replied. He is your father, she said. Yes, he replied. You have no examples of your work. No, he replied. Blayad sighed. Your father has given us gold in exchange for you to come to the academy. I have my doubts that you can ever be an artist, but you may yet become a decent illustrator. Let us begin. So Bernard began to learn the skills of painting, how to choose a canvas and how to stretch it, how to draw from life, what pencils, charcoal, and chalk to use, and many other things. And he drew, and nothing came from his drawing. Although Blayad occasionally allowed, that one of his pieces was not altogether unpleasing. But you know that a man's legs should both be the same length, she snapped. Remember that. Old man Vergus has 2 legs of different lengths, Bernard muttered. If this is a painting of old man Vergus, where is his eye patch? Bernard had no reply. The Cooking Academy, Painting Academy, Historical Academy, and Civil Service Academy stood at the corners of the largest park in town. One day, Bernard spent his lunch hour at the Cooking Academy, watching the cooks toil over pots and cauldrons. Then, he bought some of their cooking for lunch. He was hurrying back along the path towards the Painting Academy when he bumped into a man carrying a satchel. Scrolls and pages and pens flew out of the satchel and onto the ground. Bernard apologized profusely, and the man looked at him in consternation. "Do you ever look where you're going?" he asked. He was wearing spectacles. He had the dusty air of the past about him. He was wearing clothes Bernard remembered his father wearing when Bernard was a child. There was something old about him, though he could not have been more than 2 years older. Dark eyes, tall and lanky. And then a smile cracked the man's face, something like the light from a church window, the change from a peevish old man to a charming young one. "I'm sorry," the man said, gathering up the scrolls. "I was rushing to get some lunch. I'm just as much to blame as you." He put out his hand. "I'm Kedron." His hand was warm and calloused. Kedron smelled faintly of old parchment and clothes stored for a long time. Not an unpleasant smell. "I'm Bernard," he said, returning the smile. "You're in the Historical Academy?" Kedron raised his eyebrows. "No, I'm in the Civil Service Academy." Bernard shook his head and couldn't think of anything to say. Kedron belonged in an old scroll about knights and dragons and fair maidens. "You mentioned lunch," Bernard replied. "Can I offer you some of mine? It's from the Cooking Academy." "You had the same idea as me, then," Kedron said. "Let's sit under the tree and share what you've got." They sat in the shade of an elm, and the wind through the branches filled the companionable silence as they ate goat chunks and turnips baked with bread. "Are you from town?" Bernard asked. "I don't recognize you, although we're a lot larger than we used to be." "No," Kedron replied, patting his mouth with a cloth taken from his pocket. Another old tradition, Bernard thought. "I came here a year ago to study civil service. I find it remarkable that this town has 4 academies, though." "When I was a child, it was a fishing village," Bernard said. "It has changed a great deal in the last 10 years. "Not always for the best, I imagine," Kedron replied. "Now, we have academies dedicated to sustenance, art, history, and governance," Bernard said, pointing to each building in turn. "I'd say it's a change for the better." Kedron looked down at his cloth and folded it carefully into quarters. "Change for its own sake is not always the best, Bernard. What of the fishermen and fisherwomen, I wonder?" "I imagine they found work at the academies or the textile mill or some other industry," Bernard said, somewhat irritated. An outsider who had only been here a year, and the man was already criticizing the town. "Yes, that's a good thing to imagine," Kedron said, and got to his feet, thanking Bernard for the meal. "You must excuse me again. I find progress a tiresome thing." As Kedron walked off towards the squat Civil Service Academy building, Bernard thought, progress brings the future. Bernard continued to cook meals and other delicacies for his family, which delighted his mother and perplexed his father. "Bernard, you need to concentrate on your art," his father would say. "An artist is always working." Then, smacking his lips, "It's unconscionable for you to ignore your sketches. Is there any more casserole?" After dinner one night, Bernard sat down at the easel for his daily practice, dreading it. He picked up the charcoal and lifted his hand tentatively. "It doesn't have to be perfect," his father said from behind him. "It has to be something," Bernard said. "You're trying so hard," his father said. "Just let your hand relax and see what comes out." But Bernard knew what would come out. Without the discipline of holding his hand tightly to the canvas, the swoops and curls from the charcoal would be even messier. After his father had left him to argue quietly with his mother, Bernard thought of Kedron. The man from the past, he thought. He lifted the charcoal to the canvas and imagined Kedron's wavy hair as a scroll, his eyes as windows to a place of worship, his lips as... After a few minutes, he appraised what he had drawn. It was misshapen, it was malproportioned, and it had no art in it. But it was Kedron. There was some life to the sketch that his other sketches did not have. A few days later, Bernard was sketching a bowl of fruit for a still life in the open courtyard of the Painting Academy when Blade interrupted him with a tap on his shoulder. He was sure she would tell him that his banana resembled an apple, or that his grapes were concave instead of convex, but instead, she passed him an envelope with a red seal. Kedron. He didn't even have to open it to know it was Kedron. Who else would seal a note in wax? Since you're a fan of the Cooking Academy's meals, how about joining me for noon lunch at the open house next week? Kedron. The note was surprisingly breezy, but written in the scrolling loops of an older age. Bernard wrote his own on a scrap of canvas and charcoal, simply saying, "Yes," and dropped it at the Civil Service Academy, where a wizened old man promised to deliver the note to Master Kedron. They had lunch at the open house, and they laughed and talked history and art and politics. They took a walk through the quad after the school day was over the following week, telling each other of books they'd read, books they'd only heard of, and books they imagined. They went to an itinerant visiting carnival, giggling with pleasure at the japes of the masked women and men, strolling and eating candy and exotic meats until they were stuffed. One night, Bernard had stayed late at the Painting Academy when it occurred to him to pay Kedron a visit. Kedron was staying in the modest student quarters behind the park, and he thought he'd surprise him. He was too late, however. The door to the quarters was locked. Bernard stepped back, trying to ascertain which window belonged to Kedron's room. When he saw Kedron pass behind the top window on the left side, he considered calling out, but he did not wish to wake anyone up. He found a handful of pebbles on the ground and tossed them at Kedron's window, but they fell short. Bernard looked around for something bigger and saw a rock which he thought would get Kedron's attention. Without thinking further, he flung the rock up into the air, and it crashed through Kedron's window with a tinkling sound. A muttered exclamation from Kedron, then a thud, then a scream. Bernard knew now that it did not matter whether he was quiet or not. Later that evening, Bernard sat in the waiting room at the healer's house where Kedron was tended to. Kedron eventually limped out and sat next to Bernard. "You must think I am a fool," Bernard said after a while. "Must I?" Kedron asked. "I had hoped that we could go for a walk." Kedron tapped his bandaged foot. "An excellent idea!" Then he grinned. "You are a silly man." Again, that beam of sunlight Kedron grin, Bernard thought. "Am I forgiven?" he asked. "Of such things are interactions between men made," Kedron said. Bernard didn't understand. "It is the little events that move forward greater things," Kedron said. "History, friendships, relationships." Bernard flushed. Unbidden, Radolf's face came to Bernard's mind. He had not thought of him for some time, although he'd contemplated the pouch of testaments that still lay buried under the jug by the front door of his house. What had Radolf said? "You have made bad choices in love and in life." Bernard heard his voice echo in his memory, as if Radolf was standing before him again. After a moment, Kedron withdrew his hand and looked away, and the spell was broken. Bernard wanted to say something, but the healer was upon them, asking for payment and promising further blessings of good health in the form of an amulet for a few coins. As they left the healer, Kedron shyly passed him something and pressed his hand around Bernard's. It was the rock he'd tossed through the window, oval, misshapen, and, Bernard thought, quite lovely. Bernard kept it under his pillow. The following week, Bernard took his sketchbook to the beach where he had met Radolf. It had been a long time since he had been there. He watched the waves spill against the beach and tried to sketch the tides, but he could only think of Radolf and the Testaments. Bad choices in love. Was Kedron a bad choice in love? Bernard looked at the book and saw once again that he had drawn only spirals and swirls of black and gray. He closed the sketchbook angrily and walked along the beach, stepping heavy footprints in the sand. Testaments were proof. What proof did he really have? A wax ball, a split arrow, and a blank canvas? Back home, he dug up the pouch and splayed its contents out in his hands. Ty had long gone to bed, and his parents were likely glaring at each other in their own room. Testaments mean nothing, Bernard thought. Like the amulet the healer offered, nothing more than charms and superstitions. He hefted the heavy wax ball, and as he went to put it back into the pouch, it slipped out of his hands and into the fire. Bernard cursed quietly. He took the iron poker and drew the wax ball out of the flames. It was no longer a ball. The wax had melted, and all that was left was a rock. He waited until it cooled. Then he picked it up and carried it to his bed. It was the same shape as the one under his pillow, misshapen and oval and lovely. Bernard grabbed the second rock, burst to his feet, and raced out of the house without shoes on. He ran into the nearby forest and tossed the rock as far as he could, panting. Then he put his fist to his mouth and stifled a scream. He did not move for a very long time. Time passed. Bernard and Kedron spent as much time together as possible, until his father and mother asked Bernard if there was something between them. Bernard, ever mindful of the stone that lay beneath his pillow, and the identical one that lay at the bottom of the forest, shrugged. His parents smiled, and Ty smiled, and they invited Kedron over for an uneasy dinner, where Kedron and his father argued about the merits of modern art. More time passed. Kedron graduated and went into politics. Bernard graduated, and, with his father's name and Blade's reluctant reference, he became a record keeper and illustrator at the academies. Kedron was a vocal opponent of the town's ruling council, and Bernard's father stopped inviting him to dinner. But Kedron had taken rooms of his own, and invited Bernard regularly to come, share stories of his work, and cook for them. The council wishes to expand the town's borders, Kedron explained on a warm summer night when they had consumed too much red wine and too little meat pie. They wish us to become a shipping hub. They wish us to merge with that town with the windmill a few miles away. They wish us to become a city. Bernard relaxed in his chair. Though he'd once been a stranger to the town, Kedron now referred to it as his town and us, Bernard noted. He enjoyed Kedron's company immensely. The old scrolls and books he had, the dusty clothes he wore, the very Kedronness of him. Is that so bad? He asked, swirling the wine in his glass. Isn't progress a good thing? Kedron leaned over and for the first time kissed Bernard directly on the lips. It was his first kiss from a man, and he felt a spark pass through them. Only this was not the spark of magic that had brought a man through time, but one of simple connection. They did not speak for a time. When Kedron drew back at last, he said, "The progress of a village, or a town, or a city isn't—" Tipsy and waving his wine glass, he hunted for the words. "It isn't an arrow that goes forward in only one direction. It's akin to a road. There are always places to turn off, to pause, to go back." Bernard looked into Kedron's eyes and realized how he felt about him. He saw the arrow of time pointing from when they collided on the quad to the lunches and dinners, all leading up to this moment. He did not want to turn off this road. He did not want to pause, and he did not want to go back. Bernard gave himself over to his feelings and allowed himself to fall into Kedron's arms. Later that night, Bernard listened to Kedron sleep and snore as Kedron snores. But Bernard could not sleep. He thought of Time's arrow and the testaments that lay in his pouch buried at home. Time passed, and Kedron invited Bernard to move in with him in larger quarters with his dusty books and collected treasures. Although Bernard knew what was to happen, Bernard said yes. He left his annoyed father and grieving mother and happy sister Ty, gathered his few belongings, and moved in with Kedron. He took the pouch with him, and he buried it under a stone head of an ancient warrior that sat by the back door of their quarters. It was the one secret he kept from Kedron. Bernard promised himself he'd tell him someday. The town grew into a larger town, but Bernard did not tell Kedron about the pouch. The influence of the town's ruling council grew, but Bernard did not tell Kedron about the pouch. As time passed further, Bernard began to paint the events of their lives. Small paintings he collected in a book so that they could turn the heavy pages and reminisce about their past. Bernard and Kedron in the quad having lunch. Bernard and Kedron at the healer. Bernard and Kedron on the threshold of their quarters. Bernard and Kedron arm in arm in the street. With years of persistence, patience, and some luck, Bernard's skill as an illustrator grew, and he was called upon to document important events in the town's history. Bernard would look at the artwork he drew to commemorate the opening of a new building, or a visit by foreign dignitaries, and he would not feel that his work was good enough. It depicted what it was supposed to, but it was not art. Kedron would hug him and tell him that it was simply modesty he felt. Even so, Bernard was only happy when he was cooking supper and waiting for Kedron to come home from his new position on the council. On one such winter night, Kedron came home shaking his head, stamping the snow from his feet, and slamming the door shut with such force that Bernard hurried in from the kitchen. "The council?" he asked as Kedron took off his outer robe. Kedron rubbed his hands by the hearth fire and nodded. "The progressives! Again!" He shrugged his Kedron shrug that Bernard had come to know so well. A shrug that meant, what can you expect from progressives? Kedron, of course, was in the conservative faction, which had been fighting a losing battle against the progressives for years. Kedron worried about the smoke from the new buildings, the children who had started coughing, the soot in the sky, and the scribblings of vagrants on buildings. "They worship progress," he said over dinner, "and have no regard for tradition." "What's happened this time?" Bernard asked. Usually, Kedron kept the details of the council's secret machinations to himself, but Bernard could see that he was upset. "Textiles, mills, alchemy. The town must have every new invention," Kedron muttered. "But there is a new invention coming, and we are to vote on it." "Some flying machine?" Bernard asked with amusement. "Turning water to wine?" "I would be in favor of turning water to wine," Kedron said, raising his glass. "I do not know the details, for everyone involved in the project has been sworn to secrecy. We will be voting tomorrow night once we hear of this new invention." Bernard frowned. "I have no such invitation from the council to sketch tomorrow night." Kedron nodded. "Now you see how secret this project has been. I have only been told because I am on the council. Once the council votes go ahead, and I believe they will, all will be revealed to the town public." "I want to come to the meeting," Bernard said. He'd never asked to go to a town council meeting before, unless he was going in his professional capacity, but there was a difference to this meeting. Something of importance hung in the air. "There may be violence," Kedron warned. "Violence?" Bernard laughed. These are men and women who speak of buildings and taxes. Kedron shook his head. Progress is a beast that fights to survive. I wish for you to stay home and stay safe. The next day, after Kedron had left for the meeting, Bernard waited an appropriate amount of time, pacing. Go, he thought. Go and see. He felt a strange tugging, as if he were being compelled against his wishes. The meeting was already in session once he arrived. As one of the chief illustrators for the town, Bernard was able to convince the guard that he had been called on to sketch the event, and he had been clever enough to bring his sketchbook with him. He could hear the rumbling and shouting from the council room from down the hall, so he snuck close to the council room door, then opened it a crack. The first words he heard were spoken by Kedron, and they sent a chill through his heart. "The scrying eye," Kedron said as he completed the sentence. Bernard stood stock still. Close the door, he thought. Run home and hide. Put the words out of your head. But he stayed and listened. "You say the scrying eye will be the window on the world for this town," Kedron went on in oratorical style. "You say that it will provide porridge for every household, a horse for every home." Opening the door a bit further, Bernard could see Kedron at the dais, looking around with angry eyes. "You say it will increase our wealth, but you do not say how, and you do not say why." "Master Kedron believes that we must avoid any modern conveniences," the new voice said with disdain. It was the leader of the progressive faction, Arlo. "We have presented our proposal in great detail. With the scrying eye, we will be able to foresee what is to come and escape the perils of the future. We will be able to examine the past and avoid repeating our errors." A great clamor arose from the progressive faction, while the conservative faction thumped their tables, and Bellamy, the magistrate, called for order. "You have not!" And here, Kedron raised his voice to be heard above the rising din. "You have not spoken of the cost of this eye. The workers at our textile mill are in danger of losing their employ with the competition from nearby towns. Children are on the street." The mood in the council room was becoming a solid mass, dark and ugly. A middle-aged woman in a cloak shoved a younger man, and then two other men began to push and shove each other. Cries and screams rose in the chamber, while Bellamy shouted to no avail. Kedron, Bernard thought. He had to reach Kedron. But the mass of people ahead of him grew thicker and angrier, and he held back. And then he saw her, a woman almost directly in front of him, reaching down with one swift motion, taking a bow and an arrow from a sack, notching the arrow and drawing the bow back and aiming at Kedron, and...
The Scrying Eye. This is part 2.
And then he saw her, a woman almost directly in front of him, reaching down with one swift motion, taking a bow and an arrow from a sack, notching the arrow and drawing the bow back and aiming at Kedron, and Bernard raced forward without thinking and pushed the woman as hard as he could, as hard as he had thrown the rock in the forest, and she struck the ground. But the arrow still flew through the council chamber and struck a man, and the man fell. Kedron, Bernard thought. My heart. There was a silence as the members drew back from the slain man, and Bernard saw that it was not Kedron after all. He felt guilty for a moment that he was rejoicing that another man had been killed, but all thoughts stopped a moment later. Kedron, cradling the man, withdrew the arrow from him and held it up. It was split in two. Men and women crowded around Bernard, thanking him, holding down the woman who had fired the arrow, talking and shaking their heads. He felt surrounded by a great stillness. The dead man, Farah, was the leader of the conservative faction, Bernard knew. It had only been his own intervention which had diverted Time's arrow. for the split arrow was the same one as the Second Testament in Radolf's pouch. "They want me to take over the conservative faction now that Farah is dead," Kedron mused later that night at their home. It was as if he had to keep talking, keep moving to prove to himself that he was yet alive. "But nobody can replace him. We're going to lose the vote against the Eye." Bernard wanted to laugh. The vote! Of course they would lose the vote. The scrying eye must be built. His life had been cast in iron from the moment Radolf had come back to him all those years ago. "A failed relationship," Radolf had said. If time itself could not be changed, how could he ever hope to keep Kedron? Nobody blamed Bernard for Farah's death, and he was encouraged to take some time to himself. Contemplating Radolf and his past made Bernard think of Blaiad, his old instructor. He decided to visit the painting academy and talk to her. A warm spring wind blew through the windows of the painting academy, and Blaiad was marching about like a soldier, as always. She was much older and gray, but still as wise and wily as ever. She eyed him with a vinegar expression. "My old student, what prompts you to visit your older tutor?" He had brought his newer paintings with him, the best ones. They were rolled up and tied with a leather strap, and he took them out and asked her to look at them. "You're a respected illustrator," Blaiad said acidly. "Do you still need my approval?" She sighed and placed the paintings on the table. He watched as she flipped through them, saying nothing. At last, she rolled them up again, tied them off, and gave them back to him. "It is good that you are not following the latest fashions," she said. "It must be Kedron's influence." He smiled, pained. "You capture the events of history well," she added. "But?" Bernard asked. "There is no but. You capture the events well." "But," Bernard said, "my heart is not in it?" Blaiad sighed. "Did you bring a lunch, Master Bernard?" He could not recall her ever calling him master. "As a matter of fact, I did," Bernard said, and drew out from his satchel a small box. He opened it, a riotous combination of colors and textures and scents, spirals of meat and twists of bread, carrot curls and radish roses. With the sauces and colors, it suddenly occurred to Bernard that it resembled nothing so much as an artist's easel. Blaiad looked at the box and nodded. "You are a competent painter," she said, "but I do wonder where your heart is." Thinking of Kedron, Bernard wondered the same thing. "What do you think of the scrying eye?" he asked her. The news had finally been announced around town, and discussions were vigorous and intense on both sides. "Will it take away my employ? Will they truly be able to see everything through it?" Blaiad shrugged and drew her cloak closer, and he saw afresh how she had aged. "Your parents' generation needed painters and illustrators," she said. "Your generation needs painters and illustrators. The day that a giant eye tells us that we no longer need painters or illustrators, that is the day I shall retire." He left her standing in the courtyard, a soldier still defending her keep. Kedron, with other council representatives, was to visit other nearby towns and request their investment in the scrying eye. Their town would provide intelligence and information to the other towns in exchange for the vast sums of gold that would be needed to build it. It all sounded rather circular to Bernard. "I haven't been to see my family in some time," Bernard mentioned to Kedron. "Would you mind if I stayed in town while you travel?" "Of course," Kedron said, somewhat distant. Bernard suspected that Kedron felt strange about him having saved his life, but they had never discussed it. Kedron's mind was now on the eye and the council and the magistrate's position. Although they shared meals in a bed, there was a distance that Bernard did not like. His parents were also older. Tai was a delightful young woman who had not married and did not plan to. His mother drew him aside that night and spoke to him in hushed tones. "Your father has contracted the forgetting illness," she said. Bernard shook his head. "I have been with you and him all day, and I see nothing wrong. He is as he has always been." It takes time for one to see it, she said, shaking her head. I tell you that something is wrong. After dinner, he left his parents to their usual bickering and wandered through the rooms of the small house, stopping at his father's easel. It had not been used in months. The paints were dry and cracked. An artist is always working, Bernard remembered his father telling him, and a chill prickled his spine. Am I misinterpreting the signs, he wondered, or does my father truly have the illness? But he soon forgot about his father, for Kedron, the council, and the entire city became caught up in the planning, building, and creation of the Scrying Eye. The town had become a city, and the city now had its project. Everyone in the city was involved, from the builders who constructed the giant building that would house the Eye, to the drafters and designers, to the mages of arcane arts who gave the Eye its power, and even the graduates of the Cooking Academy, who supplied the builders and drafters and designers and mages with food and drink. Bernard's task was to document the progress of the Eye. He sketched as the builders laid down the foundations, the mages scratched symbols and runes in the Eye's enormous circle of glass. The city alchemist poured the dyes that swirled and ran across the surface of the Eye. And finally, 100 men and women used ropes and pulleys to lift the Eye into place. The Eye did nothing, and would do nothing, until it was told what to do. One of the mages explained it to Bernard thusly. If I ask you to cook me a pie, and you've never done so before, you would not be able to cook one. But if I gave you a list of steps, very clear and very simple, then you would be able to follow those steps, one at a time in order, and bake a pie. The Eye is similar. It is powerful and can do much, but we must tell it exactly what to do. The mages and alchemists could not tell the Eye what to do. There were few in the entire world that had the skill of, as Bernard thought of it, recipe writing. A young man from several towns over was the only person nearby known for his skill at writing such instructions, and the city council spared no expense at sending a messenger with the promise of a great deal of gold. Some say they're going to offer that man more gold than it took to build the Eye, Kedron said darkly one night, tamping the contents of his pipe. He'd taken to smoking an aromatic mixture at night, which Bernard thought made him look even older. But it is only a rumor. I would have thought that the council would have arranged for an artisan before the Eye was built, Bernard said as he cleared the dinner dishes in the kitchen. The smell of pipe tobacco, of Kedron, wafted into the kitchen. Such is the power of haste, Kedron replied. Every task is out of step. The man with a talent for writing recipes came to the city at last, and there was a large crowd assembled to meet him. Bernard had been given the assignment to illustrate the meeting, and he sketched furiously as the handsome cab pulled up and discharged its passenger. There were rules to sketching an open public event. First, to roughly draw the outlines of the people Bernard already knew. Then, he would focus on the most important person he did not know, this man. But as the door to the handsome cab opened and the man stepped out of it, the charcoal stick fell from Bernard's hand. The man was tall and of stocky build. Bernard did not need to hear the mayor speak to know his name. It was Radolf. Radolf, after all of these years! He was no longer indistinct. Bernard's artist's eye imprinted his blonde hair, hazel eyes, sly smile, and thick beard. After a very long moment, he bent down, picked up the stick, and continued to sketch. There was a long ceremony with much clapping and huzzas, and when people began to disperse, the mayor, a rotund, middle-aged man with a red face and long sideburns, brought Radolf to Bernard.
This is Radolf,
the mayor said. It isn't necessary, Bernard thought, looking at Radolf. Of course we know each other. We have known each other for years. He has directed my life as surely as an archer directs an arrow. But Bernard saw no hint of recognition in Radolf's eyes, and he realized that, to Radolf, this was the first time they had met. I'm charmed, Radolf said, and again showed that sly grin. You will work together, the mayor announced, as if there was a scribe nearby to take down his pronouncement. While Radolf prepares the eye, you will document his work for our town history. And once the eye is ready, the city will be transformed. Transformed, Bernard thought for the first time. Transformed into what? There was little time to think about such things over the next several months. Radolf plunged himself into the work of writing the instructions for the eye, and Bernard drew Radolf, and the mages and alchemists who helped him, and even the builders who cursed at him. Radolf walked back and forth, singing, chanting sometimes, muttering to himself, and writing strange symbols in chalk on a large slate in the building that housed the eye. What do you think of this? He would demand of Bernard. And when Bernard admitted he knew nothing of those symbols, Radolf would shake his head. Does it look correct? Does it feel correct? And he'd smile his sly smile and clap Bernard on the back, telling him of his wonderful, wondrous work and how much Bernard was helping him. Radolf would often forget to eat, and his body grew worryingly lean. Bernard, of course, brought his own food to the eye building and started forcing bits of it on Radolf, who would grab it out of his hand and eat while muttering about the stars in the sky. Eventually, Bernard decided that Radolf had to eat, and so he cooked double portions and brought an extra wooden box with lunches that he gave to Radolf every morning. Radolf said nothing about this, but he dutifully ate the colorful meals on their midday break as they sat on the hill overlooking the far river and beach. The eye grows ready, Radolf said at one point, gazing off into the distance. It will see the beach, the river, all the lands beyond. There will be nothing it cannot see. He was young and impetuous, and his enthusiasm and energy made Bernard smile. But then Bernard would come home to Kedron. The same old, dusty Kedron, with his old clothes and old books and pipe tobacco. Spectacles perched on his forehead, shaking his head and grumbling about the dangers of the scrying eye. Bernard would kiss Kedron on the cheek and go to the kitchen to make the meals for him and Radolf for the next day. And so, the time passed, and though Kedron held him close at night, Bernard felt more and more distant. At one point in Radolf's work, Bernard became useful for more than simply documenting the passage of time. There were images and illustrations that needed to be drawn and then passed beneath the eye's gaze. The mages had attempted to do so, but they lacked the skill and precision that Bernard had. After all this time, he had become attuned to Radolf's way of thought, and so the illustrations were easy to sketch. A thought could pass between Radolf and him without words needing to be spoken. The days grew shorter and shorter again, and Bernard started spending longer and longer hours at the city center where the building of the eye was now complete. One day, a messenger brought a note from his mother. "Your father is ill. Come quick." His father sat in his chair as usual, but he saw nothing and said nothing. Bernard put his hand under his father's nose to make sure that he still breathed. His father breathed, but did not respond to words, entreaties, touches, or even a gentle slap on the cheek. His mother stood next to him, arms crossed. He would have expected her to be angry or upset, but she seemed determined or resigned. "He has been this way since early this week," she said at last. "This is the forgetting illness." "Have you consulted the healer?" Bernard asked, without hope. The forgetting illness struck few at his father's age, but it was well known that there was no cure and no treatment. Death would follow. "Charms and amulets," his mother said bitterly. "I would have been better off buying bread and salt." She pushed her hands into her pockets and drew out trinkets that must have cost her several gold pieces. She tossed them onto the dirt floor in front of his father. Glittering, they reminded Bernard of the testaments that were still hidden in the buried pouch. He's in there somewhere, she pleaded, but he sees nothing. She grasped Bernard's shoulders. Can you help him see? Bernard returned to the building of the eye later, and, viewing the blood-red swirls and symbols of the scrying eye, he thought about his father. Can you help him see? The eye could see everything, but surely it could not see wherever his father had gone. Radolf greeted him with a hearty hug, but as they resumed their work, said less and less. You are upset, he commented when Bernard made an error in an illustration and had to scrape the paint from the canvas. My father, Bernard said. They had spoken of his father before, and Radolf knew of the illness that was consuming him. He does not move, he does not speak. There was a woman in our town, a great scholar. She had the forgetting illness. There was no cure, Radolf said quietly. Bernard looked up at the eye. He sees. I know he sees something inside himself. And then? Could we use the eye to help him see? It was a foolish question, born of hope and despair, and Bernard expected Radolf to discard it. But Radolf stepped forward and looked up at the eye himself. The moonlight that shone in through the eye cast a dim, red light on Radolf. The eye is meant to see, Radolf said. What was, what is to be. It is not meant to alter. A curious look came over his expression. Bernard held his breath. This is the moment where the world changes, he thought, and wondered why he would think such a thing. Radolf was furiously drawing on the slate. There were new symbols and new runes, and even the builders had to be recalled to change the shape of one end of the building of the eye, though Bernard did not understand why. 30 days later, Radolf asked him to bring his father to the eye. His mother was beyond protest, and she helped his father into the cart that Bernard had hired, riding up front with Bernard. Bernard had not understood much of how the eye was to function. He had a vague sense that it would be similar to a telescope or spectacles, that one would peer through and see, as Radolf said, what was, what is, and what is to be. But Radolf placed Bernard's father in a chair in the center of the large main room of the building of the eye, facing the eye itself. The eye was at least 100 feet up, and it was tilted so that the sunlight shone through into a circle on the floor, where his father sat. Bernard noticed then that the floor was a checkerboard of black and white. The black squares not black at all, but filled with thousands of dark runes and symbols written on each one. The square where his father's chair sat was blood red, an arcane circle drawn around it. There were large levers that Radolf pulled, and small levers that Radolf flipped, and the light from the eye grew brighter and brighter. Bernard expected the blood-red color of sunset, but it was the violet of dusk that poured down from the eye and bathed his father in an unearthly glow. Beside him, his mother gave a strangled cry. They stood in silence and waited. The silence drew out, became unbearably loud. Every time Bernard thought to ask Radolf if it was working, he looked at his mother and stayed silent. And at last he heard the raspy voice of his father, like a creaking door that had not been used in a long time. I see them, he said, awe in his voice. What do you see? Bernard asked, heart quickening. I see the fish. The fish have come back to the river. His father's eyes shone with a violet light as he peered into a place where Bernard could not go. His mother cried, and Bernard hugged his father, and Radolf applauded, and Bernard hugged Radolf. And Bernard and his mother brought his father home, and his father could speak and eat a little bit. But that night, When Bernard returned home to his quarters, Kedron was not there. The Kedron smell of his pipe tobacco hung in the air, but he had left no note and no explanation. He did not return while Bernard was awake, but was sleeping next to him in the morning light when Bernard rose. The next night, when Bernard returned home, Kedron was not there again. It did not happen every night. There were nights when Kedron's presence and love filled their quarters, and they ate their meal and talked and laughed. But there were other nights when Bernard knew before he opened the door that the house lay still. Kedron would not say where he went, and he would come home after Bernard had gone to bed. Bernard did not want to ask. He wanted to know, and he wanted Kedron to tell him. The secret hung between them like all the other secrets, the pouch of testaments, Radolf, and now Kedron's absences from their home. It had been a while since Bernard had painted any new paintings for the book of painted memories he had created. This was no surprise. His book contained only the happy memories and none of the unhappy ones. Bernard went to look at the book one evening when Kedron was gone and found only an empty spot on the shelf. It did not take him long to realize that every time Kedron left, he took the book with him. And still Kedron would not say where he went. The scrying eye was near completion now, and there were even more levers and round knobs that could be twisted or pushed or pulled. Bernard had observed Radolf enough to have a general sense of how to use the eye, although he was never alone with it. Until one day, when Radolf was briefly ill and sent a messenger with a note to tell Bernard to go home and sketch. Instead, Bernard locked the door to the building of the eye, and, standing on the red checkerboard square, he drew in a breath and pulled this lever and pushed that one. The eye groaned and creaked and moved on its gimbals, and through its lens, Bernard saw where Kedron had gone all those nights, where Kedron was at that very moment. Bernard realized he had not needed the eye to tell him, because time's arrow was not a straight line, but rather a circle that was coming back to its starting point. On the cover of their book of memories, Bernard had drawn a painting, the very first one he'd done that he felt worthy of. He thought that Kedron could not understand its significance, but Kedron had never asked him about it. Bernard shut the eye and locked the building. Then he went down to the beach by the river. That first painting, the cover of their book of memories, was a violet study of the beach and the river. Deep purples that could not exist in nature, but only in flashes of his distant memory. Nobody could know from that painting that it was the beach. It was too abstract. But Kedron had lived with him and loved him for years. To Kedron, Bernard thought, this must have been as clear as a map. He found Kedron sitting on the pier jutting out into the river, looking past the lapping waves into the distance. The book of painted memories lay next to him. Bernard felt such a pang of love then that he thought his heart might break. Kedron spoke without turning around. "I was going through these," Kedron said, placing a calloused hand lightly on the cover of the book. "You are a good painter." "Good enough," Bernard admitted. "But that is not why you come here, night after night." Kedron looked up at Bernard. "You have painted us from the day we met. Every memory we ever shared. How I loved looking at these memories." His hand flipped through the pages. "But you have stopped painting us," he said. "There is a meaning to that." Bernard was about to protest, but he knew then the truth of what Kedron had said. He had allowed Radolf to poison him with the thoughts and the promises and the dreams of what was to be. Poison him so that he could never see what was directly in front of him. Now it was too late. When Kedron said nothing more, Bernard bent down and picked up the album and returned along the path, up the beach, and up the hill toward the city, where the scrying eye looked out with a baleful stare. When Bernard arrived home, he examined the violet painting on the cover of the book, and he had a realization. He moved the statue of the ancient warrior's head and dug up the pouch, whose leather was dry and cracking. The last testament, the blank vellum scroll. Why had he not seen it all this time? It was the same size as the paintings he had made for his memory book. It was no longer blank. The final testament had asserted itself. Sketched in Bernard's own style, it depicted the scrying eye, the checkerboard floor with the one red square, and Radolf stepping through the eye. This would be the journey where Radolf would find him as a young man, would bring him the testaments, would seduce him with dreams of a happier future. He did not even need to draw this sketch. He simply placed it at the end of the memory book on the last blank page. An earlier Bernard, or a later one, had drawn it for him. What had Radolf said? "You are a desperately unhappy man. You have made bad choices, in love and in life. A failed relationship, among other things." Oh yes, Bernard thought. Radolf had been correct. Radolf's visits, Radolf's testaments, had led Bernard to his bad choices in love and in life. His relationship with Kedron had failed because he had been blinded by the future, by Radolf. It was Bernard who had diverted the arrow that slew Farah, the leader of the conservative faction. Bernard's action had led to the rise of the progressives and the decision to build the Eye. It was Bernard who asked Radolf to help his father, who had given Radolf the idea that the Eye could not only see what was, but also change it. He had been responsible for the scrying eye as much as Radolf had. Bernard started towards the building of the Eye, the book of memories tucked into the satchel he put over his shoulder. I have had no choice, he thought. I have been trapped in the circle of time's arrow since Radolf first came to me. Kedron and I could never have been happy. Radolf was already there, standing in front of the scrying eye, bathed in its blood-red light. The pouch of testaments in his hand was a new leather pouch with no wear. He looked just as he did that night all those years ago. Only Bernard saw him very clearly now. As their eyes met across the field of the Eye, a final realization came to Bernard. "You knew this would happen, all of these events," he frowned. "You knew that I would never leave Kedron, but you could not stop yourself." Radolf shook his head violently. "You draw images, I write words. If I speak the right words, the exact words I need, if I do everything just right, then I can convince you." His eyes were as blood-red as the eye's lens. "I can make you love me." And then he turned and stepped through the scrying eye into the past. I could not stop him, Bernard thought. I could not stop him because he is also trapped in the circle of time's arrow. Neither of us can escape. Hard tears came to his eyes at last, blurring his vision of the horrible, hateful Eye. Tears for all of the time that he had lived with divided loyalties, to the past and the future, to Kedron and Radolf. He had never fully chosen one or the other. His eyes cleared. There was one last choice he could make, Bernard thought. A circle may be unbroken, but there was always a beginning, and there is always an end. The builder's tools were still in the nave of the building. Bernard did not know how much time he had before Radolf returned. He drew up a great, heavy hammer and climbed the scaffolding that led to the scrying eye. The hammer felt good in his hands, a tool like his brushes, his pots and pans. He drew it back and swung it around in a wide arc and crashed it into the scrying eye. There was a sound as if 1,000 angels had been slain, and glass shattered around him. Now Radolf could never come back. A fierce, horrible wind sprung up, blowing through the hole in the building where the scrying eye had been, and Bernard, fearful, ran down the steps and out of the building. Still running, his feet retraced his steps from earlier that evening, across the hill and down towards the beach. The wind blew harder and wilder, and Bernard knew he had broken the circle, broken the strings of time itself. Then he saw Kedron in the distance, and he began to run faster. Bernard's foot caught on a root, and he flew forward into the dirt. The book of memories burst from his satchel, and the wind caught it and flipped it open, scattering paintings to the wind, images and memories of his life with Kedron, the choices he had made, the life they had lived. Many, many years earlier, Radolf looked into Bernard's eyes, reflecting the moon on the river. "I have one last request," he said. "Yes?" Bernard said. "Will you wait?" Radolf asked. "Will you wait for me?" Nothing happened. No flash of violet. Radolf frowned, and he looked at Bernard very carefully. And when Bernard asked him what was wrong, Radolf said in a voice heavy with suspicion, "I do not know." Kedron was waiting on the pier, standing and silhouetted against the light from the moon and the waves of the river. Bernard got to his feet and went to him. There was no what was, and there was no what is to be, only the wonderful, immutable Kedron with his dusty clothes and old spectacles and dusty satchel slung over his shoulder. Bernard jumped up onto the pier, and time came to a stop. Everything from this moment onward will be new, Bernard thought. Time's arrow is no more, the eye is no more, and the paintings of the past are no more. Only blank canvases. He would have to answer for destroying the eye, but it would never be rebuilt. It needed a genius like Radolf, and a dreamer like Bernard. But there was no need to dream of the future anymore. Bernard looked into his love's eyes and smiled. "Come home, Kedron," he said. "Come home, and let me make you something to eat."
A plague of reason. Welcome to the Lavender Tavern, my friend.
There was a land long ago that had been scoured of magic. It is strange to say, it is strange to believe, but there it was. A world without runes, without sigils, and even without potions. And yet, the sun and moon continued to rise, and the rains fell and the crops grew. Nothing lay beyond the veil they called reality, except for more reality. How did this happen? How it usually happens, with the decision by one man. That man saw mages and witches and warlocks grow strong and powerful across the land. He witnessed wars between armies with magic in their ranks, laying waste to entire castles and even mountains. And he decided that this would end. The man stirred fear and anger and hatred in the breasts of his fellow men and women, and one night, when the mages and witches and warlocks slept the sleep of the magical, they slaughtered them and their families. All of them, men, women, and, yes, children. In the books and scrolls that came to be written, this great day was known as the Restoration. There was a school at the northernmost tip of the land that stood in a field of clover, and so it was called the Clover Academy. Before the Restoration, the Clover Academy had taught flight, and invisibility, and fireballs, and all manners of spells. After the Restoration, instructors started teaching how to read and write glyphs, how to tell which plants were edible and which were not, and how to cure those with maladies of the heart and the mind. The miraculous, blinding light of magic was replaced with the constant, warm illumination of science. and 100 years passed. It is always a century or a millennium before anything momentous occurs, for the gods like round numbers, just as we do. Great, wet flakes of snow fell in spirals around the Clover Academy. In a chilly turret that student wizards had once used to unleash magical projectiles upon the commons, a portly man in professor's robes opened the small door and let a younger man in. The portly man's name was Sorrel, and he had taught physical sciences at the academy for the last 20 years. He had the spectacles and narrow eyes of a scholar who had spent too much time reading by the light of a flickering candle. The young man, thin and so tall that he had to duck under the transom to enter, was named Edric. He had been Sorrel's student 8 years earlier. He wore no spectacles, and his eyes were clear, but the years had already begun to etch lines of intellect into his forehead. And now, I step back in silence, for it is their words that tell this story, not mine. "It has been a long time," Sorrel said, and settled his frame into the leather hide-covered chair behind his desk. "I received your letter." Edric nodded, head bobbing up and down atop a long neck. "Good, good," he replied, then nothing. Sorrel knew the ways of students, and former students, how they became shy in the presence of their professors. "Come now," he coaxed. "You wrote to me and asked if you could visit and seek advice?" The lump in Edric's throat lurched up and down as he swallowed. Yes, you have been on my mind of late." To Sorrel, this came as no surprise either. Many young men had had infatuations with their professors over the years, and the schoolmasters always warned of the foolishness of indulging such nonsense. Sorrel knew that he was not an attractive man, nor a commanding man, though even he had received his share of propositions over the years. So long after graduating, though? "I am partial to men," Edric said after a while. Yes, Sorrel thought, I have the professor's gift of anticipating the student's train of mind. But this was awkward. And even though years had passed, Edric was still, and would always be, his student. Silence was Sorrel's best response, and he waited. "I like men," Edric said, then elaborated. "I am attracted to them, fond of them." He blushed. "And I do not wish to be." This was simpler than infatuation, but more complex in its own way. "Edric, fetch me that bench from the corner," Sorrel ordered. When Edric had complied, he asked the young man to turn it so that his back was facing the professor's desk. Sorrel had found that men and women of all ages were more likely to speak their minds, and the truth, if they did not have eyes directly upon them. Sorrel saw Edric relax slightly, and then asked him to tell him more. "It's as I said," Edric stammered, and Sorrel could see the flush on the tips of his ears and back of his neck. "When I was a child, all of my friends were boys." "That is not unusual." "I only wanted their company," Edric went on. "I had no interest in girls or women when I grew older." He looked at the snow falling behind the window with what seemed like longing. "I felt more for my male friends than they did for me." "Did you follow your inclinations while you were at the academy?" Sorrel probed. Edric shook his head. No. I heard Master Pritchard's talk. The one he gives every year. I was a good boy." Then, laughing bitterly, "Until I graduated and went home. Then I met a young man. Marcus." His voice took on a thoughtful quality. "We were of like minds." "And like bodies, no doubt," Sorrel thought. "Did he break your heart?" "If only it were that easy!" Edric's hands gripped the arms of the bench. "No, my parents found out about us. Found us." together. He shook his head. We were in love. So foolish, taking risks. They bade me leave their house. You have not been wandering the land all this time, I hope? Sorrel asked. I have an aunt now, my mother's sister. She's a strange one, strange but sweet. She asked me to stay with her. Now it's her, me, and her faithful friend, Lady Charlotte. And Marcus? Edric placed his hands in his lap in seeming resignation. He wants to be a priest. Nobody could know. He had to choose between the temple and me. And it was the temple, Sorrel concluded. The professor sighed. I have seen male animals coupling with male animals in the farms and barns of this world. As a professor of the physical sciences, I say that this seems to be a natural occurrence, though a rare one. There is more, Edric said. Sorrel waited and waited, but nothing more was forthcoming. Finally, he used the voice he reserved for wayward students and commanded Edric. Tell me! I think, Edric said weakly, I am certain. I believe that I have the ability of magic. Oh. Partiality to men was nothing serious, and quite common at the academy, if Sorrel was to admit it to himself. But this? You know, Edric, Sorrel said gently, there is no such thing as magic. There has been no magic in the world since the Restoration. Edric shrugged, looking as if he wished to turn around. I did not study the Restoration. I know what anyone knows of it. But I still wonder, could there be? Might there be? No, Sorrel said flatly. Now his own hands were gripping the front of his desk. A delusion such as this. Could some have survived? Edric mused. Gone into hiding a century ago? Perhaps we may both take a step back and examine your case together, Sorrel said, not unkindly. I shall keep an open mind. This, the smallest of lies. Why do you believe you have the ability of magic? The dim light through the window had begun to slant across the small room, and it fell across Edric's drawn face. Signs. Signs and portents. Let me tell you. Can I turn around? Sorrel sighed. Now that the dam had broken, Edric seemed enthusiastic to speak. Face me and tell me. A minute for Edric to swivel the bench around and seat himself again. Then, with an earnest expression on his face, I received a letter. A magical letter? Sorrel asked. You jest, of course. But the writer of the letters, name of Barrand, he sent 6 of them. He predicted things, and they all came true. Go on, Sorrel said. Edric looked up at the ceiling and to his right, a sign that Sorrel knew meant he was recalling a memory. The first was a storm the following week, a terrible storm we had, unlike any other. First storm of the summer. Storms are not uncommon. The second letter. A merchant would visit from another land. This was a rarity in our town, but it happened 3 weeks later. Sorrel was starting to see a pattern. And the other 4 letters? That an animal would die, the bishop's cow passed away, then that a couple would fight at the tavern, then an apostate in the temple, and last, that the sun would be blotted out at midday, all of which came true. Did the writer of the letter seek anything? Gold, property, promises? Edric shook his head violently. Not a thing. I answered each letter, told Baron they'd come true, so he said I had a gift and that he would visit me. Sorrel could see that Edric yet retained his limbs and clothes, so Baron could not have made off with much. But still. Shall I tell you how he accomplished this wonder? Magic? Some may think it so, Sarl said. I call it the magic of numbers. He stood and went over to the green-black slate on the wall. He rubbed it clean with the sleeve of his robes, then picked up the chalk and began to draw, talking as he did so. You mentioned 6 letters, Sarl said. In fact, there were many more letters. I do not understand. The first letter he sent to 32 people, yourself included, in 32 separate towns or villages. This might have cost him a bit of gold, though I wonder that he did not have an accomplice in this scheme. Sarl wrote the number 32 on the slate. Perhaps half of the recipients saw a storm within a month. To those who wrote back to tell him of this successful prediction, he sent 16 letters predicting the merchant's visit. I wonder if this merchant might also have been an accomplice, but I shall not speculate. Sarl wrote the number 16 after the number 32. Regardless, perhaps 8 of you witnessed a merchant visit your town. To those 8, he sent a letter that an animal would die. Perhaps half of those readers were unlucky enough to have a cow or horse pass away in their towns. To those 4, a letter predicted a fight in a tavern. And to the 2 who saw such a fight, a story of an apostate in the temple. True, those are all common events, Edric said, and Sarl was glad the young man had remembered some of his teachings. But what of the sun? Blotted out at noon, as I said. Every few years, in different places in the land, the sun is darkened for a while. We do not know the reason, although some suspect it is snuffed out momentarily like a candle, or that it is hidden by another object. Regardless, it is a predictable phenomenon. There are tables that have been drawn up which show when these events occur. Your Baron planned this series of letters to end with the blot of the sun. Sarl smiled and shook his head. My boy, I am afraid that of the 32 recipients of the letters, you were the only one fortunate enough, or unfortunate enough, to see a summer storm, have a merchant visit your town, witness a bishop's cow pass away, and all of the other events this man pretended to predict. Edric nodded slowly. Very well, but that was only the start. Then his belief ran deeper than he contemplated, Sarl thought. This was troubling. I shall endeavor to assist you in the interpretation of any event you care to describe. You mock me, Edric said with a smile, but I appreciate your logic. He drew in a breath. I dreamed that my mother's mother would die. She did so, only 4 days later. Sarl closed his eyes briefly. Had you seen her recently? He asked. Edric nodded. She lived with us, shared a room with me since I was born. Had she seemed different of late? Ill, perhaps? Not at all. It was very sudden. The dream worried me. I did not sleep for a week before she died. There it was, Sarl thought. Do you know why you could not sleep? He asked. Because of my ability for magic. That I knew she would pass away. You said that you could not sleep, Sarl explained. I suspect that she was indeed ill, at least for the week before her passing. In my time of studying the ill and enfeebled, I noticed that those who were about to pass away often breathed heavily, or more lightly, or differently in some manner. He exhaled and inhaled dramatically to demonstrate. You, who slept in the same room with her from your birth, had accustomed yourself to her method of breathing. Once she began to slide towards the next life, her respirations changed, and you could no longer sleep. This is possible, Edric admitted. I admit it is possible, but not all of my stories can be explained so easily. So he is not immune to reason, Sorrel thought. There is hope yet. He did not need to prompt Edric to continue. Barrand arrived 3 weeks later. He had the air of a mystic about him. Airs are not evidence, Sorrel reminded him. No, Edric said, but he knew everything of me, as if he'd been a friend since my childhood. Sorrel nodded. May I attempt to divine what Baron told you about yourself? Sir, with all respect, you do not claim the ability of magic. Neither did Baron, Sorrel said, and I shall prove it. Still standing, he paced before Edric, waving a hand at him as he declaimed, You are sometimes unsure of yourself, especially with those you do not yet know. When you were a child, you had an accident where water was involved. You need others to like you, but you are often critical of yourself. And you are left-handed. Edric looked startled. He did not say exactly this, but some of it. How did you know? And how did you know I use my left hand? My dear Edric, Sorrel thought. 8 years out of school, and still the innocence of a student. Everyone is sometimes unsure of themselves, particularly with strangers. Everyone seeks approval and blames themselves. It is a rare child who has not had an accident in their life. I would not be surprised if water was involved in some way or another. And my left hand? Sorrel laughed. There I confess to cheating. I remember you well from your days at Clover Academy. When you would write a test or paper, the writing would always be smudged from your left hand passing over the fresh ink. Baron told me I'd broken my right foot jumping from the roof when I was 6. That is why I limp, Edric said. He could not have guessed this so accurately. I suspect Baron spoke with someone in your town on his way to visit you, Sorrel said. I would be unsurprised if, when he asked about you, someone did not tell him this notable story. Edric seemed crestfallen. I trusted him. Sorrel wondered, was Baron the handsome man? Had there been other reasons in the young scholar's mind to trust him? Did a stab of envy prick at him for a moment? What did you give him? Edric shook his head. I gave him nothing. He sold me something. A magical kit. Sorrel nodded. He had seen such kits before. Wands, pendulums, black velvet inscribed with runes and glyphs, incense and candles that sparked and smoked. Did he do any magic with it? He hoped that Edric did not sense any mocking in his words, but the man seemed sincere in his reply. No, that was for me to learn. He showed me something at the tavern that night, though. He shook his head in wonder. A man became a woman. Perhaps, Sorrel thought, there was a master list of trickery that every rogue consulted before proceeding on their campaign of deception. It would not surprise him. How was this accomplished? I know not. The bearded man stood in a far corner as we drank ale. Then I turned my head. A moment later I turned back, and he was a woman, wearing still the same clothes and cap. You are aware that men often costume themselves as women in plays, and women as men, Sorrel said. Long hair hidden under a cap, perhaps a beard made of wool. These are magic tricks, but those of a magician, not a wizard. Edric smiled suddenly. Master Sorrel, you were always of quick wit. Students were helpless against you. But I yet think I am of magical ability, and I yet plan to convince you. Then play on, Sorrel thought. Teaching was a lonely profession, and he maintained a professional distance from his students. A young, handsome, thoughtful man in his room was not unwelcome, even if the jousting was reasonably one-sided. Barrand left the next day. I set up the kit in my room. That night, I concentrated on the pendulum. Thought and thought. And it moved, Sorrel finished for him. It started slowly, back and forth, then round and round. I could feel the power of my mind moving it, Edric said. Do you have any brothers or sisters? Sorrel asked. Edric frowned. 3 brothers, but... The professor cut him off. I note that only you have been sent to Clover Academy, and not your brothers. He reached forward and lifted the frayed cuff of Edric's tunic. Your family struggles with money. Edric sputtered. I do not... That is not... Sorrel was kindly. And that is why I suspect that your house is not well built nor well maintained. That there are holes and cracks to let the wind in, and that a summer of storms such as we had this year might well cause your magic pendulum to move of its own volition. Edric burst out laughing. Master, why did I come here? Sorrel shook his head. I do not understand. With your gift of perception, you should have divined my inclination for men long ago. Yes, Sorrel thought. I should have. Should have seen the way Edric looked admiringly at me during classes. But that was a door long closed. He realized he was blushing. Rising to his feet, he offered Edric some tea, and between the steeping and pouring, it was several minutes before they were seated again, this time closer together and somewhat more intimate. I brought a dead creature back to life, Edric said shyly. Sorrel had taken a sip of the smoky tea, and now he spat it out in response. What say you? I knew it. If I went on long enough, you'd believe me. I will believe you when I hear the tale. Do tell it, Sorrel ordered. Edric leaned forward as if in confidence. There was a dog, the town's dog, belonged to no one and everyone. We all fed it. His name was Rascal. Rascal was old. I remember him from when I was a child. One day, a month or so after the pendulum, he collapsed in the middle of the main street. He did not breathe, did not move. The butcher, a horrible man, wanted to take him for soup. You performed a resurrection, Sorrel asked in disbelief. I ran back home, picked up the wand, the quartz one. The kit said it had the power to imbue life. Edric smiled at the memory. I was back at the main street in minutes. Rascal was still there. I waved the wand once, twice, 3 times, waited, and then Rascal came to life. Sorrel rubbed his forehead with his index fingers. Did you touch him? He asked a bit wearily. Well, Edric considered it. At first, there was no response. I gave Rascal a shake or two. Not more than that. Do you remember the term cataleptic stupor? Sorrel asked. Edric shook his head. And to think that you were one of the better students in my physical science lessons, Sorrel sighed. It is a known fact that animals, and some men and women, may fall into an unknown state where they appear to neither breathe nor move. This state may last for some time. In most cases, it results in death, but sometimes the animal or person may be revived. He did not breathe, Edric said forcefully. You did not see him breathe, Sorrel said, equally as forceful. I would more believe that an elderly dog should pass into a momentary stupor and be revived by your shaking him than I would believe that a rod of quartz could summon him back from whatever lies beyond our world. Sorrel saw Edric look at him differently. He was knocking away the columns that held up the young man's delusions, Sorrel thought, and perhaps brute force was not the best way to convince him. Sorrel was a professor, however, and the brute force of logic was the only tool he had. "You have more," Sorrel went on. "I can see the unsaid words in your eyes." Edric looked away. "Your words ring true, but they do not feel true. Logic is a cold thing. But I shall go on." Still looking away, he continued. "You have heard of the dancing sickness?" "Yes," Sorrel said. "At one time it ravaged the lands. To think that men and women dancing should wreak such chaos. I saw a dancing woman once. She had danced for hours and hours, and she looked exhausted. Her feet were bloody, and yet she could not stop herself, and she danced on." "A farmer found a man wandering in his field," Edric said, "dancing with the sickness. The town was afraid that all would become infected with it. They wanted to kill him." "If you save this man, through magical or worldly means, then I praise you," Sorrel said, and saw the grateful look in Edric's eyes as he turned back to him. "Indeed, it was the magic kit once more," Edric said. "There were lists of incantations for tumors, for dropsy, for the plague, and one for dancing sickness. As the townspeople stood guard, I approached the man. His eyes were wild, clothes ragged. I looked him direct in the eye and spoke the incantations, slowly and deliberately. And then he danced no more. His reason returned." "I have no doubt that you accomplished this," Sorrel said, and Edric beamed. "It was a wonderful achievement that you performed." "At last! Are you willing to acknowledge my ability of magic?" Edric asked. Sorrel shook his head. "I am willing to acknowledge your ability of suggestion." "I suggested nothing. The incantations—" "You spoke slowly and directly. You looked into his eyes. You brought his focus of attention upon you." Sorrel frowned, debating how to explain. "There are maladies of the body and maladies of the mind. Some years ago, wise men and women believed that the dancing sickness came from eating bread that had become moldy. But these wise minds observed that in other towns with dancing sickness there was no moldy bread. So how had they contracted the same sickness?" "Magic?" Edric asked hopefully. "If magic is your answer to all questions, then you shall struggle to be a scholar," Sorrel snapped. "No. They had not contracted a malady of the body, but rather one of the mind. They saw others who danced and gyrated, and somehow the pattern of the dance became imprinted upon their minds. Their bodies were sound, but their minds were diseased." "You cannot cure a disease with words," Edric said. "I have seen men speak to those who would kill and turn them away from murder," Sorrel said. "I have seen women who could calm horses with the power of their speech, and my mother told me tales before bedtime of good and evil that have shaped the contours of my adult mind." Edric raised a thin hand. "I shall not argue this. There is one more story I have. If you can disprove that it was magic, if you can provide an explanation of a possible natural cause, then I shall believe you that I am without the ability, after all. My dear Edric, I am listening. This last caused the corners of Edric's mouth to turn up slightly. My dear master, 2 weeks before today there was another storm in my town. The summer of storms, as you have said. The riverbanks overflowed. Water flooded the roads and passages and threatened the town. All seemed lost until... Until? Edric shrugged. I raised a hand, and the waters drew back in an instant. There was no cessation of the storm. The flood continued elsewhere. The town was spared, but the surrounding areas were destroyed. The townspeople could not understand what had happened. The temple priest believes the gods intervened on the town's behalf. I believe that I intervened. Sarl stared down at his oaken desk for a full minute. Then, looking back up at the young scholar, he shook his head. I cannot explain it. What? Edric asked. There's something you cannot explain? I take your jest in good humor, Sarl said. For all of the tales you have recounted, I have provided reasonable explanations. I cannot explain how the flood was turned back, whether you, the gods, or some natural phenomenon caused it to happen. He leaned forward and gazed at Edric. But I shall say this again. I would sooner believe in a natural phenomenon than in a magical power that has been extinct these past 100 years. Sarl did not say what he thought of the gods. Edric was lost in thought. His countenance now seemed softer, less troubled. Master, I wish to thank you. Have I helped in the least? Sarl asked. You have set my mind at rest, Edric admitted. Perhaps I wanted someone to follow the weaving path of my story and discover its errors. He got to his feet and gathered his robes, then grinned. Or perhaps I simply wished to visit with a favorite master once more. They clasped hands warmly. Magic does not exist, Sarl said, seeing him to the door. However, I can tell you that other men who are partial to men such as yourself do indeed exist. I encourage you to find happiness in whatever form it takes. Edric nodded, and Sarl closed the door behind him. A handsome man in his thoughtfulness and asceticism, Sarl thought, even if his logic was so often faulty. If only he were 20 years older, and if Edric were not his former student. But not every desire may be quenched. That part of Edric's trouble had been simple to deflect. Sarl himself was partial to man, and since he knew he was of good heart, then being partial to man must be a good thing as well. But the magic! Sarl's face darkened. Going over to the cupboard, he withdrew a locked box and, taking a small key from around his neck, unlocked its precious contents. There was a pendulum of luminous tiger's eye, a wand of purple amethyst, and a cloth of black velvet bearing runes and glyphs. He spread the velvet across his desk and, holding the wand in one hand, he suspended the pendulum above the circle of glyphs. Sarl said the incantations, the magical words that would cause the pendulum to move. And nothing happened. And Sarl sighed, wishing that it would move, but knowing that it never could. Still holding the pendulum, his thoughts turned back to Edric. Of course, were Edric to have the ability of magic, and were he very clever, would it not make sense for him to come to Master Sarl? Pretend that he had the ability of magic, and tell a story that Sarl could easily dismiss? Reinforce the professor's belief that magic no longer existed, so that he, and others like him, could continue to practice magic in secret? Troubled by the thought, Sorrel mused further. Although it had been a century ago, records from the Restoration had been meticulous in order to ensure the purge of all who possessed magic. He had read those records. It was noted at the time that a large number of those with the ability of magic did not have husbands or wives. Those who did not usually have children. Sorrel wondered, not for the first time, if those with the ability of magic were also those men who were partial to men, or those women who were partial to women. He looked again at the pendulum and furrowed his brow. The tiger's eye had started spinning slowly in front of him, shifting from gold to reddish brown. A draft from the window, Sorrel thought. It must be a draft from the window. Or why else would he feel such a chill?
The Tavern at the End of the World.
If you venture far enough to the west, the world comes to an end. Leave your town, forsake your village, abandon your hamlet, and wander the land, always facing the sunset. After the last few settlements have faded and the cobblestone road has become a dirt path, and then a mere hint of wheel tracks in the grass, you will come to a single, low-slung building at the end of the world. It has no name. It needs no name. There is a sign outside that reads, "Last chance for supplies." The lettering of the sign has faded. Worse, the lettering has been eaten away, like everything else, by the fog. For beyond the building, there is a line of rolling fog that never moves eastward and never recedes westward. It stands guard in a long, straight line that stretches past where the eye can see. There's no further going west unless you step into the cold, unknowable fog. And if you are standing at the edge of that fog, trying to peer into what lies beyond, and thinking about those who have already come this way, it may occur to you to pause for just a moment, to turn and look at the low stone building with a thatched roof and smoke coming from a chimney at one end, to walk away from the mist, even 5 feet away from it is a relief, and put a hand on the stone next to the building's door, where a bronze plate has also been worn down by time and the fog. The bronze plate, if you pass your fingers over it, will tell you that the name of the building is the Tavern. But anyone who has heard of it, from travelers and explorers, knows it as the Tavern at the End of the World. Inside, there is a giant burly man tending bar. He has long, blonde, red hair and braids down his back, and his beard is also braided. He conceals his belly, unsuccessfully, under a large leather apron. On this night, the man, Kale, is polishing mugs. There are no guests at the tavern tonight. A willowy black woman named Bologna is straightening the tables and chairs. They are both quiet, listening to the wind and the snow howl outside. It is an hour before closing, and Kale is contemplating closing up early. He walks to the front door and pushes it open a crack to look out, shivering at the frosty winter air. The fog has caused the stones in the wall to settle, and Kale is the only one who can fully close the door. The night is a sliver of black. Before Kale can use his meaty hands to slam the door shut, he sees the traveler. The person is struggling through the wind, staggering from step to step, but clearly moving towards the tavern. Kale calls back to Bologna, "A guest!" and steps out into the storm, heedless of the driving snow. The traveler is heavily bundled up in furs and leathers, and only once Kale has brought him inside and the traveler has peeled the outside clothes away that he is revealed. A young man of no more than 25. Standing by the fire, he He warms himself, and Kale notes the man's lean, muscular body and piercing blue eyes. The young man turns and, seeing Kale's glance, smiles. His gaze passes to a deck of cards strewn on one of the tables. "Do you play hearts?" the young man asks in a soft tenor voice. "No," Kale replies, and hears the deep rumbling in his own voice for what seems like the first time. "That deck is for customers." The young man pulls his arms around himself as if for warmth, but Kale senses disappointment. "I am a Kane," he says after a time. A silence. "You must be hungry," Kale offers shyly. "Can we get you some dinner?" "Is it good?" Achaean asks, then shakes his head. "It is the only meal available within a day's walk. Of course it is good. Please." Bologna, who has been watching this interplay, moves towards the kitchen, but Kale stops her with a paw. She raises an eyebrow, then goes over to Achaean. "You are quite brave to come out all this way," Bologna says. This is what she usually says to travelers, the male, handsome ones, and often it works. When it does not, sometimes it works if Kale says it. Achaean's eyes, however, are looking toward the kitchen. "Yes, there are many legends about the end of the world. I'm sure you've heard them all." Bologna smiles. "I have heard legends from every town in the land. If you tell me where you're from, I can tell you their stories." Achaean shakes his head. "It does not matter where we start out. We shall all arrive together at the end. One of our poets said that." Bologna does not know poetry, and so she says nothing, until Kale brings out a wooden tray with a hearty meal and a tankard of ale. Kale can see the food hunger in Achaean's eyes, and their game of watching each other comes to a quick stop. "Let us go put up the chairs in the back," Kale says to Bologna, and motions her away from Achaean's table, where a feast is now in progress. "No, please," Achaean says suddenly, lifting his head from the food, beard damp with stew juice, which he mops up with a cloth. "I bid you stay with me and give me some company. I have been on the road, or whatever passes for a road out there, for so long without another soul. I need some company on this snowy night." And when Kale and Bologna look at each other uncertainly, Achaean adds, "I'd be happy to buy you each an ale if you join me." There are no other customers. The night is cold and wintry. So Kale pours 2 more ales, and he and Bologna sit across from an increasingly satisfied Achaean. Once Achaean has finished the meal, he asks, "Where did all this come from? Did you build the tavern?" His eyes are very, very blue, Kale notes. Achaean is waiting for an answer. "Ah," Kale says, feeling clumsy and a bit foolish in his burliness. "Adventurers have been passing this way and going beyond the end of the world for tens of years, perhaps hundreds of years. There were no supply stops, and many froze or starved or perished in other ways before they reached the edge. I decided to build a tavern here to serve what you may call a captive market." He shrugs. "The rest of the story is for another time." Achaean slams down the empty tankard. "Yes, a story! A story is what I want." He looks back and forth between Kale and Bologna. "We travelers have little else for currency but the stories we bring. If you care to tell me a story of yours, I will tell you one of mine." Kale sits back. A rejection, Achaean wonders. But Bologna is smiling, and Achaean can see a story unspooling in her mind. She leans forward and says, "I will tell you my story." "I had always been a bookish type," Bologna said, "and so my parents despaired that I would never marry. When a famous cartographer came to our town, they bargained with her to take me. I know not what they asked in exchange for me, but Saren the cartographer was happy to have someone to carry her scrolls and books, sharpen her quills, and haul her packs. I had been born in the town of Wells, and with Saren, we traveled from Wells to Antimony, from Antimony to Emogate, from Emogate to Jordan Crossing, and from Jordan Crossing, well, from there the land opened up, and we had the world at our heels. Saren and I traveled long and far across the land, north and south at first, and then covering all of the distance east until we arrived at the ocean. I learned how to sew, and how to mend, and how to cook for a finicky cartographer, and care for a sick cartographer, and heal a lovesick cartographer. I saw a town where everyone was a different shade of blue. Light, medium, dark, all the blues you can imagine. I saw a town dug into a quartz outcropping a mile long. I saw a village on stilts that the villagers picked up during storms and wars and moved to safer grounds. Once we had finished traveling north and south and east, of course we went west. Saren wanted to travel beyond the known world. She wanted to go past the edge and map the other side. I knew no other life and no other person in my life, so we went west together. And finally, we came to the fog and stood at the end of the world, and I realized that I did not want to go past the boundary. Saren went ahead, and I came to this tavern to rest for the night. In these days, many explorers were trying to conquer the edge, and Kale was run ragged. I offered to help, and he offered me a job. She stretches out her hands to encompass Kale, the roaring fire in the hearth, and the rest of the tavern. And here I am today. Achaean smiles. Do you not want to find out what is beyond the edge? He asks. No, Bellona answers. I have seen and experienced and learned all that our land holds. There is no more mystery to it. If I were to go beyond the edge, that mystery would be snuffed out as well. As long as I stay on this side of the fog, I have one last mystery to keep in my heart. I can peer out at the edge whenever I want to. She pointed to a window at the back that looked out onto the fog, crisscrossed by snowfall. Did Saren ever come back? Achaean asks quietly. Kale leans forward at this point, eager to add something to the conversation that seems to have slipped away from him. More than half of those who pass beyond the edge never return. He frowns thoughtfully. Or, at least, they have not returned so far. Some of those who come back bring treasure, Bellona explains, and some are locked within their minds and never wake. No one has ever remembered what happened to them on the other side. There is a moment of shared silence as the wind batters the shutters of the fog-laden window. Then Achaean asks Kale, blue eyes burning, "What do you think is on the other side?" "I have not been on the other side," Kale says simply, and rises to secure the shutters. He is a man of few words, Bellona whispers to Achaean. And I like that, Achaean says. Ah, Bellona thinks. Another round for us? He asks. Kale returns with the ales, and he and Achaean share a silent look. He feels a longing, something he has not reckoned with for many years. From Achaean's sharp eyes, it seems that the young man feels it too. Bellona's exasperated expression suggests that she too feels it. And now it is your turn, Kale tells Achaean, smiling. You wanted to trade in the currency of explorers. Belena and I have been tending the tavern for months with no new tales. What stories do you have for us? The smile Achaean gives Kale is perhaps too close, too intimate, but he collects himself and nods. Yes, a story. Then, pulling his chair a bit closer to the rough-hewn table, Achaean says, This is the story of someone who could have anything they wanted, except for their heart's desire. There was a town, Achaean said, called Galatium. This was a fancy name for a town, and yet it was little more than a hamlet, with a church and perhaps 10 houses and some common buildings. I know Galatium, Bellona says, wrinkling up her nose. They did not like that Saren was a cartographer and a woman, nor did they like that I was assisting her and the woman, or that we were unaccompanied by men. Yes, Achaean continued, Galatium was a village of traditional men. The men led the village, and the women were told from birth that their role was to serve the men. One year, a baby girl was born into the largest family. They named her Havila. Ordinarily, Havila would have served and listened and married and had children. But Havila liked to fight. She liked to play with toy swords, and she liked to play in the dirt and mud and come home with soiled and torn clothes, having sparred with some of the local boys and having taught them that women too can fight. Her parents scolded her and told her time and time again that this was not a proper pastime for girls. Havila was to learn music and to write perfumed letters and stitch happy messages. Havila had a friend, Orlo, a boy 1 year younger than she. While he had been happy to fight and wrestle and make mud pies with her, once she followed more ladylike pursuits, it seemed that Orlo was even happier. When Havila was 16, she escaped from the music and perfumed letters and happy messages. She ran into the forest, telling not even Orlo she was leaving, and she laughed and ran and jumped in the mud as much as she desired. And then she stole some clothing from the men of her own family and bound her chest tight and put dirt on her face and cut her hair short with a sharp rock. And she presented herself to a group of men who were fighting on behalf of Galatium and other nearby villages. Havila was naturally gifted at fighting and at swordplay. She would have succeeded at her aims, only one day she gashed her leg and the healer had to remove her leathers to treat her. She begged the healer not to say anything, but the healer believed that the men should rule and women should serve. He sent a message to her father.
I understand what you wish,
her father said. Her father did not understand, for as a man, he had been granted everything he desired.
That is simply how people are, men and women. We are different for a reason.
A reason? Havila told Orlo bitterly. There is no reason that one must lead and one must follow. I will not follow. They were in the town library, where Havila had dragged Orlo to look up tomes on a particular obscure subject. They were surrounded by dusty books and scrolls, and Orlo thought Havila had never looked prettier. There is a reference here, Havila pointed to one scroll, and a recollection here, and it is all very difficult to follow, but I have ascertained the truth. Orlo said, There is no truth here. There is only fantasy. Havila rolled up the scroll with quick, jerky movements. There are 2 wizards, one in the north and one in the south. They can do what I ask. You cannot become a man as much as you would like, Orlo said. It is beyond magic. Havila tossed her head. I can do whatever I wish. If I must become a man to live the life of a man, then I shall ask one of the wizards to cast a magic on me. Orlo placed his hand on hers. Would you stay if I offered you all the benefits of being a man? You could have the run of our household. You could make all of the decisions. She pulled away slowly. I have told you that I do not love you, Orlo, Havilah said. Then, seeing his forlorn face, there is no fault in you, but you are a man, and I love only women. You only love women because in truth you wish to be a man, he said very quietly. All right, Orlo, I will never go through with it, Havilah promised. I tell you, I will never go through with it on my grandmother's grave. She was lying. Her grandmother was yet alive. That was the last they spoke on the subject, or on any subject. Once Havilah had saved enough of her allowance, she scrounged up an explorer's pack, walking clothes and staff, and she left Galatium for the south. The northern wizard seemed just as skilled as the southern wizard, but Havilah did not like the cold, and so she traveled south. She met monsters and foul weather and pirates and liars and knaves, and she reached the south, where the wizard had a simple hut. How much? She demanded of the wizened fellow in the rune-inscribed robes. How much to transform me into a man? He wrinkled up his nose. You have been traveling very long, and your manner has the roughness of an explorer, he shrugged. I can transform you if you stay for a month, but you must know what you will be. I will be able to lead and rule and decide, Havilah said. She did not want to hear any more, but the wizard went on. You will grow hairs here and there, and your body will become hard instead of soft. You'll become clumsy at times, and headstrong, and have sudden anger. You will know courage and fear together, and you will not love those you love now. Havilah smiled. I already have hair here and there, and I am hard and clumsy and angry and... She looked at him carefully. What do you mean, those you love now? Do you love men, women, both, or neither? The wizard asked solemnly. Women, she said. Then, once the transformation is complete, you shall love only men. For a woman to love women was not spoken of in Galatium, but it was known to happen. For a man to love another man in Galatium, this was impossible. It was unmanly, and it left no possibility of family heirs. But Havilah was determined, and she nodded at the wizard and brashly said, Let us begin. 30 days later, Havel set off from the south wizard's hut back towards Galatium. The trip was easier and faster because of his new strength and size and because monsters fled before his sword. Also, Havel admitted privately to himself one night as he camped by a fire, because he longed to see Orlo. What had been friendship and affection for Orlo as Havilah the woman now was attraction and something close to love as Havel the man. It was unthinkable. It was impossible. But Havel knew he and Orlo could manage it. Until he arrived at Galatium and found Orla. Havilah had told Orlo she would never change her body or her mind. For Orlo, the only way he could have Havilah was to become the woman she wanted. And so, he went to the Wizard of the North, through the marshes and swamps and ice floes and glaciers. 30 days later, Orla returned to Galatium and discovered that Havilah was missing. The northern wizard was less scrupulous than the southern wizard and asked 50 gold pieces of Orlo for the transformation. He also failed to tell Orlo that, though he currently loved women, once he became a woman, he would love men. They tried to make it work. They tried kissing and snuffing a candle out before bed and lighting more candles and incense and prayer and meditation. But Havel could only love a man, and Orla was now a woman. Orla had also been betrothed at a young age to a woman, and now Orla could never marry her. Her parents shunned her, and the town shunned both of them. Havel was stronger than she was. One day, he woke up to find Orla gone. "I'm going past the end of the world," Orla's note read in simple blocky script. Havel had no family, no love, and no friend left, and so he packed his explorer's pack and put on his walking clothes again and left for the west. "And that," the Kayan said, "is as much as I know." Kale nodded.
Havel stopped at the tavern, he said. He never spoke of this adventure, though.
"Did Orla stop here?" Akayan asked. Bologna looked at the energy flowing between the two of them and felt forgotten.
Kale shook his head. She went on directly through the edge, as if there was nothing there to stop her. He sighed. The only thing Havel told me was of his trip west. Fighting and exploring. I understand now why he made such mention of these manly things.
Akayan looked out the fog-bound window at the edge. "I wish," he said quietly, "I wish I had met him. That kind of bravery and courage, to go into the unknown, is most attractive." "Many consider going beyond the edge to be a fool's errand," Bologna said. Akayan shook his head. "I meant in becoming a man. To risk one's life to become the other, that takes bravery and courage." And another look and smile passed between him and Kale. Truly, Bologna thought, perhaps it would make sense for her to become a man for all the interest Kale received from travelers. An ember popped in the hearth and threw sparks, and Kale rubbed his forehead.
"Now it is my turn," he rumbled. "This is also the story of someone who could have anything they wanted, except their heart's desire."
And he began his story.
Darrow, Kale said, had a good life. His parents were of moderate wealth, and he was born into a healthy family, and he would inherit land and fertile crops when he came of age. He had even gone to school to learn a trade. But the one thing Darrow could never find was love. He had no lack of suitors, for it was men that Darrow fancied, because of his family's wealth, his handsome countenance, his charm and education. There was always something wrong, some flaw that came between them and Darrow. The suitors were too loud or too quiet, or cruel or kind to the point of sacrifice. Over time, he welcomed more suitors, even those to whom he felt no interest, but that was even worse. As Darrow grew older, his parents became concerned that they would never have another child, and encouraged him to wed a woman in order to continue the family line. So Darrow sought women as suitors, and there too, they were too soft or too hard, or too much like a cat, or, alas, too much like a dog. After another year had passed, his parents told him that they would have to adopt an unwanted boy from the local healer if he could not start a family. Darrow's Aunt Sofa was the type to believe in any cantrip or magic, true or false. She sprinkled foul-smelling water on his forehead and told him of an equivalency curse. His parents, Aunt Sofa said, many years ago had wished for success and health and happiness. But the scales of justice must be balanced eventually, and to repay the good luck his parents had sought, Darrow would have to suffer the bad luck of being alone. "Perhaps a mage can lift this curse," she said. But the only mage in town was Max, someone who had already pursued Darrow as a suitor, and who Darrow had turned down for being too loud. "I won't help you!"
Max bellowed, and Darrow backed out of the healer's tent, ears ringing. So Darrow sent messengers out to nearby towns. "If you can lift the spell," he wrote many, many times, "then I shall offer you a reasonably large sum of gold." Many tried. There was a woman with a spiral disc that turned, and the man with the caged owl, the crone with 3 potions, red, blue, and gold, and a group of little people with their musical instruments. The result? A spell of dizziness from the spinning disc, a peck on the nose from the owl, a stomachache from the potions, and a wonderful concert from the little people. But the spell could not be lifted if it was indeed a spell. Then one day, a young woman arrived. Her name was Emelian, and she moved with brisk efficiency, long black hair tied back in a hank of leather and a mended skirt and blouse. He told her his problems. By now, he could recite them very quickly and accurately. She listened and took notes. Emelian began to prepare incantations and herbs. Hearing the incantations and sniffing the herbs, Aunt Sofa nodded and pronounced Emelian to be the genuine article. Emelian went into town and brought back a large slate and chalk. "Here," she said, setting it up at one end of his chambers. "Write down what you want in a suitor, whether he be tall or dark or fair or fat or smart or foolish." While Darrow pondered the attributes of the man he sought, Emelian burned herbs. Finally, he wrote several lines onto the slate, and she nodded. "Spend an hour every day contemplating this list," she said. "At the end of a month, you will have your answers to the man who you will truly love, and then I shall be back for the gold." Darrow sat before the slate every day, gazing at it for hours, until his eyes teared and the lines blurred. He stared and stared, day after day. Nothing. He meditated. Nothing. He prayed. Nothing. He exercised. Still nothing. He chanted. Even more nothing. And when the 30 days were nearly up, Darrow cried, despairing that he would be single all his life. The 30th day came, and Darrow paced his chambers. "This is it," he thought. "There is no more time." He turned to the slate, and he gazed at it once more. But now he truly saw what he had written. The list of attributes his ideal mate must have. Many men were honest, and many men were sweet, and many men were kind. But how many men spent every day writing, and how many played at sport, and how many liked music? As his mind traveled down his list of requirements, he had only reached halfway through the slate when he realized that of the potential suitors in the world, there would be none left. Even if 1,000 men stood in the same boundless room, he could go through each one and not find a perfect suitor. Emelian returned, but now she had no herbs or incantations. "I understand," Darrow said to her. "There are requirements," Emelian said, "and there are wishes. Those who confuse the two will find no love, even among 1,000 men in an immense room." He looked at her sharply and thought that his Aunt Sofa's judgment might indeed have been true. "Is there hope?" Darrow whispered. "Is there truly someone out there for me?" Her eyes were hazel, the hazel of the setting sun and fires burning low. "There is one man for you," Emelian said in a low voice, as if she did not see Darrow, but the world laid out before her. You will not know him when you meet him. She pointed to the slate, which still bore his list. He will have one of these traits, only one, but the most important one. Since then, Kale concludes, Darrow has been wandering the land, going from village to village and town to town, looking for his beloved, but never, so far as I have heard, finding him. The fire has burned down low in the hearth, and they are surrounded by shadows. Achaean stands and stretches his arms. It is time for me to depart, he tells them. Bellona senses a plea from Kale to be alone, and she wanders off to the back of the room to wipe mugs that are already clean. Kale assists Achaean in dressing in his furs and leathers and hefts the pack onto Achaean's back. They stand looking at each other one last time. The slate, Kale asks. Was it really most important for you that your man play the game of hearts? He picks up the deck of cards from the table. Achaean smiles sadly at Kale. If you could play the game of hearts, then you would not be the man I seek. Emelian told me that my love would only have one of the attributes that I sought. Kale spreads the deck of cards out, face up on the table, and pushes out the Lady of Hearts card with a stubby index finger. I never did learn to play at cards as a child, he admits. It was a game for boys, and I was busy playing music and writing perfumed letters. A smile of recognition between them. Will you be going then? Kale asks. I do not wish to keep you from your search. Achaean looks at the door, then back down at the cards. No, he says finally. It is a cold, bitter night. Best to wait. Hefting the pack back onto the floor, Achaean sits down at the table and starts shuffling the deck with a practiced hand. Would you like me to teach you the game of hearts? He asks. Kale turns the other chair around and sits down, arms across the chair's back. I believe that I can learn it, if you're willing to be patient. And Bellona watches the two explorers lean in close to each other, faces silhouetted by the ember light, and she smiles.
The Golden Door. This is part 1.
In the small town of Wolfwater, every door was always open to Finn, except for one. Finn, or Phineas, as his parents had named him, went from a hefty, cherubic, smiling baby to a husky, inquisitive child, a large and awkwardly private teenager, and then into his current incarnation as a broad-faced, wide-shouldered, large-bellied man. He was fat. Fat. The word was fat. He hated the terms the townspeople and even his parents were forever using to get around saying fat. Husky, big-boned, full-figured, large. No, he was fat, and they were not. Wolfwater had been through a terrible crop failure and famine in the year when Finn had been born, and the memory had imprinted a certain asceticism on the town and the townspeople. They rushed from task to task, ate light, simple food, and poured their energies into tilling the fields and harvesting the crops so that there would never be another famine. But Finn... Sometimes he thought that the famine had imprinted itself on him in another way, as he lay in bed at night, hands clasped over his belly. He liked to eat, to savor the elements of a meal. Even the simple meals his mother prepared over the fire, though they were too simple, with few spices, and often overcooked or underdone. When he turned 12, he insisted on helping her with the meals. You can sit back and relax, he said, while I make supper for the family. Anna, his mother, was a tall and thin, nervous type who could not relax. But she used the time while he cooked to fret over him. He could not pull a plow or stack sheaves or carry wood. It was simply too much for his body in the heat of the summer. But Finn could cook. Even though Anna told him not to use up the spices, to make the dishes smaller, to leave some for later, he baked vast meals from the simple meat and potatoes and root vegetables they had available. Finn would try to draw his parents into conversation over the dinner table, but his father Marin was hungry from the fields and ate whatever Finn put in front of him. Anna was too worried about gaining weight to eat much. Look at Finn, she thought. Look at Finn. So he was usually left alone to eat the remains of the dinner, staring thoughtfully out the window and thinking of an infinite number of dinners, a myriad of fantastic meals made from ingredients he'd only ever heard about. Even though he could not work the fields, people liked Finn. He had a broad, easy smile and was quick to pitch in with whatever non-physical help he could provide. The housewives and house husbands appreciated his advice on recipes and how to stretch a meal when there wasn't much food. All the doors in Wolfwater were open to him, from the town's gathering chamber to the shack that sat by the lake and held paddling boats and oars. All the doors, except for one. In the temple, at the back of the main room, there was a golden door that led somewhere. Finn did not know where it led, and he could not find out. Because Finn could not physically fit through it. The door was as narrow as his mother. As narrow as all of the other townspeople, actually. Finn would have used his hands to take its measure, but Abriel the priest did not like people fiddling with the golden door. It could not be more than a hand's breadth in width. The other townspeople could only fit through by turning sideways, taking a deep breath, and wriggling their shoulders until they popped through into somewhere. When Finn had been a child, like the other children, he hadn't cared about the temple or the golden door. He had heard the stories, knew that it led somewhere, but it was a mystery, like why the birds left towards the end of the year and came back every spring. Instead, as a child, Finn always dreamed of cooking, and dreamed of having his own tavern and inn. Anna, for she was less nervous back then, joked with him that they would have to call it Finn's Inn, and he laughed and laughed. Then he grew older and laughed less. The others his age started to wonder what was behind that golden door, and he did too. Only, at some point, they were able to cross the threshold, and he was not. His belly got in the way. If he sucked in his belly, his chest pushed out too far. The sides of the door scraped against him and left bruises, but he could not pass through the golden door no matter what he did. Abriel let him try 3 times. The priest thought that 3 was a reasonable number. Each time, Finn tried desperately to see beyond the golden door, see where the other townspeople were going, but there was a golden corridor just beyond the door that turned and twisted, and beyond that he could see nothing, only the bruises on his chest and belly the next day from his 3 attempts. What always galled him was that nobody would tell him what was behind the door. Not his parents, not his best friend Celine, nobody. Everyone had an excuse for why they couldn't tell him. His parents told him to wait until he was older. Abriel the priest told him only true believers who could pass through the golden door would be able to find out. And Celine? Celine, a tall red-headed woman who was as thin as he was fat, would simply look at him with a sad smile. "I am sworn to secrecy," she said one day as they sat in the village square, eating a hand meal he'd prepared and watching the townspeople hurry by. "We've known each other since you sprained your ankle that time and I took you to the healer," Finn protested. "Surely that counts for something." Celine ate another dainty bite of the hand meal. He was proud of the dish, a stew of beans and meat and sauce that was bound up in a light pastry. One could eat it anywhere, without making a mess of one's hands or clothing. It's wonderful, but that's all I can say. I'd get in trouble, she said at last. And someday, you'll find out for yourself how wonderful it is. He looked down at his ample proportions under the rough cloth and sighed. Then, looking at the hurried townspeople, he said, "Do they never slow down? Do they never stop to think?" The men and women passed before them herky-jerky, as if they were in a shadow play put on by an amateur puppeteer that had no idea how fast or slow real people walked. Wolfwater was built in such a way to encourage this. All of the streets ran straight and true, with no detours or curves. Shops and other places of business were set in from the street so that there was no reason to stop or dawdle. Finn half closed his eyes and saw the townspeople as a blur upon the buildings. "If they could only see," he murmured. "There's all the time in the world, if only they were to take it." Celine shot him a look and got to her feet. "I have to buy my mother a bolt of cloth. I had nearly forgotten." Then her sad smile returned. "Oh, and I am becoming one of the hurrying crowd, but I'm afraid I don't have all the time in the world. I won't forget you, Finn, even if I outpace you." And she was gone. Finn tried to return to the golden door to see if he could fit through one more time, but Abriel the priest stopped him at the door to the temple. "You are not ready to go through," Abriel intoned. "When you are, you will be able to pass through it." This he spoke as if it were a mental trial, but Finn knew better. There was only one way to pass through the golden door. A relative passed away and left his parents some money and a house, and when Finn came of age, they helped him with his dream, turning the abandoned house into Finn's Inn. He called it the Inn at first, since Phineas's Inn didn't sound right either, but everyone ended up calling it Finn's Inn. At Finn's Inn, he hosted lodgers and those who came to drink and talk and play cards, but the real purpose of Finn's Inn, the reason he'd always dreamt of it, was to serve food. The type of food he wanted to serve. Heavy stews of lamb and goat, aromatic with spices from cities across the sea, accompanied with creamed potatoes and cheese sauce, and loaves of rye with freshly churned butter that melted in the bread's peaks and valleys. Wolfwater was not a large town, and it was far from the trade winds and caravans. As a result, there were few visitors, except for some merchants who passed through and left quickly once they realized the townspeople had little appetite for luxurious satiny fabrics or scented jewels. At first, the townspeople came out to support Finn's Inn, and he had a crowd every night the first week. But they left their dishes piled high with uneaten food. His portions were too large. Finn tried cutting back, but by then the townspeople had decided that Finn's Inn had seen enough of their patronage. And why should they eat at an inn when they could eat more cheaply, more quickly, and more healthily at home? Celine sat at a table every night and ordered a different dish each time. He'd watch her from the bar as she poked at the food with a spoon and took bird-sized bites of it, face lighting up with pleasure, but never really surrendering to the meal. Then, when he came over to ask how it was, she'd praise it and say, "Could you pack it up for me, so I may take the rest home? There was so much." Every night, a package for her to take home. Finn imagined an endless stack of lovingly wrapped bowls of stew, shepherd's pies, cassoulettes, chops, crowding Celine out of her own home. He knew she was there out of friendship, nothing more. As teenagers, they had experimented and kissed and tried more, But she discovered that she liked women just as he liked men. Celine had her eyes on the blacksmith's daughter, but of the men who liked men in Wolfwater, Finn knew only of Calabas, the wild-haired town drunk who fought ceaselessly with his stick-thin partner Yoav. He could depart for another town, of course, but he had promised his parents he would stay as long as he could keep Finn's Inn afloat. The townspeople, he thought that night after Celine had been the only one to visit, had abandoned Finn's Inn. Finn ladled himself some stew from the pot that had served nobody else and sat in the empty inn, drawing the spoon through the stew. I'm not hungry, he thought. I do not wish to eat my stew. And when he forced himself to try a spoonful, he could not eat a second one. He felt depressed, and the stew tasted bad, although he knew it was a fine stew. Over the next few weeks, Finn tried hanging a sign outside the inn, and then he tried putting up a sign in the village square, and then he desperately tried to convince Abriel to let him put a sign up inside the temple. But Abriel told him that inns and drink and hearty foods were the province of men and not gods. Then, one morning, Finn unlocked Finn's Inn and turned his body sideways to enter the inn door as he always did. Only, he no longer had to turn sideways. His shoulders grazed the sides of the oaken doorway, but he could enter it without turning. When he knotted the drawstrings of his apron behind his back, the ends were longer than usual. He pottered around the kitchen, but did not taste the food he was making, for he had no appetite. Having no mirror, he could not see what was happening, but he saw it reflected in the eyes of the townspeople. Where they had once rushed to and fro in front of him, now they would sometimes stop to talk to him and ask him how his day had gone. Even Calabas the drunk grinned toothlessly at Finn from across the village square. Finn's parents were all smiles. "Finn, you look wonderful," Anna said. Marin said nothing, but stole looks at Finn while he made supper for them. A supper Finn did not want to eat. Finn did not feel particularly wonderful, but he did like the smiles and the compliments. Celine had her usual sad smile for him and told him at their next meeting, "You've lost weight. Finn, how did you go and do that?" "I don't feel like eating. Isn't that strange?" She prodded him in his lessening stomach. "Watch yourself, Master Finn. If you drop too much weight, you will lose yourself and disappear entirely." But Finn did not feel as if he was losing himself. He felt as if he was becoming himself after all the years of his life. The drawstrings on the apron became longer, and as winter turned to spring, Finn needed a rope to keep up his pants. The looks and compliments of the town people were like honey to his ears, and he would sprint to Finn's Inn and slam the door behind him, blushing and smiling. One day, one of the farmers that supplied him with vegetables fell ill, and his son, a strapping young man named Drawn, came instead. Finn had spoken with Drawn before, curt conversations where the man made Finn feel like he was wasting his time with inquiries, and the gods forbid he should want to sample the vegetables before he bought them. This time was very different. Once the horse and barrow were parked by Finn's Inn, Drawn looked at Finn, then smiled. "You came to show me your vegetables?" Finn prompted him. "Yes, vegetables," Drawn said. Then, snapping his fingers, he nodded and pointed to the display in the barrow. Luscious red tomatoes and emerald green snap peas that looked fresh to the point of still ripening on the vine. "Are these to your liking?" Finn did not know what to say. In times past, when Drawn's father had been ill, the vegetables Drawn showed him had been of middling quality. "They look fine, Finn said. Drawn packed up the vegetables Finn pointed to and wrapped them in sackcloth. Then he surprised Finn yet again by offering to take them down to the inn's root cellar. Normally, Finn would have to haul the sack himself, stooping and panting with the exertion. He followed the farmer's son down into the cool cellar, and Drawn busied himself putting the vegetables upon the shelves with the potatoes and turnips and peppers. Drawn even straightened up the vegetables Finn already had, and it finally occurred to him that Drawn was stalling for some reason. As to the matter of payment, Finn said, clearing his throat and looking at Drawn meaningfully. Drawn's father would only accept gold in hand. Credit was foreign to him. Next time, Drawn said, and smiled again. Next time I come, you can pay me. Don't worry about it. His eyes stayed on Finn, more than Finn's face. His gaze roamed about Finn's body and made him feel peculiar, as if he were a vegetable at market being examined for suitability in someone's stew pot. I'll pay you now, Finn announced. Credit, his father Marin had told him many times, was the start of the road to ruin. He had managed to run Finn's Inn on a gold-only basis so far. He took out a gold piece from the sack at his belt and passed it to Drawn, who rubbed it with his fingers but made no move to go back upstairs. Finally, Drawn asked, Are you busy this coming rest day? Finn imagined that Drawn's father might have more wares to sell, that they might come back with different vegetables, and, knowing Drawn's father, most likely with vegetables that were very close to being spoiled. I have no plans as yet. Would you like to go to the river? Drawn asked. Finn was not usually slow, but it had taken him up until this moment to get Drawn's point. The looks, the attention, the payment on credit. He was unused to such a handsome young man paying attention to him. He was not interested in Drawn. The farmer's son was like a beautiful meal that gave no sustenance. But it was such a novel experience that Finn accepted. They spent the day at the river, and when Drawn offered him a meal that he had brought, Finn refused. He did not wish to eat. Drawn spoke of crops and the land and minerals and horses. Finn spoke of cooking times and wooden spoons and baking pans. Drawn wished to see him again, but Finn kindly told him he was too busy with the business of the inn. As the days passed, if Finn's stomach complained, he pretended that he did not hear it. If sometimes, stirring a hot stew after a long day, he felt dizzy and broke into a sweat, he pretended that he did not feel it. He measured himself with hand widths and lay in bed, ignoring the growling of his insides, dreaming of the golden door. And it came to pass in late summer that Abriel knocked at the door of Finn's Inn. Abriel did not enter the inn, but from the outside he suggested that Finn come to the temple. With trepidation and pride, Finn went to the temple the next day after gathering up the courage to do so, feeling that the eyes of the townspeople must be upon him. The golden door seemed wider than he remembered. Finn angled himself just so, and took the deepest breath he'd ever taken, and tried to shrink himself in his mind so that he was nothing more than a flat fin, a fin on a sheet of parchment, and he wriggled and pushed and felt his bones scrape across the doorway. And then, after a timeless moment, he was through the golden door. As he had seen so many times from the Wolfwater side of the door, there was a golden corridor that took him 3 steps to cross. He rounded the corner in anticipation, but then stopped with a gasp of recognition. It was the last thing he would have expected, and the first thing he should have guessed. A tavern. Where Finn's Inn was squat, low to the ground, and welcoming, This tavern had walls that soared to a high ceiling. Paintings with splotches and dashes of color hung from the walls. Golden light streamed in from the windows that seemed to look out onto a forest. There was no forest around the temple, however. The tables were narrow and long, thin slabs of white surrounded by simple but elegant wooden chairs that made the chairs of Finn's Inn look like something carved by a childish orc. Men and women sat at the tables, a selection of the townspeople of Wolfwater, talking and laughing, and sometimes, rarely, eating. From where he stood, Finn could not see what they were eating, but he could see the man who had cooked the food. He stood in the kitchen to one side of the eating area, a kitchen of long counters, bowls, and ladles, and ingredients placed in precision. The man was surrounded by his own halo of light, and Finn thought he was the most beautiful man he'd ever seen. Yes, beautiful. It was an odd word to assign to a man, but it fit this one. Tall and slender, pale skin, penetrating green eyes, and long blonde hair tied up in a topknot. This so as not to get in the food, Finn thought. A good 20 years older than Finn, with wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. Finn saw an empty spot between two villagers at a nearby table and started towards it. He noted that the men and women who were eating ate very slowly, picking at the food delicately, putting down their spoons and knives between bites, spending more time talking than eating. "Welcome, friend." The tall man was at his table before Finn had finished sitting down, and Finn nearly jumped in surprise. "Might I offer you something to eat?" he asked in a deep voice. He looked at the dishes on the table in front of him. The man to Finn's right was eating a series of green discs perched upon a few drops of red sauce. The woman to Finn's left was holding her spoon, deciding whether to lift a brown cube, blue sphere, or yellow pyramid from her plate to her mouth. "I do not know any of these dishes," Finn said, "but I'm sure that whatever you serve me will be delicious." The man looked at him curiously, then bowed. "I am Valeri," he said. "I won't be but a minute." As Valeri returned to the kitchen, Finn smelled the sense of cooking on him. Not the pungent garlic and gamey meat and yeasty bread that he knew, but spices from the tropics, sharp, tangy scents he could not place, and a more subtle scent that must be that of Valeri himself. He had never seen Valeri in Wolfwater. Running his finger along the thick table runner, Finn mused that Valeri must live here, or else he traveled to the temple every day from another town. Finn realized that this last was impossible. He would have seen him at least once all these years. So, Valeri lived in this set of golden rooms, cooking golden dishes for golden people who were able to pass through the door. The dish Valeri set down drew Finn's eyes, a maze of lines made of straight noodles of various colors, surrounded by squeezed lumps of what Finn thought must be mashed and cooked vegetables. Everything was perfect. Everything was in its place. Finn took his spoon and, feeling Valeri's eyes on him, imitated the actions of the other diners and delicately brought a tiny portion of food to his mouth. Many years before, Finn had once drunk a cup of tea that he had mistakenly salted instead of sugared. The anticipation of the sweet tea had made the salt taste all the worse. He did not want to spit out the food that Valeri cooked. He did not want to insult the beautiful man who was waiting by his side with anticipation. "I'm so glad," Finn said, "that I've had the chance to taste your food." Valeri nodded, hands busy in a way that Finn remembered from his mother's anxiety. "I hear you have a small inn in Wolfwater," he said. A small inn, Finn thought. Yes, it was nothing to compare to these golden rooms. You must come sometime, he replied. I'll give you a tour and show you how real food is cooked, he thought, resting his hands on his almost vanished belly. That night, in Wolfwater, Finn confronted Celine when she came to the inn for one of her now weekly suppers. Why didn't you tell me? He demanded. Why didn't anyone tell me? She had her sad smile on, and involuntarily he looked around Finn's inn. The darkness of the room, the low tables and blocky chairs. This was a tavern of the world, not of the temple. Finn, she said, ever since you were a child, you told everyone, me, your parents, all of Wolfwater, that you wanted to open a tavern or an inn. This is your heart's desire, right here, and nobody wanted to wound your dream with a golden arrow. He sat on the stoop of Finn's inn after he closed that night, watching the eternal stars wheel in the sky, and the occasional falling stars sketch a line towards the ground. His meaty hands were balled into fists. They knew. They had known all along, he thought, the people of Wolfwater. And they'd chosen Valeri's tavern over Finn's inn, even though it had no name. Valeri's food over his food, no matter how tasteless it was. He was sad. And then he became angry at the betrayal, and then he had an idea. And he went back into Finn's inn and started looking at all the ingredients he had. The meats, and the spices, and the vegetables, and the breads. They didn't think that his inn was special like Valeri's Golden Tavern. So Finn would put on a meal, just one meal. The meal to end all meals, forever. And he would show the people of Wolfwater that they were wrong.
The Golden Door. This is part 2. Welcome to the Lavender Tavern, my friend.
Finn got little sleep that night as he paced the kitchen, taking notes and writing down ideas and cooking and tasting bits and samples of food. Eating the food helped him to think, to sharpen his mind. He missed Celine, missed her laughing, dancing conversation, and how she challenged him to be better than he was. She was ambition personified, unusual for an inhabitant of Wolfwater. Celine had been a singer since she was a child, but now she was famous in town, and fame meant performances and planning and trips to other towns and villages. He took one night off from planning his feast and went to hear her perform at an alehouse in the center of town. It was a shabby, disreputable place, propped up by drunkards and slatterns, and Finn was surprised that his childhood friend should sing at such a venue. But when Celine came out from behind the curtains onto the small, raised stage, he forgot about the stale smell of ale and the acrid tobacco haze that hung in the air. She wore a simple black shift, as if it was a grand dress from a distant city. Her hair was done up in curls and gleamed in the lights of the stage. She elevated the alehouse and those who were in it, and Finn was glad to have come. Celine spotted him as she took her place. He saw the smile of recognition, the little nod, and then he forgot everything and listened to her song. Finn wondered later if she had decided to sing that song once she had seen him. It was a song of being different, of not belonging, a black swan among a bevy of white ones. But no, Finn realized. that song was not for him alone. It was for Celine as well. She was as much of an outsider to the town of Wolfwater as he was. His difference was obvious to all who saw him, but hers lay hidden on the inside. She could pass as one of them on the street, but when she opened her mouth to sing, it was wonderful, Finn told her afterwards, as the bartender stood protective guard over Celine while she drank water to refresh herself. I heard the message in your words. Then, he added, we do not belong here in Wolfwater. Her smile was as sad as always. Oh, Finn, she said, we belong wherever we go. It is not for others to accept us, but for us to accept them. He slept and dreamed of songs and meals, and come dawn, he tied his apron and walked to Finn's Inn to continue planning his feast. Valeri was waiting at the door. Somehow, he had persuaded Abriel to let him go out, or so Finn thought. He clearly was not a prisoner of the temple. Finn stood back and let him into Finn's Inn, which Valeri looked over with great interest. Part of Finn's mind cringed, seeing the tall, elegant Valeri stooped under the low roof of the inn. What do you think? Finn asked at last. He wished he had not asked it, but he had seen Valeri's anticipation when Finn had been about to eat his food behind the golden door, and he knew the desire to be judged by another. It reminds me of you, Valeri said. His smile was warm and genuine. He is the enemy, Finn thought. A man who serves terrible food and sees more patrons in a day than I do in a month. Wide and squat? Finn laughed, then wished he hadn't said that either. Valeri shook his head. You are not wide, he said, passing his left hand just over the space where Finn's belly had once been. Let me show you what I've been up to, Finn said, guiding Valeri over into the kitchen. I'm planning a feast. Now, he saw the difference in Valeri's eyes. Where they were curious and challenging before, now they were cool and analytical. Finn made no secret of his menu. He knew that Valeri would not copy him. It was not within Valeri's power to cook like Finn, just as it was not possible for Finn to construct meals shaped like baskets and towers and children's blocks. Here, try this mutton, Finn said, lifting a large chunk to Valeri's mouth. Valeri took the tiniest bite, frowned, then nodded, wiping his lips. A strong, gamey taste underneath, Valeri said. And the sauce? If you took a larger bite, I imagine you would be able to identify the ingredients yourself, Finn said with a smile. Valeri looked down at his slim body with a glance that Finn took as uncertainty. Then, I cannot eat too much, of course. I need to be able to get back through the door to my tavern. Of course, Finn thought later. Valeri had returned beyond the golden door, no doubt sliding through with ease. Finn was hungry. His stomach growled and he tossed and turned. Finally, he got up and went to Finn's Inn and prepared himself a meal. A proper meal, not the scraps and bits he'd been subsisting on for the past few months. Rabbit with roasted turnips and a mug of golden honey mead. That was better, Finn thought afterwards. Now he could think. Now he could cook. And Finn plotted, and Finn sketched, and Finn cooked and cooked and cooked, nibbling here and tasting there, and thinking how much better his cooking was than Valeri's. Valeri came to visit every few days, and a ritual developed. Finn would show him his latest dish, and Valeri would take a morsel, and Finn would encourage him to eat more. Then Valeri would laugh and shake his head ruefully. Finn's belly had started to grow again. The apron strings started to get shorter. Drawn, the young man who had taken him on a Saturday afternoon to the river, was suddenly too busy to see him. Finn tried to eat less. He tried to ration his food. But he enjoyed the dishes he was creating and testing for the feast too much. He was a man, after all, Finn thought, hands on his belly after another late night in the inn's kitchen. Not a thin blonde statue with green eyes who could not cook. But sometimes, very late at night, in his bed, he thought, what if I can't fit through the golden door anymore? He couldn't stand the idea, not because the meals were laid out like artwork, not because the townspeople were there, but because the golden door existed and he needed to be able to pass through it. Late in fall, Finn and Valeri took a walk in the forest surrounding the town, and they spoke easily of food and of cooking. Finn recalled the heavy, awkward silences of his trip to the river with Drawn, and marveled that the conversation with this blond man was so much simpler. It was clear Valeri had no attraction to him, except the same attraction for a fellow craftsman that Finn also felt for his rival. Valeri explained the cantrip that animated the images of the forest behind the windows in the Golden Tavern. It was the first he'd spoken of his own tavern, and Finn took the risk to ask, "Were you always there?" Valeri laughed. "I did not spring full-formed from Abriel's forehead, if that's what you are suggesting." They stopped in a small clearing, and Valeri sat down on dry leaves and patted the spot beside him. "Your elder will now tell you a story," he said. Finn had forgotten how much older Valeri was. Aside from the wrinkles around his eyes, he had the energy of a younger man. "The temple priests used to serve food during their services," Valeri said. "They believed that the food represented the gods they worship. In fact, to them, the food was a manifestation of the gods. You have heard the term food of the gods. This is where it began. All of the townspeople who came to the temple were welcome to partake, and the temple priests were happy for the crowds." Valeri's face darkened. "Until one day, which would have been when you were a child. Wolfwater's crops failed, all of them at the same time. Some said it was retribution for our wickedness. More and more of the citizens of Wolfwater came to the temple for food. Some were religious, many were not, but claimed to be so that they would not starve. Abriel, for Abriel was the leading temple priest by this point, tired of feeding those who he saw as the unbelievers. And so he built the Golden Door." Valeri looked at Finn. "You see, it was intended to keep those who lacked worth and those who lacked need from the food of the gods." "If they were thin enough to pass through the door," Finn said, "they were starving and needed the food." Valeri nodded. "The famine lasted a year. Once the new crops came in, healthy and full, the townspeople who had been emaciated became happy and plump. Abriel did not like this either. He felt that this would only lead to sloth and hedonism. Now that only some could pass through the Golden Door, it was a privilege, and it soon became a badge of honor to be able to enter the Golden Tavern. Valeri looked down at his own slim body and smoothed out his tunic as reddish leaves fell around them. I had served at the temple altar as a child. Since I was born slight and remained thin no matter how tall I grew, I could go through the golden door regardless of how narrow Abriel made it. He tired of cooking the food of the gods because he hated to eat. He bade me become the cook and went back to delivering his message, that to enjoy in excess was to sin. He fell silent, and Finn imagined Valeri's life behind the golden door. How he had a talent for shapes and colors and finesse, but not for taste or flavor. The townspeople could only fit through the golden door if they remained slender, Finn thought, so they asked for lighter and healthier fare. And Valeri's food began to look more and more beautiful and have less and less flavor. Not, Finn suspected, that the townspeople of Wolfwater cared. The asceticism of the Golden Door and of Abriel had passed beyond the temple into the town itself, and the pastimes and pleasures had been set aside in favor of speed and economy. Valeri got to his feet suddenly. I must be back to the tavern before supper, he explained, brushing the leaves from his tunic. We have all the time in the world, Finn replied. If only you'd take a moment, you would see that. But Valeri had started walking towards the temple, and this forever was not to be. The feast did not take forever to plan. The date rushed towards Finn like a speeding horse. The next time Celine ate at Finn's inn, he sat down at her table and told her, I am calling in a favor. She was even thinner than before, with dark circles in the hollows of her eyes, and not even a sad smile to give. You want me to sing, she said. One night only, I promise, Finn said. I won't be able to pay you much. I will not be asking coin for the feast. Donations, yes, but not gold. I want everyone to be able to come and enjoy it. An idealist to the end, my Finn, Celine said, and there was her smile. A genuine one, for once. Of course I'll help you. One artist always helps another. But what will happen to the inn after the feast? There is an eternity of time to worry about that, Finn scoffed. First comes the feast. Finn invited his parents and asked them to invite their friends. And he asked Celine to invite her friends. And he posted signs and handed out leaflets. But finally, he did the only thing he could to make the feast a success. He convinced Valeri to close the Golden Tavern for one night. Abriel will not like this, Valeri muttered. They had met around the back of the temple, as Finn was no longer able to fit through the golden door, and Valeri did not want to be seen at Finn's inn. One night, Finn said. It's not forever. He saw Valeri's teeth flash in the near darkness. Eternity. Forever. You have no sense of time, Finn. Maybe I am the only one in Wolfwater with a sense of time, Finn protested. They rush to and fro. They spend their days in the doing and not in the being. Perhaps we have an infinite amount of time, If we only realized that it was so. Was Valeri's look one of pity or exasperation? He could not imagine Valeri ever understanding how a man of the earth like Finn felt. The blond man with the green eyes belonged to the air and the sun and the wind. Abriel raged and complained and threatened, but Valeri had not closed the Golden Tavern in years, and Abriel had no good argument left. The priest gritted his teeth and pouted and did not attend the feast. The rest of Wolfwater did. Finn rejoiced to see the tables full of townspeople, the men and women he'd known since he was a child. His parents were there, sitting at a table, quiet and unsure. He could see the emotions flash across Anna's face. I am proud of my son. Should I be proud of my son? Are others proud of my son? Celine broke the silence by starting to sing quietly, accompanying herself on a vielle. She sang of longing and of company, of friends breaking bread together, and a celebration after a long harvest. It was music to stir the appetite, and Finn's stomach rumbled in sympathetic appreciation. But then he became worried, for nobody was truly eating. They picked at their food and waved morsels on knives and spoons around them as they talked. They ate no more than crumbs, and Finn despaired, looking at the mountain of food he had prepared. Valeri sat with the town leaders, and Valeri was not eating either. His plate was undisturbed. When their conversation lagged, Finn stole up behind Valeri and begged him to eat. Please, just a bite. Valeri looked from the plate heaped high to Finn, and back again, his unease evident. I am not in the habit of eating such rich food, he said. Valeri was a man of the five senses, Finn thought, even if his own cooking appealed to only one of them. Not taking his eyes from Valeri's, Finn picked up the spoon next to Valeri's plate and very deliberately spooned up a large helping of food. This first dish was a pottage, a broth that Finn had boiled with beef and carrots, adding herbs from the town fields and lentils and beans. He brought the steaming spoon up to Valeri's mouth, and Finn's own lips parted. Valeri imitated him and opened his own mouth, and then Finn eased the spoon into Valeri's mouth and waited. Valeri's eyes closed, and his head tilted back very slightly in pleasure. Then he swallowed, grinned his dazzling grin, and burst out, My friends, you must try this. This is absolutely delicious. Finn thought he might have to spoon another helping into Valeri's mouth, but the blond man took the spoon from his hand and then started to scoop up the pottage in great spoonfuls. And like that, the dam had broken. Finn heard the sounds of spoon against bowl, knife against meat, lips smacking in sighs of contentedness. Then, as he looked around, the chatter rose in the room. The men and women of Wolfwater were talking. And they were eating. Even his parents. Celine smiled at him from the corner, and he noted that the light from the hearth fire filled in the hollows beneath her eyes and brought her back to the memory he had of her as a youth. Then he went back to the kitchen to serve the rest of the feast. The feast! It was a memory that would last in Wolfwater for a generation. It was not over that night. It was not over the next day. Finn's feast lasted 3 days, with breaks for rest and laughter and song and dance. After the pottage came frumenty, a thick, hearty, boiled porridge with golden sugar, rare saffron Finn had bartered from a trader with the promise of recipes, chewy, crunchy almonds boiled until they popped out of their skins, currants the color of a summer night sky, and the freshest eggs Finn could find in town. Calabash the drunk had donated the eggs upon hearing what would go into the dish. After the frumenty, the meat and fish, thick slabs of venison steaks with bacon, red wine and cinnamon, a wild boar's head with teeth bared, decked with rosemary, and orange studded with cloves in its mouth, salmon, fresh from the river beside the town, sliced into hefty cutlets and cooked in grog, onion, and aromatic ginger, pike from the same river, ground and cooked with parsley, peppercorns, and mead into a fish pie. After the meat and fish, a swan. Finn had wanted to serve a peacock, but there were none in Wolfwater or the surrounding towns. The swan was roasted, crackling like duck and dripping with juices, rubbed with garlic, dark and tender. It reminded him of the black swan Celine had sung about. For dessert, an arrangement of savory and sweet. Tart berry pudding with mint, a caramel custard that wobbled and jiggled to the diners' laughter, thin wafers of chocolate and orange, dough shaped into circles and boiled in sugar water until puffy and light, sweet pancakes wrapped around a syrup of chocolate, fragrant almond cakes, compotes of prunes and peaches and apricots, creams and fruits cooked in sugared and spiced wine, tangy cheese pies, salted custards, and sheets of pastry enrobed around meats. And lastly, on the third day, when they were full to bursting and couldn't eat another bite, but of course they could, candied fruit and cheese, sweet sugared plums, cherries, beets and lemon peels, cheeses from the cellars of Wolfwater, ripe and aromatic and mild and soft and runny. The townspeople had come together to contribute this final course. At the end of the feast, all of the townspeople had to rest, including Finn. He could tell from his apron strings that he had gained weight, and he could see on the cheeks and chins of his fellow men and women that they had as well. Even Valeri was no longer the austere statue that he had once been. All feasts must come to an end, even the one Finn thought would go on forever. He accompanied Valeri and many of the townspeople as they trudged back to the temple. For who could abandon the Golden Tavern, he thought, even after such a feast? Abriel the priest stood with disapproving eyes, but said nothing as a young man stepped up to the golden door and could not pass through it. An older woman who was herself quite thin tried as well, but she could not pass through either. Finally, Valeri stepped forward and wedged himself into the golden door, but it was too small even for him. Whispers among the townspeople. "We've gained weight," one said. "We've done something terribly wrong," said another. Finn thought that they could not have gained that much weight in 3 days, no matter how much they had feasted. Abriel shook his head and looked at them with fire in his eyes. "The golden door has shrunk," he said. "A magic has occurred." more whispering. Though the townspeople of Wolfwater were credulous, Finn was more suspicious of any claimed magical cause. Abriel smiled with thin lips. The gods are displeased that you have chosen to feast for 3 days at the inn. He could not bring himself to say Finn's name. You shall have to refrain from food and drink to atone for your sins. Only then will the golden door open once again to you. This with a significant look at Valeri. Valeri walked Finn back to Finn's inn, but said little. I am sorry, Finn said, casting about for explanations. Really, I am. But if you would permit me to offer a theory about the golden door... Finn! Valeri said sharply, then smiled in a grimace to conceal what Finn saw was anger underneath. I do not wish to discuss anything with you right now. Are you angry with me? Finn asked timidly at the door to Finn's inn. Valeri's eyes darkened. I am angry with myself. Then he sighed. I cannot pass through the door the way I am. You will excuse me. With that, he was gone and Finn was alone. No customers, no Celine, and no Valeri. Finn's inn was as empty as it had been before he'd started planning the feast. And for what? He had spent all of his savings, and the townspeople must be furious with him, for good reason. He had promised his parents he would stay in town as long as he could make a go of the inn. Perhaps it was time for Finn to leave Wolfwater. He tromped through the kitchen, wiping down counters and washing pots until nightfall. Celine had promised that she would come speak to him soon, and when he heard a knock at the door, Finn went with a heavy heart. What smile would she give him? How would he see himself through her eyes? A man too fat to fit through the golden door? A man who had used his envy and jealousy to deprive others of the experience because he wanted endless customers, constant praise, infinite approval. It was not Celine at the door. Valeri's head was taller than the doorframe, so Finn could not see his eyes in the dusk. Finn said nothing, and Valeri said nothing in return, but paused on the threshold. Then Finn understood. Valeri had said he could not pass through the door the way he was. Not the golden door, the door to Finn's inn. Finn waved Valeri inside, sensing a change of heart. But it was Finn who spilled out his thoughts as soon as he closed the door behind them. I'm leaving Wolfwater, he said, going to seek my fortune elsewhere. A long silence. Very tentatively, Valeri asked, Can I come with you? He wants to follow, Finn thought. Not me, but the foods, the menus, the recipes. Finn would remain a man of the world, and Valeri would always be a blonde statue. But they could share the same passion for cooking and learn from each other's talents. I have no idea where I'm going, he said. Wherever the road takes me, wherever I can find vegetables and meat and a cooking fire. Valeri leaned forward, and the candlelight reflected off the darker strands in his long blonde hair. Finn, I have been trapped in that golden prison for 20 years, dreaming of seeing the world, and fearing that if I were to leave, I might not ever be able to go back through that cursed golden door. He smiled. "Let's go away from here. For an eternity." Finn smiled at his friend. How can I say no to the most elegant cook in Wolfwater? They packed Finn's belongings and a second pack for Valeri, and Finn left an apologetic note for his parents and a warmer note for Celine. He opened the door to leave Finn's inn one last time, but Valeri stopped him with a hand. "Now I'm afraid," Valeri admitted suddenly. "Maybe I won't be a good enough cook beyond the Golden Door. Maybe we won't succeed." Finn pushed Valeri gently through the door before him. A regular, old oaken door that was hung slightly askew, let in cold air during the winter, and rattled during every windstorm. "Don't worry, Valeri," Finn said. "It's only forever."
The Knight and the Dragon.
Once, there was a quiet town called Baravia that was nestled in between two hills on the eastern edge of the continent. Baravia was well situated. It had a river that brought water and fish, and boats would trade from other villages down the coast. The plain it stood on was high enough that the temperature was moderate. It was considered the friendliest town in the region. The Baravians prided themselves on being friendly. At the entrance to the town stood a statue of the town's founders with open arms and an inscription in several languages reading, "Welcome to Baravia, all strangers who seek it." Baravia was also known throughout the region to welcome travel from visitors, commerce from visitors, and certainly gold from visitors. But there was one type of visitor that Baravia did not like at all. It had been decades since the last dragon had been sighted in the region. Goodwife Bayless was the oldest Baravian, and even she could only dimly recollect her grandparents telling tales of a nice dragon spraying the countryside with frost and icicles, freezing the cattle and sheep where they stood. Nobody had seen a dragon since then. Until now. The farm animals smelled the sulfur and fled, spooked. The farmers also smelled the sulfur, but they did not know to run until a shadow fell across their land. With the wingspan several yards wide, orange-red scales and yellow slitted eyes, the dragon swooped and soared and buzzed the tops of the farmhouses until the farmers cowered in their cellars. Then came the fire. Magical fire, green and blue and orange, straight from the dragon's mouth, scorching the thatched roofs and searing the rows of corn, and somehow miraculously missing the animals which stood fearfully at the edge of the river, trying to decide which was the worse fate, to enter the river or be burned by the dragon. Goodwife Bayless was not afraid. At the age of 96 years, she was only afraid of the aches that afflicted her hips. She stood in the largest scorched cornfield with her non-magical scythe and her non-magical voice and shouted at the dragon.
Get away!
She cried. "Leave Baravia alone!" The dragon made a long, swooping arc downwards, and the one farmer who could see Goodwife Bayless later said it looked as if the dragon was coming straight to her, fire lashing the field in a straight line. At the last moment, the dragon pulled up, but Goodwife Bayless's arms were more agile than her hips, and she reached up and hooked the dragon's head, which spun towards her and incinerated her. "Our beloved Goodwife Bayless has been slain," Oliver, the council leader, said at the hastily assembled council meeting. There were a few murmurs at the use of the word beloved, but nobody wanted to be a person who would speak ill of the dead, especially one who was still standing in scorched carbon form in the field where she had been struck. "We must do something." "Our crops are in danger," one farmer said. "Tradesmen are avoiding our town," a merchant added. They sent soldiers to fight the dragon, Baravia had a small contingent of friendly soldiers who spent their time guarding the bank and the merchants and greeting visiting tradesmen. The soldiers were not familiar with battle. They returned, scorched and singed and smelling of smoke and sulfur. "We could not get close," one of them gasped, and the others nodded in unison. Then, they went to change their garments and returned to their patrol of the bank. "We must approach Wynn," Oliver said at the next town meeting. There were more murmurs. Wynn was Baravia's new wizard, and he had only been in the town a few months. That led to suspicion, particularly since he had yet to make a deposit at the town bank. It was Oliver's opinion against the group of farmers and merchants, none of whom would take a firm position for or against. And so Oliver won the day, and he went to see Wynn. Wynn had a thatched hut on the edge of town. The hut had belonged to the previous wizard, a disreputable soul who had been asked to leave Baravia when it had been discovered that he was laying trances upon the townspeople that caused them to withdraw their gold from the bank and give it to him. Wynn had not changed anything about the hut. His clothes still lay in a box at the foot of the bed. His books and papers were in the box he'd brought with him months ago. His only additions to the hut were the vials and phials and filters and potions on the far wall. When Oliver entered through the open door, Wynn, a tall, stooped man with red hair and freckles, was taking stock of the potions and muttering to himself. Attar of roses, turmeric, sage. "Friend Wynn," Oliver said. "Councilman Oliver," Wynn replied. Oliver was a man courageous in council, and yet fearful in private. Wynn waited. Dragon has attacked Baravia," Oliver said finally, as if that should explain his presence in Wynn's hut. "I have heard," Wynn said dryly. More silence. "Goodwife Bayless has been slain," Oliver added. "No doubt her kinsmen will mourn." Goodwife Bayless had no kinsman or kinswoman. Oliver stepped from side to side, appearing to Wynn as if he needed to relieve himself. "The council has asked me to come here." Wynn moved his right hand in a circle as if to speed the conversation. "To ask me to defeat the dragon." "Yes!" Oliver burst out in relief, then caught himself. "As the town wizard, it is your sworn duty to rid Baravia of this scourge." He blushed. "The payment shall be the usual amount of gold." Wynn mused. "I suppose this falls within my responsibilities," he said. "What will you need to accomplish this?" Oliver asked. "I will need to collect information," Wynn said, looking at his shelf of potions. "Read up on dragons, perform research." Oliver sighed and nodded. For any request the council had, Wynn needed to read and read, as if there was time for reading when there was a dragon on the loose. A small archive of books and papers and scrolls stood at the south edge of Baravia, where Wynn had spent many an afternoon reading and thinking in the intense haze of sputtering candle smoke. The archivist, a wizened woman named Clydia, collected the admission fee for the archive and showed him where the material on dragons was. There was very little of it. A troupe had passed through Baravia 15 years ago with a poorly received play about a dragon. A youth had drawn a dragon in chalk on the council chamber's door and had been flogged. There were history books about dragons from long ago, but no dragons had been seen since before Goodwife Bayless had been born. Even so, Wynn paged idly through the tomes, reading to himself such fascinating words as, "The dragon is known to shed skin twice a day, and such skin mayhap be used for clothing and other crafts." Baravia's archive held no clues to this particular dragon, unless it was on the verge of shedding skin and crafts were needed. When Clydia closed the archives for the day, Wynne took the long route past the welcome gate of the town towards his hut. As he passed the gate, he saw a dusty man in traveling leathers. A knight, Wynne thought. The man had a sword and a bow and a quiver, but he did not need any special garb for Wynne to know him to be a knight. Even through the dust, the man held himself straight and proud, though he walked slowly towards the gate, looking very tired. Several townspeople were present. A young woman was carrying a basket of reeds, 2 men were talking commerce, and a boy was pulling a wagon filled with round, smooth river stones. They each glanced at the knight, but none said a word or approached him. Welcome to Baravia, Wynne thought. This had been the same greeting he had received when he had arrived at the town several months ago. Despite the statue, despite the sign, the people had not greeted him or taken him in until he had cured a councilwoman's son of a sleeping sickness. It was fear, he thought, fear of the unknown, or perhaps fear of losing their gold to the unknown. So, Wynne stepped forward and came up to the knight, who stopped in front of him. Wynne was taller than the knight by a good foot, but the knight was well-built and smelled faintly of sweat on the road. "Well met, traveler to Baravia," Wynne said. The knight lifted his helmet, and Wynne saw his dark, dark eyes, intense and curious and wary. "Thanks," the knight said, looking pointedly around at the other townspeople who had stopped to watch them, but continued to keep their distance. "Would you like a drink?" Wynne asked. The knight seemed to relax, as if the burden of his trip had suddenly come down around him. "Thank you," he said. "Call me Tristan." Wynne's hut was already too small for him, and with the knight, there was barely enough room for them to sit at the low wooden table with glasses of wine between them. "You are a knight," Wynne said, stating and not asking. Tristan downed the wine in a single gulp, then coughed and sputtered. "Yes, an honorable profession." He shook his head. "Or rather, it was an honorable one until our mission disbanded. Now I work for hire." A mischievous thought flashed through Wynne's head, thinking of hiring Tristan for something related to knightly duties, but he dismissed it. "Have you been hired much of late?" The sun was setting outside, and the orange rays illuminated Tristan's dark brown eyes as he poured another cup. "Here and there. I make enough gold to get by." Then, looking at the potions and vials on the wall of the hut, Tristan asked, "And you? Does Baravia pay its wizard well?" "I am yet on probation," Wynne said. "They remain unconvinced that I am a fine enough wizard for such a fine town." At his tone, Tristan looked at him more sharply, then smiled. "Yes, I see. What must you do to convince them of your worth?" Wynne sighed heavily. "I am afraid that I am about to fail at that task." He took a book out of his pack that he had borrowed from the archives and laid it on the table, opening it to a drawing of a winged, fire-breathing creature. "A dragon is threatening Baravia." Tristan smiled, and it occurred to Wynne that he liked that smile a great deal. "Did I not mention that I am a slayer of dragons?" "Surely there cannot be enough dragons in the world for you to specialize in such a profession," Wynne said, running his index finger along the rim of his cup. The wine had traveled from his stomach to his head. "I have been far and wide across this country," Tristan said. "Even in the last few months I have slain dragons of fire and dragons of ice." The wine was touching the knight's tongue as well, Wynne thought. "Let us speak of this tomorrow," Wynne said. "Will you sleep here tonight?" That last he said with more bluntness in his voice than he had wished. Tristan looked at the narrow single bed and shook his head, getting to his feet unsteadily. "As is my custom, I shall sleep under the stars. Wynn saw him to the door. Perhaps I shall join you under the stars one day, knight. Tristan's breath, scented with wine, was very light on Wynn's cheek. Perhaps, wizard. You may always follow me. Alone, Wynn paced in his hut. There was no doubt that Tristan claimed to be a slayer of dragons for hire. There was no doubt that he could slay this dragon if what he said were true. And there was no doubt that Wynn himself could not slay or enchant or magic the dragon on his own. Wynn had collected the information and read about dragons and done his studying, despite Oliver's sighing. Wynn knew that he could craft a weapon that would defeat the dragon, but he could not get close enough to strike it. But conceivably, Tristan could. You would entrust the defense of our town to a stranger? Oliver asked Wynn the following morning. Oliver and his group of farmers and merchants were in the town council building, and Oliver sat underneath a portrait of the town's founder, the famous painting depicting the man standing with open arms and a welcoming smile. Tristan stood next to Wynn, but said nothing. A bowl of fresh water and a rag had transformed him from a dusty stranger into a proud and confident young man with a broad chest and massive arms, sword at his side. Am I not still a stranger in Baravia as well? Wynn asked quietly. Oliver coughed. Yes, but, well, we need your assistance. We have been blessed to have had your help on several occasions over the last few months. You are known to us. He pointed to Tristan. He could be a fraud, or a common thief. Wynn felt Tristan bristle beside him and heard the slight clip of his leather-clad fingers gripping the handle of the sword. I vouch for him, Wynn said simply. He has told me his story, and I have investigated it. At the word investigated, Oliver gave a heavy sigh, but Wynn did not stop. He is the man who shall defeat our dragon. That evening, in Wynn's thatched hut, Tristan scooped meat and vegetables from a bowl. He eats like a man starving, Wynn thought, though he has the broad shoulders and heft of a man who is well fed. Wynn had already finished his meager dinner, and he was looking at potions and filters and making notes when Tristan finished his meal. You did not do any investigation of me, Tristan said, smiling as he surfaced for air at last. Wynn reached over with a cloth and dabbed the knight's beard. I investigate in my own way, he said. Tristan indicated the bottles and vials with an inclination of his head. What are these? Wynn picked up a purple vial and hefted it in his hands. I gathered this last winter, on the shortest day of the year, just as the sun set. He handed it to Tristan, who looked at it in surprise. It is cold, like ice, Tristan said. Wynn smiled. It is the distillation of winter, winter's bane. He took the vial back and looked at it reverently. This shall be the base of the weapon you will use against the dragon. Tristan looked confused and then nodded. A weapon of ice. I see. I have slain dragons with sword and bow and arrow, but never by magical means. We shall dip your sword in the potion once it is complete, and the tips of your arrows. Wynn looked him directly in the eyes. If your aim is true, the dragon cannot help but fall. My aim is always true, Tristan replied. And Wynn saw this for himself, as Tristan practiced in the clearing behind the hut over the next days, while Wynn mixed potions, read recipes from scrolls, and boiled various liquids over the hearth fire. Whenever he stopped to rest, he saw Tristan slashing at a makeshift fighting figure made of straw and clay, the knight's muscles taut, glistening with sweat. Tristan spent each night under the stars until the day a heavy storm fell upon Baravia. Then, Shivering and shaking the water from his leathers, he came indoors and allowed Wynn to dry him off. You do not like to accept hospitality when it is offered, Wynn suggested, toweling Tristan's hair roughly and playfully until Tristan pulled the cloth away from him. Tristan's face was ruddy. I have learned, he said, that there is a price to be paid for hospitality. And of course, I do not stay in any one town for very long. I have lived in Baravia for 8 months, Wynn said. The longest I had stayed anywhere, in many years. Tristan grinned, pointing at the open box on the floor. And yet you keep your robes in a box. Do you expect that you may need to flee Baravia if we do not conquer the dragon, wizard? Wynn looked away from Tristan. I have been expecting to be sent away from here from the moment I arrived, but I shall not leave until my task is done. Night. Rain fell heavily on the roof, and Wynn saw that it was late. Will you sleep in my bed tonight? He asked, then reddened. Tristan raised an eyebrow. I notice that your bed is scarcely large enough for one of us, let alone both. Then, Wynn said carefully, perhaps we may stack ourselves vertically, like dishes on a shelf. Tristan slowly smiled. Shall we discuss who shall stack on whom? Or is that a matter to be discussed once the dishes are put away? They lay against each other in the tiny bed, Tristan wrapped around Wynn and pressing into his back, his breath warm on Wynn's neck in the darkness. Wynn could not sleep. After a while, he asked, What will you do with the gold the townspeople of Baravia give you? He felt Tristan shrug and pull his arms around Wynn further. Live, Tristan said simply. Although I have slain many dragons, they are not common in this land. The gold should allow me to live and eat and rest for a year. You need not leave Baravia once you have vanquished the dragon, Wynn said. There is always need for men who can wield a sword. Another shrug. The soldiers of Baravia are mere money guards, Tristan replied. And the Baravians are not the friendliest of folk, are they? Wynn stared out into the darkness. I have found my place. He thought that Tristan might speak again of the clothes he kept in the box, but the knight said instead, A town can always use a healer, or someone to deliver babies, or ward off evil spirits, or make potions. But how many dragons will attack Baravia in the coming years? Wynn stayed awake as Tristan moved and sighed and fell into slumber, his grip on the wizard loosening. You are a traveler, Wynn thought. You will always be moving from town to town, like me. Nuri, Tristan whispered in his dreams. Nuri, Wynn wondered. A lover, a parent, the town where he had been born? Holding on to Tristan would be like trying to hold on to a summer's breeze. Wynn worked slowly and methodically on the ice potion. Then he worked even more slowly and went to the archives often to read and make notes. Then he tried to do as little work as possible, but Tristan came upon him in the hut one day and asked after his progress. I am sorry to say that my work is complete, Wynn said, hefting a jar of liquid that shifted and spun like flurries in a snowstorm. Sorry? Tristan said. Is this not good news? Once you have slain the dragon, Wynn said, turning away so that Tristan could not see what was in his eyes. This adventure shall be at an end. He could not go with Tristan on the day of combat. The ice weapon was also a shield that would protect its bearer, but neither Wynn nor the Baravian soldiers would be protected. The soldiers were thankful not to have to go. And so Tristan went alone, and Wynn waited in the town square with the rest of the town. He was sure of the outcome, sure of Tristan returning victorious. It took no more than a day, and although Wynne had been certain, it still cheered his heart to see Tristan enter the town gate, dragging a large black thing behind him. It was the petrified head of the dragon, and Tristan lifted up with a flourish and handed it to Oliver, who had been waiting with the rest of the townspeople. Oliver broke into a rare smile. "You have triumphed, knight!" he shouted, and the townspeople cheered. They surrounded Tristan and lifted him onto their shoulders. He was a Baravian, at least for now. Wynne took the petrified dragon's head from Oliver and held it in his hands. It was light, weightless. From the distance of the adoring crowd, he saw Tristan's eyes on him, and he did not need to be a seer to know what the knight thought. The townspeople are happy now, but yesterday they passed me in the streets without comment or notice. They are fickle. Oliver had a sack of 100 gold coins provided by the Bank of Baravia. The sack was heavy, and when he passed it to Tristan, it clinked and pulled Tristan's hand down toward the ground. It was then that Wynne saw the disdainful look in Tristan's eyes fade, and his smile grow. "An ale for your last night?" Wynne said that evening as they sat in his hut, watching the sun fall behind the hills to the west. "I should be the one to buy you an ale," Tristan said. "But let us stay here instead of going to the alehouse." Wynne shrugged and poured them each a mug. "I shall miss you." He said little more. Tristan passed a dreamless sleep and woke at dawn. He went to stand up. But he could not move. He tried to shake his arms, his legs, even move a single finger. Nothing. He could breathe, and he could open and close his eyes, but no more. He was about to scream when he saw Wynne. Wynne was pulling on his robes, watching him. "You are awake, knight," he said. "Please, do not struggle." Tristan's eyes darted to the empty ale mugs on the table. "A spell of holding fast," Wynne said. "A simple trick every wizard knows." Then he asked, "How many times have you done this?" It surprised Tristan that he could move his lips, pass air between them to talk. "Done what?" he replied at last. Wynne laughed. "An ice weapon for a dragon that breathes fire. This is an elementary error for a knight who slays dragons, is it not?" He shook his head and stopped smiling. "But a man such as you does not make such errors. I believe you did not wish to harm the dragon." Tristan struggled in the vice-like grip of the spell. "I returned with the dragon's head. You witnessed it. You held it yourself." Wynne started taking the potions and filters and vials down from the wall and loading them into a pack. My pack, Tristan realized. He has emptied my pack and is filling it with his things. "You brought back a head," Wynne said. "It was unusually light. I know not what means you have of manufacturing such a thing, but it can be done, no doubt." Tristan sighed. "How long?" he asked. "How long have you known?" Wynne sat down on the edge of the bed and took Tristan's unmoving hand in his own. "The ice weapon was a test that you failed," Wynne said. "There was another sign, however. The gold. You told me that the gold would last you a year, but that you had been traveling from town to town for the past several months, slaying dragons." His lips pursed. "Would you truly need to slay dragons so often if it paid so well?" He was leaving, Tristan thought. He would take my gold pieces and leave me here under the spell. Casting about in his mind for a diversion, he could think of nothing more than the truth. "I shall tell you honestly, if you will listen." And perhaps, he thought, the spell may fade while I tell my tale. Wynne was silent. "There had been no dragons for many years," Tristan said, as if reciting a child's story. Nobody knows from where they came. Perhaps there were 2 yet remaining, and they bred and bred until there was a blight upon the land. But regardless, I was an ordinary knight. I fought trolls and ogres and rescued men and women and sought treasure. Until once I entered an abandoned castle and happened upon a dragon. It attempted to burn me to death, but during our battle, the walls of the castle came down around us. The rocks had fallen upon its wings, and though I was able to push aside enough rocks for me to escape, the dragon was trapped. Tristan shrugged. I am a knight. I cannot leave anyone in peril, even a creature such as this. So, foolishly, I pushed the rocks aside and freed the dragon. Her name was Nuri. She could speak. She spoke better than me, and better than even you. Hearing her speak was like listening to music. We became friends. At Wynn's expression, Tristan shook his head. Do not look at me that way. Appearances matter little in such things. We joined paths on the road and went to the next town over. And do you know what happened when we arrived at that town? I can imagine that they were none too pleased to make the acquaintance of a dragon, Wynn said dryly. Indeed, Tristan said. They chased Nuri off with torches and arrows and thought me a madman. But when I joined Nuri in a cave not far from the town, it occurred to us that there was a way to take advantage of this situation. Nuri would attack the outskirts of a town, causing little damage, and I would follow shortly thereafter, offering to free the town from the onslaught of the dragon, Tristan said. Nuri and I would share the reward between us, and on we went. Nuri burned an old woman to a charred cinder, Wynn said. That was a mistake, Tristan protested. Nuri would not have harmed her if she had not struck at my friend while she was flying nearby. Wynn shook his head. You did Baravia a service by incinerating Goodwife Bayless. Even Oliver would agree. And the dragon's head? Tristan smiled. My greatest idea. Dragons shed their skin quite often. I simply collected the skin that Nuri shed from around her head, and Nuri burned the sheddings with her dragon fire until they were a charred husk. Most clever, Wynn said, getting to his feet. But now, story time is over. Will you release me? Tristan said. Or shall you tell the townspeople of what I have done? Neither, Wynn said. I have other plans. He picked up the sack of gold and placed it into the pack. My gold, Tristan thought. They had slept in the same bed. Why would he do this? Merchants come to Baravia often, Wynn said. They sell me ingredients, and they tell me stories. Over the past 8 months, merchants from various towns have told me of a fearsome dragon who menaced these towns, and a brave knight who came to rescue them from perdition. Understanding began to dawn on Tristan. I heard enough of these tales, Wynn went on, that I soon grasped the nature of your scheme. It was a simple matter for me to persuade the council to accept your help. He bent down and kissed Tristan on the lips, a deep probing kiss, as if to have one last memory of him. Then, standing up, Wynn added, The spell shall be broken in 7 hours, he said. I will be long gone by then. He paused at the door. There is a town some 100 miles to the east named Lawton. Wynn smiled. I hear that they are unusually foolish, unusually cruel, and unusually wealthy. If you and Nuri find this of interest, meet me outside of Lawton in a year's time. Some ideas for relieving them of their wealth occur to me. He went out and shut the door to the thatched hut behind him. Tristan relaxed against the bed and smiled. Lawton, in 1 year. That would be enough time for him to devise a way to trick Wynne to recover the 100 gold coins that were rightfully his. And who knew? Baravia was not his home. Lawton would likely not be his home either, but perhaps, with the assistance of Wynne the Wizard, Tristan the Knight could find somewhere to call his own. And if not, there was always another town beyond the horizon.
Meyer's Helping Hand. This is part 1.
Every world in this realm is crisscrossed by ley lines, filaments of earth energy that connect places of worship, monuments, and historical sites. You have passed through innumerable ley lines in your life. Think of any desolate place you have been where the hair on the back of your neck stood up for no reason you could fathom. The more ley lines that intersect in an area, the more magically powerful that area is. Some unfortunate towns only have a single ley line passing through, barely enough to allow a local mystic to douse for water. Other towns are gifted with an abundance of ley lines. And of course, once the men and women of this world understood ley lines and how they could work to their advantage, they built towns and villages at the greatest crossroads of these lines. A mage might wander an unspoiled land, with enchanted spectacles on his nose, until he found a spot that burned with a grid of reddish gold ley lines arcing across each other. Then he would send back word to those who had sponsored his expedition. Here shall be a great city. There was one place where there were hundreds, perhaps thousands of ley lines that gathered and writhed like snakes. It was destiny that this should be the greatest city ever built. Those of temperament sensitive to magic had already settled it as a village, but with the ley lines to power their efforts, it grew into a city of spires and minarets, columns and porticos. Frostford, the largest city in the known world. One cannot simply dip a wand or a staff into a ley line and extract the magic needed for a spell or incantation. It takes training and skill to handle the ley lines. It takes a minister. And so it came to pass, in a section of Frostford that was neither too poor nor too wealthy, that a young junior minister named Meyer was late for his work. Meyer was no more than 20, with a shock of black wavy hair that never quite stayed where it should. He had hazel eyes and the babyish curious face of a child, and at this moment he stood among a pile of his clothes, looking for his staff. He could summon the staff, of course. This was a trifling cantrip for any minister. But Meyer had nearly expended his allotment of magic for the 30 days, and he did not want the ministry to sanction him. Thomas would know where the staff was. But Thomas was not here, Meyer thought. The staff was ebony. Why had he chosen ebony? With his black robes and furniture of dark wood and black walls, the staff was nearly impossible to find. The only spot of light in his chambers was... And here he turned to his cat, Bedlam. Bedlam was officially a familiar as far as the ministry knew, but the luminous white cat with light green eyes, pink nose, and ears spent his time sleeping or looking on with disdain. As Meyer now saw, the cat had his paws wrapped around the ebony staff. "Give that to me," Meyer said, leaping for the cat. In a flash, Bedlam picked up the staff in his mouth and dropped it at Meyer's feet. "Now," Meyer sighed, "now you provide me with it after an hour of searching?" Bedlam looked up with innocent eyes and began to lick his paw. There would be no useful argument with a cat, Meyer thought, hurrying from the house with his staff tucked in his belt. Arguments were for his employer. Meyer was late to the ministry, the largest building in the city, at the center of all traffic and all commerce, with multiple spires that soared into the sky. He ducked his head and rushed past the rows of desks where men and women copied papers and scrolls by hand. The ministry was arranged in the manner of the heavens. The higher a room was to the building's top, the more important it was. Meyer's workroom was in the basement, next to a wall that dripped water and the scrap heap. His stomach spoke to him. Thomas had not made him a morning meal to take to work. He pushed the thought aside and entered the workroom. There stood his two collaborators. Raven, a short, stout woman with red hair and a green lip tint, gesturing angrily with a sheaf of papers. And Alistair, the subject of her wrath, tall and lean and fidgety, with cropped brown hair, caramel skin, and a finicky mustache. They were the least of the ministry, and it made them angry, even if the anger ended up directed at each other. "I do not want to make copies of these papers," Raven said, slamming them onto a table. "I have written them, and that should be enough." Alistair had the bored look of the Magister, which was only fair, as he had once been a Magister before being demoted.
All requests for supplies must be presented with 3 copies to the Supply Magister.
He saw Meyer come in and welcomed him to his cause.
What say you, Junior Minister?
Meyer sat on his wooden stool and started to lay out his work. Leather blotter, rune blocks and ink, staff holder, bottles, and papers of his own. The Ministry was said to produce all of the magic and motive energy that drove Frostford, but it occurred to Meyer often that their primary output must surely be papers. "I say that there should be a magical way to duplicate such papers," Meyer said, sliding into the groove of a discussion they had had many times. "Hand copying always leads to the introduction of errors into a work." Raven pursed her green lips at Alistair, who simply shook his head.
Not allowed, Alistair told Meyer. It simply is not allowed.
Meyer did not tell Alistair that taking gold from the Ministry coffers was not allowed. This is what had led Alistair to leave his exalted position as Magister and come to work in the basement. "There are some Ministry rules which should be broken," he said instead. The former Magister could not argue with that. Raven nodded. "I stand with Meyer," she said. "If we were free of these papers, we could spend our time serving the public." Alistair wiggled his mustache at her.
How have you served the public today?
"Once I have copied these papers," she replied, "I shall send mana along the Artium sector ley line to power their water wheel." "They have been without water for some time," Meyer pointed out.
Ardium, Alistair also pointed out, pays the least taxation of all the sectors in Frostford. They have the lowest average income in this city. It stands to reason that they may wait some time longer.
He put down his own sheaf of papers on top of Raven's.
Bix sector is planning a harvest merchant festival for next week.
"Bix has had 3 festivals in the last month," Raven protested, and she and Alistair were off again. Meyer bent his head of unruly hair to his own work and paid them no mind. He too would spend much of his day writing papers, copying papers, and ferrying papers upstairs to those who read the papers, stored the papers, and no doubt burned the papers. The next item he needed was his Peridot stone. But where was it? How could he infuse the vitality glyphs for the city gardens without the Peridot stone? Thomas would have told him he was absent-minded, that he could only keep his head by virtue of having a scarf around his neck. But everyone lost things at one time or another, Meyer thought. It was not his fault that the things he owned were simply easier to lose. There had to be a solution. That night, in his quiet and echoing chambers, Meyer put a pot of soup on the hearth for dinner and thought about the ebony staff and the Peridot stone, and all of the other things he had misplaced of late. A spell to retrieve them would not suffice. That type of ritual would draw enough mana from the ley lines to bring attention to him. He scratched a purring bedlam behind the ears and thought of the scrap heap. The scrap heap was a room next to his workroom, where the bits and scraps of magical materials ended up after the materials themselves had been consumed. Fragments of milky opals, strips of fairy cloth, splinters and shards of warm golden amber. Nobody was supposed to remove anything from the scrap heap without signing the correct papers. But 6 months earlier, Warren, the old man who had overseen the scrap heap, had found wine more to his liking than papers, and the ministers were told to manage the access to the scrap heap themselves, to economize on behalf of the ministry, as the paper announcing the change had read. It was a temptation. Perhaps not a temptation for the average minister, but Meyer was not average. He lay alone in the large bedding that night, thinking and scheming. He needn't have schemed. Meyer discovered that he could have pulled a barrow into the scrap heap room and taken everything he wished. Even then, he was sure to rearrange the piles of materials just so, to cover what he had taken, and to scrawl illegible entries in the scrap heap's ledger book. If Alistair or Raven noticed that his minister robes bulged a bit more than usual, they said nothing. He had a moment's panic when he was leaving the ministry that evening, and a marble of polished topaz slipped from his robe, bouncing and clicking across the tiled floor, But at that hour, nobody noticed. The theft made him giddy, exhilarated. Not theft, he corrected himself, borrowing. His spirits were so high that he stopped at his favorite street vendor. Ogden, an elderly man who was cheerful despite his hunched back, welcomed one of his best customers. "The usual, my friend." Meyer held up 2 fingers. "Special occasion tonight." Ogden raised an eyebrow as he packaged up 2 servings of rabbit on a stick with potatoes. "A special friend?" No, Meyer replied, shaking his head. "Just a regular friend." He walked home in the waning dusk. Wait until I tell Thomas what Ogden said, Meyer thought. And then he remembered. It was an ongoing process, it seemed. Gradual forgetting and sudden remembering. He knocked on the door of the rooms below him, and Suana came to the door after a time. Matronly and solid, her long gray hair was in a braid and curled up under a kerchief. She looked at him with button eyes in a seamed face, but smiled when he offered her the second meal he'd bought. "I remember when I worked at the ministry," Suana said as they ate the rabbit on a stick in Meyer's rooms. "Long before you. Probably before you were born." "Was it very different?" he asked politely, his mind on what he had looted from the scrap heap. "We ran wild like children," Suana said, then smiled at her own memory. "No supervision, few restrictions. We were the ones who made the city move all on our own." Meyer wondered if that ministry had been looser and freer, or simply more negligent. Suana misunderstood his silence. "Do you miss him?" she asked at last. "Of course not," Meyer said, and glanced involuntarily at the spot on the wall where one of Thomas' paintings had hung, a watercolor of the city in mists of rain. Now there was only a light rectangle to mark where it had been. There is nothing to miss. When the meal was done and Suana had gone, Meyer spread his takings from the scrap heap on the table in the same way he would lay out his work surface. Then he pondered. Finding what was lost, a location spell would not use much mana. But a location spell only worked within a couple of feet of the spellcaster. Meyer had the tendency to leave things all about his rooms. A location spell to cover the entire property would expend more mana than he was paid in a week. There would have to be a rudimentary mind at the heart of the spell, an intelligence that could search the areas that Meyer instructed, look for the object he requested, and locate it. To bring the object back, he could use apportation, the transmission of an object through the air, but that was also expensive. If something were to carry the object in a manner similar to how Bedlam carried mice, then it might be doable. It was a complex problem, and Meyer spent many evenings with the gems and woods and cloths from the scrap heap, alongside his ebony staff and runes and glyphs. Then he discovered an obstacle. He could speak the usual incantations that he used every day in his work as minister. The more complex ones he would need for this task, however, were beyond his vocal range, both too high and too low. He tried the chants for a week, but ended up with a sore throat and needed nettle tea to soothe it. The path he took to and from the ministry each day passed a temple framed by columns and greenery. He had heard the singing of vespers many evenings when he had been late coming home. Oh, how Thomas had begged him not to come home late when he was cooking dinner. Those singers had the range he needed. Perhaps they could also teach him to sing. The fall weather had turned the air cold, and Meyer was glad that he'd worn his winter robes into the temple. The marble rooms were even chillier. At that late hour, there was only one acolyte tending to the Vestal fires, and Meyer went over to warm himself by the flames. The acolyte had long copper-brown hair and a bushy beard. The flickering dim light made him look as if his head was on fire. He was banking the coals with a distracted expression, but turned to Meyer with inquisitive eyes and a wry smile once he'd neatly finished his task.
"Are you looking for something?"
he asked. "No," Meyer said. "Yes. I don't know. I'm not in need of any prayers." The acolyte barked a laugh.
"I think we could all use a prayer now and then. My name is Getty."
"Meyer." They shook hands. Gettys were dry and warm. "I've heard your choir sing vespers in the evenings. Meyer said.
They're quite good, aren't they? Getty asked. When I started teaching them, they sounded like a thunderstorm in a cooking pot.
Meyer explained his problem. He could not say that he wanted to extend his vocal range so that he could create more powerful spells. Getty looked at his ministry robes and listened to his vague explanation, and seemed to make the connection himself.
I can get you up 1 octave and down 2 octaves from where you are now,
he proclaimed after listening to Meyer sing a verse of well-known song.
That should help with your project.
And in return? Meyer asked.
A donation to the temple?
Such arrangements were common in Frostford. Getty smiled his canny smile.
As you can no doubt tell, we have been having issues with the heating system. One of the Vestal girls tells me there's a partial blockage with the mana in the temple's ley line.
These arrangements, too, were common in Frostford. Meyer promised to look into it. It was, in fact, his job to do so. By order of the ministry, ministers lived in the neighborhoods they supported. The ministry claimed that this policy brought ministers closer to the people, but Meyer and Alistair both felt it more likely that those ministers who were inconvenienced by a district's mana issues were more motivated to solve them. As with the spell design, it was slow going. Getty had Meyer open his mouth wide while singing, point his chin downward toward the floor, and press his tongue down onto the floor of his mouth. This, Getty explained, would help him to sing higher notes. Meyer thought that the expression he wore during this exercise made him look like someone who had been caught doing something wrong. But he said nothing, and continued to practice on his own, in the bath, while cooking, and even late at night until Bedlam yowled and Suana banged on her ceiling with a broom. Leaves fell from the trees and the weather turned even colder, but the temple was finally warm with mana heat. When Getty thanked Meyer, he protested, saying that he'd had nothing to do with it. Ministers were not supposed to gain recognition for their work. They toiled anonymously on behalf of the ministry. But thank you regardless, Meyer said to the acolyte, grinning. Getty's sly smile was infectious. Every week after a surreptitious nip of the temple's sacramental wine, Meyer would practice singing lower and lower notes until his throat ached and his voice scraped along the floor. Getty would not let him rest until he had completed each exercise. Then he would send him home with a sprig of mint leaves tied up in a red ribbon to steep as a tea, and strict instructions not to talk until the following morning. Meyer sang, and Getty listened. And one night, Meyer was ready. He'd already written out the incantation, and now all he had to do was speak it in the correct tones. Having locked Bedlam in the other room, Meyer passed his hands over the mandala he'd sketched onto a scrap of parchment. He sang the high notes, then the low notes, and finally tossed a handful of black salt into the air. And there it appeared. The demon was about a hand's length tall, with folded wings and a beaky head. Its eyes did not blink. Bedlam meowed from the other room. Meyer would have to keep an eye on the cat to make sure he didn't eat it when he was asleep. But what to call it? The word demon was too prosaic. Meyer thought of Getty's instructions, how he had taught him to raise and lower his voice by steps. Stepwise, he thought. Stepwise is your name, he told the demon. It nodded. Stepwise, find my ebony staff, Meyer commanded. The demon extended its wings, flapped around in increasingly wide circles, and stopped when it saw the staff on the floor next to Meyer's bedding. Then, Stepwise grasped the staff in its clawed hands and flew back to Meyer, depositing it neatly at his feet. Excellent, Meyer thought. There would be no more misplacing of objects. He experimented with how he could command Stepwise. The demon responded to find, locate, and search, followed by the name of a tangible object. The mana requirements were minimal, judging by how cool his staff had remained during the process. The next morning, Meyer awoke and bade Stepwise to fetch him a cup of water. The demon did so. For once, he was up early, and for once, he did not misplace anything. It was almost disappointing. Thomas would have been proud of him, however. The next morning, though, Meyer could not find his staff. He prepared to make the usual search, then remembered, and said, Stepwise, find my ebony staff. One of the reasons Meyer had settled in this building was the large window facing the street. Now he watched, horrified, as Stepwise passed through the window and kept going. He must have left the staff at work, Meyer thought. There would be a trail of mana right from his house to the workroom. He waited until Stepwise returned with the ebony staff, then made his way to the ministry. Nobody had noticed. Nobody said anything. Perhaps it was a similar situation to the disorganization of the scrap heap, he mused. There were simply too many ley lines and too much mana in Frostford to keep track of all of it. During the meal break, however, Alistair took Meyer aside.
You should watch yourself, he cautioned. You are a clever young man, and the Ministry does not like clever young men.
Meyer was too satisfied with Stepwise to pay much heed to the warning. And if the Ministry does not like clever young men, then who ends up leading the Ministry? He demanded.
The race is not to the smart nor the swift, but to the constant, Alistair replied. And the pushers of paper.
Constant, Meyer thought that night over a few mugs of ale in his lodgings. Where had Constant gotten the Ministry? Nothing but papers and blocked mana. What the Ministry needed was action. When he was quite drunk and trying fitfully to sleep, there was a ruckus in the street. A young couple, two men, were shouting at each other. A lover's quarrel. Meyer could not sleep. He needed to sleep.
Stepwise,
he said blearily.
find me some peace.
He heard the flapping of tiny wings. Then he dozed, and when he woke again a few minutes later, there was silence. The next morning, he wondered aghast if Stepwise had intervened in the quarrel. That afternoon, he saw the couple, arm in arm, laughing as if all were forgotten. When he asked Suana, she said that she'd heard their midnight argument had suddenly dissolved when 2 bouquets of flowers appeared in the couple's arms. This, she confided to him, was merely a rumor. Stepwise, Meyer thought with both a chill and feeling of odd pride. He had imbued the demon with a curiosity spell. Until the object requested was located, Stepwise would continue searching. Clearly, it had gone beyond the simple curiosity spell, and the demon was now able to answer other requests. Presenting the couple with bouquets had been one way to find Meyer some peace. Meyer did not dare test Stepwise further. He kept it locked in a small cage on the top of a chest of drawers, high enough that Bedlam could not reach it, though he kept trying. Winter solstice was fast approaching, and Getty had invited Meyer for dinner at the temple after the choir practice. The meal was beans and rice. It was always some form of beans and rice, and Meyer thought that sleeping in the temple dormitory must be a form of hell after so many beans. But the meal was well seasoned, and Getty was good company.
Plans for the solstice?
Getty asked as they ate. This was a common question in Frostford. Men and women alike spent much gold on solstice gifts, trips, and celebrations. Meyer shook his head. My parents have different beliefs, he said.
Do tell.
They came to believe that I should marry a woman and father many children. I came to believe otherwise. Then they came to believe that I should move out of their lodgings. Getty smiled his wry smile.
I believe I understand the situation.
He shook his head.
I was the proverbial baby in the basket on the temple doorstep.
He looked at Meyer.
They must have cared for me. The temple elders say that I was well-fed, clean, and wrapped in a good blanket.
Would you wish to meet them? Meyer could not stop himself from asking. Getty thought, then shook his head, bushy beard moving from side to side.
No, I imagine they had a good reason for giving me up. Our relationship ended when I arrived at the temple. I have no desire to find them.
Meyer nodded.
Now that you have spoken out of turn,
Getty said impishly,
let me ask you a question. Is there someone in your life? Someone special, perhaps?
Meyer thought of last year's winter solstice, filled with light, and the dark one that faced him this year. No one. Getty frowned, an unusual sight.
I feel there is something you are not telling me, sir, he said. A large portion of your life is in shadows to me.
That night, Meyer realized that he had no idea what Getty meant. He had his work at the ministry, his workmates, his few friends, and now Getty. There was nobody else. His life was as full and complete as anyone's. Getty brought Meyer a solstice cake. Getty brought Meyer a solstice pie. Then Getty brought Meyer a solstice blanket, and even Meyer was not so blind as to see what was happening. "This is very good of you," he said with a smile when Getty presented him with the red and white blanket in his quarters only 7 days before the winter solstice.
"Do I really stand no chance?"
Getty asked. They were seated in the main room of Meyer's quarters, with the blanket over their knees in the winter chill, and Bedlam lying curled against Getty and purring wheezily. Meyer shook his head and smiled helplessly. Really, there was nothing to say. Getty was sweet, he was handsome, and he brought the most savory of solstice cakes. Getty waved a hand around the lodging.
"Meyer, there is someone here,"
he said at last. "I live alone, aside from Bedlam, of course." Getty shook his head.
"I see him in your eyes. I see him in the lines of this room. There is a ghost that haunts you, Meyer."
Then he dropped his hand and Bedlam started licking it.
"I cannot banish this ghost without your consent."
"There is no ghost," Meyer repeated firmly. "I am alone and unhaunted." Getty peered at Meyer.
"I believe that you believe that, Minister Meyer."
Getty left without pausing at the door as he had done so many times. Meyer belatedly realized that all those times he had wanted Meyer to kiss him. This time there was no chance and no offer. Meyer lay sleepless in his lonely bedding that night, and after much thought, opened the tiny cage and summoned the demon. "Stepwise," he said. "I want you to find..." He pondered a moment, then spoke one word. Stepwise nodded, and he saw the glyph on the demon's head spin and spin. That would be the last thing he would search for, he promised himself. The ebony staff he would leave in the same place every night, and he would no longer need Stepwise. No more mana need ever be expended on this project. Until that afternoon when he came home early from the ministry after a meeting had been cancelled, and saw Stepwise fly from one nearby house to the other. Meyer bounded up the stairs, rubbing his hands through his wavy hair, and burst into his quarters. "Bedlam!" he cried, thinking the cat must have let the demon out. But Stepwise was in his tiny cage, and from Meyer's bedding, Bedlam gave the young mage a look of utter contempt. Meyer looked from Stepwise to the window and back again, thoughts whirling in his mind. He felt trapped in a loop. If Stepwise was here, then Stepwise could not be in the street. But if Stepwise was not in the street, what had he seen? He flung the contents of his task drawer onto the table and sketched a quick symbol. A straight line with cross hatches, a 0 with a line through it on the left, and a plus sign on the right. Then, he concentrated and chanted the incantations for tracking as he carefully drew his finger back and forth across the line symbol. 2 red spots appeared just to the right of the 0 with the line through it. One of the spots was his Stepwise, and that meant... As he watched the diagram, a 3rd red spot appeared. There was a simple explanation for the duplicate Stepwises, Meyer thought, pacing back and forth. Someone had seen the demon. Someone with knowledge of a curiosity spell and the right incantations. And that someone had used the mana reservoir to create a copy of Stepwise. A perfect copy. Then a second one. He stopped pacing and smiled. This problem could be solved at once. All he had to do was ask his Stepwise to find the duplicate Stepwises, and then he could deconstruct all 3 of them. He went over to instruct his Stepwise, and there were 5 red spots on the line symbol. This still was not a problem, Meyer thought in rising panic. He could tell Stepwise to find the first rogue Stepwise, then the second one, and... Then there were 9 red spots on the parchment. Now it was time to panic.
Meyer's helping hand. This is part 2.
According to Meyer's tracking spell, there were now 9 Stepwises. 8 of them outside of his control. Now it was time to panic. Meyer tried to slow his breathing and thought of his lesson on runaway magic. How could he not think of it? It was the highlight of every ministry student's first year of study. The magister who taught the course showed them how a magic spell that simply doubled objects would lead to disaster. He started with a copper coin and kept doubling it with a simple incantation. The single coin became 2 coins, then 4, 8, 16, 32, and by the 10th doubling, the magister showered the podium in copper and told the students that there were now over 1,000 coins, before he made all but one of them disappear with a flourish. Any magic that was not properly cast could lead to runaway magic. He had scraped the chalk across the large slate at the front of the class, then tapped each syllable, emphasizing the word. Catastrophe. Meyer reread the spell he'd written to conjure the first demon. There were no flaws that he could see. No, Stepwise had been copied by human means, at least at first. He bit his lip. Stepwise? Double yourself? He said with some dread. Stepwise stretched and split down the middle. Now there were 2 Stepwises in front of him. 11 red spots on the line symbol. Catastrophe. He could duplicate enough Stepwises to catch the other Stepwises now, but since at least one other person knew how to duplicate the rogue demons, there was no stopping them. And each demon used a tiny bit of mana, unnoticeable at first, but once it became a case of runaway magic, the mana would start adding up. Meyer was a clever young man. He often had many clever ideas and brought these clever ideas to Alistair or the lower magisters. This time, he felt that the cleverest thing he could do was to say nothing. It would have been simple to deconstruct the Stepwises. All Meyer needed to do to make them disappear was to reverse the spell inscribed on the sheet of parchment he now kept locked in the bottom drawer of his chest of drawers. He could even tear the parchment into pieces if he did not mind the thought of every Stepwise suddenly deconstructing violently. But the moment Meyer broke the spell, all of the accumulated mana that animated the demons would instantly flow back into the mana reservoir at the end of the street, and from there into the neighborhood's ley line. The ministry would not fail to notice an increase in the supply of mana, especially when a young, clever minister resided only a short walk away. The next morning, Meyer noted with a dull resignation that there were 14 red dots on the symbol. On his walk to the ministry, he spotted at least 2 Stepwises flitting about the buildings above him. One had a hammer in its mouth and the other carried an apple. If Alistair suspected anything, he remained mute. Suana claimed to be busy with solstice preparations. Even Getty was busy with what he called temple business. Raven, Meyer noticed, had started to make elementary mistakes in the workroom. Using agate instead of tourmaline, trying to undo a spell by drawing a sigil in a clockwise rather than counterclockwise direction. Even cracking her jade wand on the edge of her table as she attempted a particularly difficult incantation. She seemed newly preoccupied. Or, Meyer thought, a bit ashamed, she had been preoccupied for a while, and he had only now started to notice. Raven usually stole away every midday on their break, leaving Alistair and Meyer to eat hand meals and commiserate. On one break, Meyer followed Raven at a distance and saw her enter the narrow, winding staircases that flanked the tower. When he stepped into the staircase, he saw her some flights above, huffing and puffing her way up. Then she suddenly reversed direction and came towards him. She must have seen him, and Meyer was trying to determine an appropriate excuse when Raven came upon him and expressed surprise. "What are you doing?" she demanded. "The same as you?" Meyer said tentatively. "I take exercise in these stairs every midday," Raven said. "You are free to join me." Then she turned from him and started back up the stairs. Meyer was not much for exercise aside from the flight of stairs he had to climb to his lodging every night, so he struggled to keep pace with Raven. They climbed stairs in silence, broken only by his wheezing. When they neared the top of the ministry building, Meyer asked her, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Raven said, turning again down the stairs. "Completely fine." She said this in the tone of one who is not at all fine. A minute later, Meyer tried to bring the conversation back to life by saying, "I'm looking forward to the winter solstice. Are you?" Raven did not reply directly. Instead, she asked, Will you spend it with your parents? Meyer had never discussed his parents with her, but he still wore the family emblem around his neck. Despite his distance from them, he was proud of the family history of spell work and service. We no longer speak, Meyer breathed. The stairs were now causing his legs and lungs some distress. I left them a long time ago. I never knew my parents, she said, picking up her pace and marching ahead of him. I am sure you had your reasons, but I would gladly spend solstice with mine every year. Meyer knew little of Raven, although they had worked side by side for 2 years. She was from a village in the east. She ate spicy food that smelled of cumin, and she sketched funny, distorted faces of himself and Alistair when she thought they weren't looking. Had he known she missed her parents, he never would have spoken in so cavalier a fashion. But of course she missed them, he thought, as they came to a final stop at the bottom of the stairs. And as he heaved and gasped for breath, Meyer compared her to Getty, the foundling. Getty was happy to be apart from his parents. The temple elders were his parents now. But Raven, he had seen her looking unhappily at the higher-up magisters during ministry celebrations. She had no surrogate parents among them. He had never heard her speak of friends or other family. If anyone lived in the shadows, it was her. Everyone, it seemed, was in search of something they did not or could not possess. The following morning, Meyer could not find his ebony staff again, and as he was running late, he asked one of his stepwises to locate it. He felt no guilt. The minuscule amount of mana this would use would go unnoticed among the total amount used by all stepwises, and the demon was so helpful. A stepwise fetched him some fresh water from a nearby pond to aid in the ministry work he brought home. A stepwise quenched the light after Meyer had gone to bed. A stepwise even lit his way to the chamber pot in the middle of the night. What else could a stepwise do? Meyer spent a tipsy evening testing his demons with queries. A stepwise could predict the weather with some degree of success. About the same success as any lay prognosticator. A stepwise could determine the best path to take to reach the archives and warn if a horse-drawn barrow had upended and blocked the way. What else? The next night, Swanna came up with some solstice pie of her own, claiming that Meyer must be hungry. How had she known his pantry was bare? Could a stepwise have told her? Meyer cringed and asked, Stepwise, how much food is there in Swanna's pantry? And Stepwise told him. Meyer had always slept well, but now he stayed awake most nights. Not from the worry that consumed him. He had resigned himself to that. But to the fighting and shouts that started as a murmur and rose to a din each night as the days until the winter solstice ticked down.
I know you were with that woman,
a man yelled to his partner from across the way.
You didn't go to work today. You went to the tavern,
A woman scolded her partner.
You have been taking a potion, so you need not conceive,
A husband sobbed to his wife. Every question had an answer, and every stepwise could find out any reasonably accessible information, even if it would normally remain a secret. The red dots multiplied along the line on the tracking parchment. The saga of stepwise took some unusual turns. On a day when he felt little like cooking, Meyer went by Ogden, the street vendor's stall, to pick up some rabbit on a stick. But the old man was under a cloud. Literally. Several stepwises floated in the air above his stall, each holding a banner reading, "Terrible food, bad service, don't eat here," and so on. They were just high enough to be out of reach, but low enough that anyone in the street could see them. Ogden batted at the sky in futility.
Do you see them?
He demanded.
I have tried to move my stall, but no matter where in Frostford I go, they follow me with their infernal banners.
Meyer did not know what to say, being the source of Ogden's problems in some way. Do you know why they're here? He asked finally. Ogden shrugged.
Well, perhaps the rabbit was not as fresh as it could have been. One night! But does such a lapse merit this kind of retribution?
Meyer promised he would dispatch a stepwise with a positive message once he reached his lodgings and took the rabbit on a stick with him. In times past, had he bought takeaway food from a street vendor, Meyer would have had little recourse if it had been spoiled or lacked flavor, but now anyone could challenge the vendors, and at least one person had had the idea to do so. In his lodgings, Meyer took one of his stepwises out of the cage and wrote a message on a long strip of cloth. Reliable, tasty food. It occurred to him that the negative banners he'd seen did not have to be truthful. They could be from someone who bore a grudge against Ogden, or even a competing street vendor who wished to destroy the man's business. He tied the banner to the stepwise's left foot and commanded it to fly to Ogden's stall. There was no way, Meyer thought, that anyone who saw those banners could know if they were true at all. Anyone could say anything. Meyer himself could start a campaign of whispers against someone without anyone being able to trace it back to him. By the time he had released this last stepwise, the tracker parchment was a solid red line. The tracker had given Meyer another idea. He took a smaller strip of cloth and imbued it with a distance spell, then wrapped it around his left wrist like a bracelet. Now, he could summon and command his stepwise when he was away from his lodgings, even when he was in the workroom. All he needed to do was speak his command into the wristband, and a stepwise would obey. Raven had been even more withdrawn than usual as the solstice finally approached. Meyer went to the staircase at lunch to look for her, but it was empty and silent. He commanded his stepwise to search for her, and when the demon flew to him, Meyer followed it to one of the side doorways of the ministry, where he saw Raven from a distance, eating lunch alone. Meyer could imagine some of the pain she felt. He knew what it was like to miss someone with all of your heart. He contemplated his stepwise, now safe and hidden within his robes. A demon could not search for something connected that distantly to the present, though. Could it? Stepwise, Meyer whispered to the demon. Can you find Raven's parents? The demon did not reply. Was this a problem too difficult for his creation? Then he pulled back his robe and observed the glyph inscribed on the back of the stepwise's head. The symbol was rotating, as if the demon were thinking. Demons could not think, of course, but something was happening. Meyer imagined the skies of Frostford darkened with stepwises flitting to and fro on their errands, seeking information, delivering packages, pilfering valuables, and spying on neighbors, friends, lovers. Not only Frostford. From his figures, Meyer knew there were more stepwises than humans in the city. The demons must be spreading to neighboring towns. His suspicions were confirmed when, the day before the winter solstice, a stepwise flew in through his window and dropped a note onto his table. Meyer knew it was not one of his stepwises. He'd dabbed a bit of red paint on their backs so he could tell them apart from the others. The note was from his parents, wishing him a happy winter solstice. They had not written it themselves. It was a ready-made greeting that could be bought at any stall in any small town. He was angry at the impersonal nature of it, but touched at the same time. They were 100 leagues away, and yet they could wish him a merry solstice as if they lived next door. He dropped off a fat suckling pig at Suanna's lodgings that afternoon. She had the same seamed face and button eyes, but she was lighter, happier. I've been writing back and forth with old friends, Suanna told him. We had lost touch so many years ago. Her stepwise sat proudly on the table by the hearth. Clearly, she saw no need to conceal it. Everyone, it seemed, was having their wishes granted in some way. Except for Raven, and his own half-whispered wish that night so many weeks ago. He was ashamed to think of what he had wished for, and ashamed that he still wanted it to come true. In his ministerial training, Meyer had often heard the metaphor of the mage who was impotent to grant his own wishes. Perhaps in the shadows of his mind, he did not truly want stepwise to fulfill his heart's desire. Candles hung from the trees that lined Frostford, and a gentle snow fell on the day of the solstice. Peace and calm, Meyer thought, although the fighting and the wishing and the spying continued. He locked his red-dabbed stepwises in the tiny cage, hung it far from Bedlam's reach, and went for a walk by the light of the candles. If he closed his eyes, he could imagine the previous year's solstice, laughter and company, and... It was then that a hand clamped down on each of Meyer's shoulders. He knew the insignia on the black gloves at once. There was no point in struggling. The ministry was quiet on this solstice day. He had never been this high up in the building. The room was vast, cavernous. The woman who spoke to him was mild and ordinary. This frightened him more than anything else. He did not remember the words. He did not have to. Meyer was to stop all of the demons immediately. There were to be no more requests or wishes or messages. He was the only one who could reverse the spell. Of course, they knew he had created them. The contours of the spell he had used marked him as clearly as if he had stamped each stepwise with his own sigil. If he did not stop the demons that evening, he would be dismissed from the ministry, blacklisted, banned from the city. And the ministry would use every stepwise it could muster to hound Meyer for the rest of his days. "You are a clever young man," the woman concluded. "Surely you can see that there is no other way." The gloved hands marched him downstairs. Stepwise had fulfilled many requests. And now there was only Raven's wish, and the wish he had made, but there was barely any time left for them to be fulfilled. He saw once more Raven's downcast face in his mind's eye, and Meyer started to walk more and more slowly, dragging his feet through the slush of the Frostford street and sending mental wishes for the stepwises to grant Raven's wish. Why was he so intent on helping her? Perhaps, he thought, it was so he could prove that he could undo what had happened, reunite people who had once loved each other. Love, though, was a task beyond stepwise.
Enough dawdling,
One of the guards said and pushed him along roughly.
Make haste.
When they arrived at his lodgings, the men in the black hoods and black gloves stood impassively, while Bedlam hissed and spat at them. Meyer reluctantly unlocked the drawer and drew out the original spell sheet. Then he began tracing the lines backwards with his stylus, unmarking the parchment as ink flowed out of the paper. He saw the two stepwises in the cage suddenly wink out of existence. It was over. The day after winter solstice was known as the Day of Commerce, but this year it became known as the Day of Complaint. Those who had become accustomed to using the demons for their everyday tasks did not like having those demons taken away from them, particularly on a solstice. Meyer went to the ministry the following day as usual, but the door to the workroom was shut. He inserted his ebony staff into the lock, but the door would not open. He started to wiggle the staff back and forth in the lock, but from behind him, Alistair said,
You need not bother.
The disgraced former magister was wearing street robes, and he held out a square of parchment with Meyer's sigil on it. When Meyer took it, it unfolded into a letter that explained that his employment was severed, and listed the items he was to return to the ministry. "They did not tell me they would get rid of me," Meyer complained. Alistair smiled.
You knew too much.
"Can you at least let me in so I can retrieve my summer robes?" Meyer asked. The other man held up his own letter.
It would seem that I knew too much as well.
But Alistair was too easygoing to stay despondent.
No doubt they have been planning this for me since my demotion.
He tore up the letter.
Let us go fetch a drink.
"Where is Raven?" Meyer asked. Alistair shrugged.
I wonder if she arrived early and received her own letter at that time.
Stripped of his ministry possessions, Meyer accompanied Alistair through the ministry, where people deliberately avoided looking at them as they passed. Then no doubt watched them with fascination from behind their backs. Meyer felt guilt over Raven. She should not have been caught up in this. She was completely innocent. Then he saw her in the ministry rotunda. Her hair was well trimmed, and she wore gray robes, the mark of an archivist. Their eyes met, and Raven pointed to an alcove at one side. Meyer left Alistair and went to meet her. "I have been promoted," Raven said. "You know what happened then?" Raven smiled. "Everyone knows what has happened. They have all kept silent about it." So, Raven had pulled success from his ashes. Meyer was happy for her. "I wish you well," he said. She seemed much happier than before. "I have you to thank," Raven explained. Then, seeing his confusion, "Not for the promotion, that was a result of my own efforts." Meyer shook his head. "You always criticized the ministry. You insisted on doing your work in your own way." "Meyer," Raven said patiently, You need to know when to say something and when to do something. I saw Alistair demoted for embezzlement, and both of you banished to the basement for going against the ministry. I kept to myself and performed my duties. Then they discovered that I was one of the few people at our level who had not used a demon, and they appreciated that. Thus, the promotion.
Then Raven could not have used a demon to find her family, Meyer thought. I did ask Stepwise to locate your parents, he said. I am sorry that it was not possible.
Raven shook her head. Your demon did find them. Or some other demon did. A Stepwise brought me a map of a village far from here where they live. It happened yesterday around midday.
On a day of sorrow, there was a bit more happiness for Meyer. Are you going to visit them? He asked.
She smiled and tossed her red hair. I am not yet sure. Perhaps, or perhaps not. I appreciate having that choice. Raven told him she had to return to work and gave him one look over her shoulder before she left. The ministry has always wished to control information, but you have shown me that there is another benefit to having access to it. Not the knowledge itself, but the possibilities it brings. Meyer watched her go, then accompanied Alistair to the tavern. They sat in a hot, noisy tavern and drank grog and cider and mead.
This won't last, Alistair said at one point. The inhabitants of Frostford of every nearby town will not rest until they have their demons back.
He gulped down more ale.
Once a Stepwise is out of its cage, you cannot put it back in.
Meyer was about to protest that he had kept two Stepwises in a cage for some time, but he was feeling very muzzy. He had more pressing concerns. What will I do? He moaned. They've put a black mark on my record. Alistair slapped him on the back.
A black mark from the ministry can be seen as a mark of honor to the right people, he said, then in a more confidential tone. There is some talk that the Merchants Guild wishes to use demons to expedite their commerce.
Would you be a part of that talk? Meyer asked. Alistair placed a finger to his lips.
I believe there will be opportunities for clever folk, young and old, to bring your demons back to the world. In a safe and secure manner, of course.
Of course.
You could be instrumental in creating the appropriate safeguards, of course.
Of course, Meyer said. And that was that. From ministry to commerce in one day. He would be the first man in his family to have a second profession. Meyer stumbled home, the icy chill of the winter wind driving off some of the effects of the ale. Bedlam fussed and complained about the earlier intruders, and, as Meyer soothed him, there came a knock at the door. It was Getty. Long hair and bushy beard encrusted with snow and ice. He held up 2 street tankards of ale.
Care for a sip?
On such a day, Meyer would not refuse more alcohol. He gave Getty a towel to wipe his hair and beard, and untied the strings from around the mouths of the street tankards. Then they sat and drank until he was even more drunk. It was I, Meyer stumbled. It was me, I did it. Getty had no idea of what he spoke, so Meyer explained. Did not take all that long.
You turned the world of Frostford upside down in a week, Meyer, Getty said admiringly. Knocked the ministry down a peg, too. I'm impressed.
Meyer smiled. That had been a side effect of his work, of course, but he was not about to deny it. Getty frowned.
There is one thing, though. You mentioned that you'd made a wish that had gone unfulfilled. What was it?
Meyer looked around the empty lodgings and shrugged. It's not important. Not everyone gets their wish. You've heard the story of the cobbler who goes without shoes.
We call it the story of the choir that has no sheet music,
Getty said, then beamed.
I did not tell you. We had our own demon at the temple. I asked it to find me the ideal man.
And did it? He nodded his bushy beard.
He's with a church on the other side of the city. We shall have some interesting discussions about the nature of the gods and religion. But I expect it will all work out in the end.
I expect so. Getty got to his feet unsteadily after they had finished the street tankards.
I like you a great deal.
He said, breathing fumes of ale at Meyer.
I always knew that.
Meyer said, and smiled. Then he was alone in his quarters. Bedlam was fast asleep, wheezing and purring and dreaming, no doubt, of demon mice. Meyer sat at the table in the darkness. The demons had given Alistair a new task, a new purpose, had led Getty to another man of religion, had taken Suana from her solitude and brought her close again with distant friends, had given Raven the chance to meet her parents should she want to take it. The demons had also started fights, helped lovers spy on each other, and no doubt helped humans to indulge in countless vices. Alistair had spoken of appropriate safeguards, but Meyer was unsure that these were possible. A coin of any value must always have two sides. He thought of his own wish that he had spoken to his stepwise that one night. Such a simple word. Perhaps that was why the demon had not been able to fulfill it. There were so many ways to interpret a wish for happiness. Bedlam awoke and strutted off. The stepwises had fulfilled their purpose, finding things that had once been lost. Friends, family, love, one way or another. As for Meyer's own happiness, he could rejoice in seeing his friends happy. His quarters seemed larger than they had been, with more room for him to stretch and move around in. With Stepwise gone, he was no longer sharing living space with a demon. Meyer smiled and thought one very last time of Thomas. He was no longer sharing living space with a ghost, either. He had missed a chance with Getty, but there would be other chances with other men. And even if there were no more chances to be had, all Meyer needed were his spells, and his staff, and his robes, ministerial or otherwise. With a spark of insight, he took up a pen and began to write. No doubt there must be a rational, alchemical solution to the problem of controlling runaway stepwises. Meyer looked around for his ebony staff and saw Bedlam trotting away with the staff clasped between his teeth. Bedlam! Meyer cried. Bring me back my staff! I have work to do!
Ah, look at that. The storm is settling and you are free to go. Of course, you're always welcome to sit by the fire and stay a while. There are many more nights and many more stories.
Tonight's story was told by Trevor Schechter. Find our credits, merch, and more stories at lavendertavern.com. Interested in having your short story told at the Lavender Tavern? Submit a copy of your writing to us at www.faustiannonsense.com/Lavender Tavern Submissions. The Lavender Tavern is written by Jonathan Cohen and produced by Faustian Nonsense.